Hello? Okay, I'm kind of sleepy. Maybe I need an energy drink. It's only 2, so I have time in order to drink one before it's too late. So maybe I should go grab one really quickly. Just really quick. Just really quick. But how are y'all doing today? Good morning for everyone who's in West Coast and beyond. Good evening to everyone in EU, and good afternoon to everyone in North America. Well, not just North America, in the Americas. Hi, hi, Callan. How are you? I'm also EB. I'm having chocolate cake. Ooh, that sounds nice. I have some grapes, I have some water, and I think I need a little bit of caffeine. I probably should buy some. No. Okay, no, we have food at home, right? I'm trying to food at home myself because I'm so tempted to get food, but I have food at home. It's okay. It's because it's expensive. Okay? I am, Andy. It is a day off for a lot of people, not everyone. But for me today, I did not show up yesterday. Super, thank you for the 100 bits! Oh, Andy, I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well, by the way. How's it going for you? Look, I know. Okay, you're gonna make a speech. You're gonna make a speech. Okay, go ahead and make your speech, all right? I'm gonna get my energy drink. I'll be right back.
Look, chat, I know for many of you,
Somebody is saying speech, 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 speech.
I know times are tough. I know the economy is hard.
Uh-huh. It is so true. You're so right. Good morning, everyone. Oh, oops. I didn't realize the chat would be right there. Let me move this down. Let me move chat down here. There we go. It's fine. Right there. Perfect. Hi, good morning. Yes, it is right now. It's tough times, but we're we're working on hopefully getting some dopamine via cards. Yay! I can also show you what I have as well. Super! Thank you for the 300 bits, by the way. Thank you so much. Recovering from things. Okay, all right. Hello, Win. Timer Chan.
Very nice.
I hope you are behaving.
Answer just subscribed. An afternoon notice.
Timer Chan, are you behaving correctly? Because you jumped up an hour, and I'm fairly sure it is not an hour, so I gotta fix Timer Chan because I'm pretty sure it did not. One tier 3 sub is not 1 hour, okay? What is she doing? You're fixing her. It's fine. You know what? I will give you. All right. Solid. You know what? I will fix this.
But I want you to remember, our little baby girl, Timer Chan, she's just so little now.
What do you mean?
Remember when she was over 50 hours tall? Our little old Benjamin Button, getting younger over time. She might misbehave sometime, but she's our good sweet girl.
Hello. Timer Chan's like, let me go home. She's begging to retire, all right? Timer Chan is truly begging to retire. Also, hello, Mord. Hi, Win. Good afternoon, Win. How are you? Oh, yeah, it's today. Yeah, you have a day off today. I'm pretty sure it's not, your workplace isn't open. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for 400 bits. Another 100 bits. I appreciate it. I feel like Timer Chan is desperate to stick around, which is why she keeps adding extra time. I think so, but she is mistaken because that's not the correct time it should be. I fixed her. I added more time that I'm trying to think. Okay, all right. I added, honestly, I have to double check my sheet of how much time tier 3 should be even getting. But I think I added, I think I did 30 minutes for tier 3, so I added the correct amount of time. Thank you for another 100 bits. You just, oh, that's so exciting. Congrats, Mord. Did you feel like it was like easier or harder than our Shinryu attempt? How do you feel like comparatively between the two? And did you also play Summoner as well, or did you play another class? Super, thank you for the 100 bits.
Timer
Okay,
Chan didn't consider the power of love and friendship.
I'm so tired. Timer Chan and I honestly, I wish I could retire with Timer Chan, but I'm not financially there anywhere close. I wish I could retire. This almost sounds like a threat. I wish I could allow all my friends to retire, everyone in chat to retire. If I had that much money, if I had stupid amounts of money, I think so many people should be able to retire and live a good life, because, or at least a comfortable life, and then do whatever they want in their free time, whether get a part-time job or learning or school or gardening, I don't know, taking care of your community. We're just tired. I'm tired. It was easier than Oh, it was easier than in the Extreme Mind, but played Summoner still? Okay. So that gives me hope because Tsukiyomi, when we did it on stream, I was really confused. I think it's because we didn't have callouts and I was stressed out and I didn't, I was scared and I didn't like it. It was fine. It was really, really cool. It was just like, it didn't click in my brain. I think we just need more time and probably some off-stream practice. So maybe we'll have to try another Extreme offline before we move into the Shadowbringers ones. But how's everyone doing? I hope you're doing well. I hope most of y'all have the day off. All right. Hi, Scootsy. Thank you. Oh my gosh, Scootsy.
Scootsy just subscribed.
Thank you.
I want to retire because tired too.
Scootsy, if you could, would you retire in Japan? Would you go to Japan, learn Japanese, be with your family, and retire? Hi, Humble. Hi, Allie. How are you? It's good to see you all, by the way. I really appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for being here and hanging out with me. Yes, we are going to be... This may be the one time I'm going to be begging to this clown, but I really, really, really want certain cards. And I really, really hope we get some really cool cards. Also, Timer-chan. Wait, what is she doing? Timer-chan! Scootsy didn't gift 33 subs! Okay, we're fixing that. I'm sorry, Timer-chan, you need to... Timer-chan, what are you doing? Thank you, Scootsy, for 33 months! But Timer-chan, what do you think you're doing? I don't know what she's doing, to be honest. She's going rogue. I'm pretty sure she's just fully going rogue at this point. Please, definitely. I got some learning. Honestly, and especially like being in the country will definitely get you immersed, I have no doubt. You're hanging out while you're at work. I hope Wait, you're working today? Are they paying you extra today? I hope so. If anybody who is actually working today, I hope you're getting paid extra. Because it's like a federal holiday. Because like a bunch of people are off. But I really, really hope so. Oh my gosh. That actually legitimately jump scared me. Oh my gosh. Super. Thank you. I was.
Super Duke gave Timer-chan $500.
You know what?
Speaking of stupid amounts of money.
What time is it now? I guess we're having an 11-hour stream today because Timer-chan is going to retire today. It's gonna happen. It has to happen. I guess we're just streaming until 2. Okay, maybe not that long. But she's gonna retire this weekend, okay? She's literally gonna retire this weekend. It's gonna happen. You can't... She's gonna retire this weekend. I'm gonna have like 3 10-hour streams this week, all right? I'll probably stream up until like 12 a.m. EST. We're gonna have a long stream. I'm going to force Timer-chan to retire this weekend. Thank you, Super. Thank you for the $500. Thank you so much for supporting Timer-chan. Thank you for supporting this stream. Honestly, with your contribution, rent happens and also collector's boosters happen. Thank you so much. Hi, Kiwi. So Timer-chan jumped up in time, and we currently have a hype train happening right now. A lot of things are happening. So many things are happening at the moment. It's fine. We're gonna make it work, all right? Are you safe? Timer-chan has to work overtime again! She's having to work overtime now! It's okay, Timer-chan. I will make sure you retire this weekend. It's my promise. I'm torn on retiring. I'd love to have more time, but I like to do what I like to do. I like what I do. I feel like I actually get to do a positive thing for society. If I had the money, I would definitely pay people to do other things than eat time and like laundry and cook. Yeah, that would be nice. It would be nice. Like if you, because I think the thing is, even if I had stupid monies to retire, I think it'd still be nice to do things or like have a part-time job or like put that energy into doing other things. I definitely agree, Wen. Oh my gosh. Why are my alerts not working? Also, thank you. Super, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Do I... The whispers? Plus ultra. we really, okay, I was gonna say, we really need to, I think at the end of Shadowbringers, we're gonna have, like, I was gonna say we could have
plus ultra.
Thank you. I was gonna say, because like you can technically
has gifted 10 subs to viewers.
You can technically it's a new thing that like partners and affiliates can do, but like during celebrations times, you know how like September they'll discount subs and everything? Apparently you can set certain times around like certain celebrations or whatever to like for discounted subs, which is really cool. I really like that. Just because it's like sometimes we just have to play towards like, or not play, but like really schedule everything around Twitch and their schedule for discounts and stuff like that. And I don't like that because I just want to like, we just want to have fun and enjoy ourselves. But then also it's like if people are, you know, if people are tempted and also like able to like gift any kind of like monetary means, then like I'd rather you not have to pay Twitch more money than they already are taking from streamers and stuff like that. Especially for like a lot of the cuts for subs is the worst, but even for bits it's kind of not great at the moment either. But I think that is a neat thing that they have offered. But I've looked at it a little bit, but I haven't like gone too far. Also, thank you again. Thank you for the level 5 hype train. Wait, what emotes are available? Okay, some emotes. I'm excited to see what emotes will unlock this next hype train as well. But let me go. Timer-chan is tired. She needs a nap. I need a scripter programmer. I do that sort of thing with computer stuff. I really hope someday, I'll be able to like, I don't know, just be way more comfortable money-wise, to be able to like, cause like the goal is to be comfortable and to be content. Well, you know, be comfortable with enough like what you're having, and then be able to like hopefully share, whether it's with your loved ones or your friends or whoever. I mean, that at least that's my goal, but it takes a while. I leave for a minute and Timer-chan was 3 hours and now she's 12. Yeah. So I'm gonna have a 10-hour stream today. Probably a 10-hour stream today to get Timer-chan to retire this weekend. It's gonna happen, okay? You can't make Timer-chan last forever. She's gonna retire. It's gonna happen. And I'm gonna keep track, and I'm gonna change the timer so it's actually accurate. Insert the community pizza meme. Should we make that? This is Annie coming back with pizza. Oh my gosh. Hi. Hello, Flows. How are you? Hi, Ranga. Hello, Mord. Oh, wait. Suyu, don't go to the moonlight. Oh my gosh. So Flows, are you doing Tsukiyomi today? Is that what happened? Hi, Moose. Oh, Ringa, thank you. Thank you so much. There is a hype train happening right now. Timer-chan is gonna retire. She's retiring this weekend. You can't stop her. It's gonna happen. I will stream 10 to 12 hour streams so she retires this weekend. It's gonna happen. You can't stop me or her. She deserves a break, okay? Oh my gosh, Emmy. Thank you for the double raid. So much is happening right now. I haven't actually opened this yet. Also, hello raiders. Welcome in everyone. How's it going? Hello, Emmy. Hi, Athletic. Hi, Ringa. Hi, Moose. Hi, Muske. Hi, Holly. How are y'all doing? How's it going? Hi, Trax. How's everyone doing today? Did you finish Act 1, by the way? I was lurking earlier.
Has gifted 1 subs to viewers.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to retire Timer-chan so desperately, but she went up 9 hours in the last 10 minutes. Hi, Kirsty. How are you? How's it going? I did not finish Act 1. It was against me today, but you finished 9. I'm trying. I have a mini list of like side quest things to do in 9. And I have a mini list of side quest things to do in 9 right now, and I'm gonna. Oh my gosh! Thank you.
Has gifted 10 subs to viewers.
Thank you so much. I am trying. I'm gonna try my best to finish today. Like I said, I have a mini list, and today's gonna be a long stream because I am so desperate to to make Timer Chan retire and also finish 9 because it's quicker. And I don't want to rush 9. I don't want to like rush through the small fun things of 9 and like the small little like joys of 9 either, to the point of like just like rushing for the sake of it. I want to finish it properly, and then next week hopefully we'll start Expedition 33 again, because it's been a hot minute since I've been playing, and I'm also rusty at parrying, so I'll probably have to redo a little bit of off stream. But yes, also, hi everyone, welcome in Raiders. I hope you all are doing well today. I hope if you're in the States, I hope you're having a nice day off. If you're not, you better be getting paid extra because it's a federal holiday. So get your get your money, please. I today, unfortunately, am begging this clown, or am I the clown? I'm begging this clown to please give me good cards. So I finished 5.3 this weekend, and I'm desperate for Shadowbringers characters, is what I'll tell you. That's what I really, really want. I will not further elaborate, just in case if anybody has not finished it, but I hope you all are doing time. It's boss time. I'm here to break the rules and hearts. What's good with you? I'm really excited to open some booster packs. Today I'm gonna try my best to finish Final Fantasy IX. I have a mini list that a community member has given me, so I really appreciate her. And yeah, I'm also gonna drink an energy drink because I am so tired and loopy. It's really tiring existing sometimes. And you know what? I want to tell everyone, and also myself, you're doing a great job. You're doing great. Let's continue. We gotta continue existing. It's gonna get better. I'm just really tired though. But we must persist. We gotta continue. And hopefully, maybe get some dopamine while opening some of these cards. I really need some. My soul's tired. Oh, I'm so tired. Hi, Sophia. Thank you for stopping by. Hi. Hello, Nina. How are you? Are you all ready? Hi, Spies. How are you? Oh, let me also I'm so sorry. Let me give out double shout outs as well, because Flo's also ended up rating us, and I'm assuming you finished Tsukiyomi Extreme, right? I heard about it, and I'm really excited for you. Are you planning on doing another extreme afterwards? Also, Emmy, thank you so much, by the way. Thank you so much for the raid. You're so kind and lovely. I hope you're taking time off, or, taking some time off and chilling as well this weekend. Collector's Booster Whale. Okay, wait a second. To my defense, this one was a gift, but the Collector's Boosters I did buy, I bought them before they went up 200%. Because MSRP, these things are supposed to be $37.99. I paid with tax about $50 per, and I did have coupons, and I did have rewards points that I used on them. And I used gift cards, so not as bad. Not as bad. I'm going to drag. You're gonna do mine? You're gonna do Tsukiyomi 9? I'm excited for you. Okay, let me go back. So yeah, we're doing Stormblood Extreme. Somehow Ranga forced you to start progging. Tsukiyomi is your first? My first one. Oh gosh, we did some Realm Reborn ones at first, but my first mine that we fully finished was very surprising, but we ended up doing Nidhogg. Ended up doing Nidhogg Extreme Mine on stream without VC. And then off stream, we ended up progging in Discord as like a group for a few Sundays, and we did Shinryu Mine Extreme, which I like now. Like I really appreciate it, and my brain is forever seared into the mistake that I continually made until we actually like cleared it. But if you ever need any advice for Shinryu Mine Extreme, been there, done that. It was a good time. the thing is as well, we did it on stream. We did it on stream, and there was no VC, so we were only just text talking and then me talking to stream as well. So that was a challenge that I probably wouldn't do again. Unless we were in VC together and then I just basically like not allowed voices to be on stream. I might do that, but I feel a lot of pride for doing Nidhogg Extreme mine. Man, the cross bombs, like that's what threw me off so badly, but I feel like we cleared up until that phase so well so many times, but that part messed me up. I think we even had to do at one point, we might have had to do an LB3 healer, because I played healer for that one. I played White Mage. I played White Mage for Shinryu too. And then I think I died at the very end, but I didn't count it because I know my mistake. We're only able to prog so much because we decided to gather a VC and proper call. That's really, I'm so glad. That is so smart, and honestly, it's worth it. It's worth like being in VC. It is so much easier, and everyone like asking questions and like being on the same page. And even in VC, sometimes we're not on the same page because I just didn't understand an explanation, and it was 100% my fault. But once I understood it, once we like talked it out and meshed it out, it was so fun to do it and see how much hard work happened, or like that we ended up doing. Oh my gosh, I hope so. Yeah, Daya, I really hope so. I really hope we get some chocobos today. Okay, so do we open this one first? Because I was thinking maybe we should open a normal one, and then we open the collectors to kind of like an appetizer, right? So maybe one appetizer and then we open the other ones. Okay, maybe? Yeah, I usually have the stream delayed, but that before, but am shy. I definitely understand. I will say, for a little while, I was a little like nervous and shy as well to kind of like talk to people in BC that, you know, that I hadn't like talked a lot beforehand, but you kind of get used to it over time and you kind of feel more comfortable. And it's just like trying to find, you know, the balance and the vibe with like all the friends, and then also like trying to learn how to not talk over each other. But I think that's with just practice and stuff. But it's a lot of fun, and we've like been regularly having like occasion. We do Orban a lot. So this is the Shadowbringers the third Shadowbringers Alliance raid. We do regular Orban runs in my Discord just because we like to. So we just force an entire DC to run Orban potentially multiple times a night. Just because. And honestly, I'm like pretty decent at Orban. I've like gotten a lot better. I've gotten a lot better. I could almost do all the callouts. And we're working on like me not being loopy and hopefully not dying. I don't know anything about strats. I'm just like there and I get confused. No, don't, like, absolutely, like, do not worry. Like most of the times when I would go into extremes, I kind of go in blind, and most of our lovely, wonderful friends and raiders, they help me get the strategy, and then we learn that way. Yes, oh, the third one. Yes, the third Stormblend Alliance. If I said something differently, ignore me, because I don't, my brain doesn't work. Okay, let me see if I can, is this one ready? Yeah, nice. Okay, we were able to give one to Emmy too. This is the kind of suffering we would 100% subscribe to flows. Don't fault yourself. Honestly, yeah, it's like, it's always a learning experience. Like, never feel bad. Like, as long as you're always open and willing to learn, like, there's absolutely like no, like, there's no harm done. Like, so, like, no one's gonna kick you out. No one's gonna kick you out. No one's gonna be like upset if you don't get it. It's just like always trying to help each other and like honestly lift each other up. From like, if you don't understand this, like, why is that? It's like, are we not explaining something wrong? Or is it not clicking? It's like, yeah, well, there's no reason to like pull each other down if there's like disputes or whatever. It's like, we're trying to make sure everyone gets lifted up. With the MOG event, and I want to do the third again because the fights are so cool. Honestly, it's great. Okay, so, I think for my birthday, which is in September, it's not my birthday today, don't listen to chat. But I think for my birthday, I want to maybe try to do Evilise. I'm one of the Evilise raids as all healers, because last year we did, I think, one of the Heavens Ward ones as all tanks. So I hope I hope we get to do all healers for one of them. As all healers? I don't know if we can do all of Evilise as all healers, but maybe like some, maybe one of them. I mean, if we do all 3 of them, that'd be great, but I don't know if that's actually feasibly possible. Yeah, no problem. It's an extreme. We're not supposed to clear on the first one. Yeah, absolutely. That's 100%. We're not supposed to, even though like we wanna be perfect the first time we do everything, always. Perfectionism speaking. And that fear really like, that fear kind of like makes you like tempted to not try things, but it feels better once you get your foot into it. 24 healers. I want 24 healers, yes. 24 healers. Maybe all shields? Well, the thing is, Scholar... The issue is Scholar Shield... Okay, Scholar Shield and Sage Shields don't... Like, they don't stack, right? But Astro Shields and also White Mage Shields... Astro Shields, White Mage Shields, and one of the 2 shield healers will stack. So we need a variety. And I've had people who were mad for no reason. We're just learning. Yeah, I honestly, I think I've only ever gotten mad at myself is the biggest thing. It's because like I'm frustrated that I don't get it, or like it's like not clicking, but it just takes time, right? All healers, so that includes warrior, right? No, all healers, all healers. Thank you, Nina. Thank you so much, by the way. Also, thank you for all the follows. Also, okay, Spice, thank you for the 15 months earlier, right before the chaos happened. Nina, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for the raids, everyone. And thank you for being here and hanging out. White Mage and Astra stack with all. Yes, yes. It is nice to have like Divine Benison, like throw it on top of whatever other shield. And oh my gosh, we were talking about this because the Blackest Night, which is a shield. Oh my gosh, there it goes. Oh, okay, it just doesn't want to announce it. Okay, thank you for gifting a sub to Mord, by the way. I appreciate it. Let's go. Let's go back really quickly. Shake It Off is 68 though, and then Blackest Night is, yeah, it's 25%, which is really, really nice. And it's like such a huge chunk. I mean, I know there are like, I know like as for like a single target, that's huge. That's really, really good. When I was a novice, someone said my damage was low and it looks like I was healing the boss. Bruh. Like, they need to like ego check themselves, because like why are they punching down on somebody who's like literally trying to learn? Like there's something wrong with like truly it's well, there's like one thing to like, I don't know, there's one thing to be like frustrated and just like kind of like joke and meme about it with your friends, but to literally say it in the chat to direct it to somebody, I think that's too far, and that's like really, really obnoxious and annoying too. Una is cracked. I don't know if I have her actually. Okay, all right, let's probably open our first. We're just gonna open a booster pack and then we'll open a collector's one afterwards, all right? So what I will end up doing is some of these cards are going to be spoilers. So just as a heads up, Flows, I'm not sure what expansion you're in, but I do want to warn that there are definitely Endwalker spoilers in some of these packs, but I will not be looking at them. And I will also be warning everyone which game it's from and before we end up flipping it. So I'm also trying to evade spoilers at the moment too. Several summers later, I've cleared the tier before them. Oh. Okay, all right. So I also, let me move things around, sorry. I also, because we have opened several packs, I have a cardboard box with all my cards, and a lot of these cards are actually organized by, here, let me show you. All of these cards are actually organized by games. So these are all my Final Fantasy 1 cards. These are Final Fantasy 2, 3, and then I kind of divided them. There's some overflow as well of things I need to organize later on, and then these are just random Pokemon cards that I have that I need to get rid of. Well, I get rid of, I mean probably give to my friend. I'm in Shadowbringer, so don't worry. I'll look away if needed. Okay, perfect. Where Shadowbringers are you, by the way? I finished 5.3, so that's where I'm at. Look away, you haven't passed notice. Oh, you haven't passed me? Okay, perfect. Thank you for telling me. Yes, I am in 5, I finished 5.3. This game, I'm like really normal about this game though. Final Fantasy Pokemon Edition. Do you actually play? I'm actually opening them because of Final Fantasy, but I may be convinced one day to try Arena. MTG Arena one day. I have heard about it. A lot of people have told me in chat as well. So there's a possibility we may try one day. But at the moment, I'm very much a Final Fantasy variety streamer. I play a lot of 14 and I'm finishing 9 today. But we do have these for later, right? Eventually, if we ever play. I actually have some friends who've been like playing with only Final Fantasy like decks, which is neat, and I have a lot of these cards at this point, so I should do something with them, probably. Arena is so fun. Good luck trying. I'm probably nervous. I don't know what to expect. Can you play against bots? Can you play against bots in Arena? They banned a bunch of standard ones, and oh, Final Fantasy is able to shine now. You play bots before. Okay, you can play against bots, thank goodness, because people scare me. I'm afraid of people. But yes, even in FPS games, which I used to play a lot of, I used to play a lot of TF2 and a good chunk of Overwatch. I always would play against bots before we did anything else. But bot decks are terrible, absolutely terrible. So there's only certain decks you can play against bots? Hi, Nihilus. It's not my birthday. Don't listen to my mods. That's not gonna come back and bite me in the butt or anything like that. But yes, I'm sorry, Nihilus. My alerts are not working. I don't know why. They're being dumb. Happy birthday notice? It's not my birthday. So happy. Okay. So happy. So happy. That's why we're gonna open cards today for dopamine, and I'm ready. You know what I really would want? I really want barbecue. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. I can't help it, okay? I can't help but seeing. Oh, I'm excited. I'm sorry. I'm really excited.
Happy birthday. Didn't notice.
Everything is fine.
Didn't be so happy the rest of the country celebrates.
Oh,
your
you can do
birthday with
whatever.
lots of
I
munitions
see.
being detonated,
Got it.
tasty barbecue, and sometimes copious amounts of alcohol.
Nihilus,
Can the mods
thank
have
you.
some cake crumbs when the rest of your guests have eaten?
You can have whatever you want, Nihilus. All right, it's fine. Okay, so this I know that this one is an art card because it has a white back to it, right? So there is an art card. So what am I gonna do? Okay, so what I will grab is I'm gonna grab a blank sleeve, which I ended up buying some sleeves at like the card store, the local card store.
Happy birthday. I
And
also heard you were
I'm gonna
threatening
cover
to
myself.
fire Timer Chan and abandon their Timer family to fend for themselves.
Did not fire Timer Chan. Okay, Timer Chan literally is going to retire, is what's happening. Also, she messed up the time again as well. I'm pretty sure. I need to fix Timer Chan again.
Yami Shinta has gifted
So
5
much.
subs to viewers.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my goodness. Do you actually go to local to buy these? So for these ones, okay, so these ones, I actually ended up getting this as a gift. So these were like a pre-order buy, so I think it was closer to MSRP. This one, I'd bought, so this one was also a gift, but the ones that I had bought, I actually went to GameStop because my local store, do you know how much my local store was selling one booster for? $69.99, $70, right? And I was able to get this one for $50, unfortunately, which is, I don't like that price either, because MSRP, they're $37.99, right? But these ones I was able to buy for $50, but I was able to buy I used gift cards that I had, or discounts, or like coupons or whatever. So I ended up paying less, but I'm so annoyed because it's $70 for one. You're supposed to play with the boosters, yeah. So these ones, once again, I got these as a gift. Otherwise, I really like them though. It's really cool, and I'm sure maybe we'll get some use out of them. Maybe we'll play them. It is so expensive. It's so expensive, but I really do enjoy the art cards, which I've gotten a couple. So, we have, this is one of the art cards. I haven't played Final Fantasy VII, okay? But I put him in here because I know a lot of people like him. And I also got this one, which does have the foil signature, which is cool too. So this is Final Fantasy X. Been on the gym grind? Nice. I've also been trying to do more cardio. I actually have been doing cardio, like I did it like 3 times this week, which has been great. And I'm trying to, do need to go to like the gym to actually like lift weights again. So, okay, sorry. I am getting distracted. So, frick, how do I do this? How are we gonna do this? So I will just, I'm gonna pull one, right? And what I'm gonna do is I will tell you what game this is from. This is Final Fantasy 8. So it should be okay. I don't think this will be spoilers. Have we gotten this one? We have, I think we may have gotten this one before. Okay, nice. Sorry, it's not the best camera quality. T-Rexar, nice. Dino. Okay, next one. This is Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 9. I think this might be a duplicate. I feel like this might be a duplicate. I really want 14 cards and 9 cards at the moment because that's what I'm playing. Oh wait, this is 11. I read this wrong. I'm sorry. I read it backwards. not on late onset dyslexia. No, I don't think I do. No, this is 11. We've had this one before too. I just finished cardio and your calves hate me. Good, that's good for you. Also make sure to eat enough food and stretch after cardio. So a top blue common. We're gonna try to go fast-ish. This one is 5. Okay, it's 5. I have not played 5 yet, so it should be okay. You don't have dyslexia? I don't think I do. I'm pretty sure I don't. Oops. Okay. We've gotten Gale Cap before, which I didn't realize it was from 5 as well. This is 6? Okay, 6. I've played 6 before. Another suplex! I'm sorry we're not doing this traditionally. It's just to avoid spoilers just in case. Suplex! I love 6. 14 card! Okay, alright. 14 card. I'm gonna look away, and you have to tell me if it's safe or not, alright? 14 card? Wait, did I position this right? Okay. 14 card, look away if you have not finished 14. Because we don't know if this is a spoilers or not. Is this a spoiler? I can't tell, and I'm nervous. Oh boy. Foam rollers are great. Safe? Oh, dang it. A Namazu. I know! A Namazu! It's fine. Namazus are fine. I know. Exactly. Hello, you little bastard. Same thoughts. Okay, this is 13. Okay, we've got this one before. I was a little concerned that I have not seen it. Very throw in the fire worthy. Namazus are cute and must be protected. Protected. All of them. Okay, this is 13 as well. Throw this into the fire. Oh, can I look at that? I'm not sure. Am I able to look at this? Is this spoilers? I glanced at it, but I'm unsure if this is something that I should maybe not look at. I can just put it into the pile and not worry about it. Technically, okay, I'm just gonna put it over here. I'm just not gonna look at it, all right? I'm not gonna look at it. I like glanced, but I'm trying to go fast so we can get to that collector's booster. 7. Okay, I have not played 7, and okay, can you all tell me if I'm allowed to look at this? If you played 8, then you will forget. Oh my gosh. This is kind of shiny, isn't it? Oh, am I allowed to look at this? Full art? Full art? Can I look at it? Sleeve it? Sleeve it? Okay, I can do it. Can I look at it? Can I even look at this? It's safe? Oh, that's so pretty! Oh, this is early. This is really early in the game. Oh my gosh. This is in like the first town, right? Oh, that's really pretty. That's my wife. Hi. It's one of the reprints of the re-arts. It's really, I like it. Ooh. Oh, it's a reprint of Stroke of Midnight. That's really neat. Oh, that's pretty. I like that. Oh, a full art. We love that. Okay, sleeve. Is there a proper way to put things in sleeves? Asking for a friend. That's a great card. I'm really excited as well. I'm gonna go have a shower and ready for the day's shenanigans. Do you have any parties that you're attending today, Nihilus? Some time off? Yay! Our first shiny card. Asking for a friend. I have the same one. You have the same art as your PS4 theme. Work on the 4th. Stay safe. Yes, please stay safe, Annie. Notice before the collectors. Just see Discord. I'm okay. I mean, Super, we can talk about it afterwards if you want. Okay, this is Final Fantasy 5. All right. Okay. Can I look at this? Can I? I think I can. It looks like a chocobo. Girl, yeah. Aww. I won't look at the text at the bottom. Hi, Kevlar. I'm gonna put this on the side. I've only played that once, and I drew 12 cards and died. No. Just don't read the bottom. Yeah, I won't read the bottom text. Thank you. This is 10. Okay, I've not played 10. Is this safe to look at? I'm leaning towards spoiler side. Okay. If it's not safe to look at, I'll just put it elsewhere. Is flavored text and the text is not italicized is completely safe. Oh, okay. Thank you. I did not know that, Andy. Don't read the text. Okay. I won't read it. This is a new card. We haven't gotten this one before. Art early game? Okay. I think so. Out of context doesn't make sense. Okay. The relegated text is just the abilities. Oh, this is a 5 card. Okay. How many more do we have in this? Not many. Okay. You ready? Oh, I wonder if I'm not supposed to look at this. Should I just put it away? Spoilers. Okay. Spoilers. I'm gonna for anybody who wants to look at it. I'm not gonna look, but here. Seal it. Spoilers. Okay. All right. So I have a spoiler section in my deck back here. So I am gonna put it back there. Spoilers. So spoilers, and then also I have some of my shinies in here, or my full arts. When you finish each game, you gotta go back and look at the card. I do. But it's gonna be a while. The next game the next Final Fantasy we're gonna be playing is probably going to be, oh gosh, probably 7. So we'll be able to go through all the 7 ones. It has gotten thicker since the last time the mega spoiler card. It's been a little bit. Yeah, it's gotten a little bit. But we also have some more like normal pulls too. This is 12. Can I look at that? I think, have we gotten this one before? I think we have gotten this one before. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true as well, Andy. Oh, gosh. So that means I need to catch up on stuff. If we ever end up playing, I suppose. I'm only collecting 14-year binders, literally. Is going to be literally spoilers. Should I just put this one away? I know this is a character, but I'm assuming I shouldn't read it, at least. Sorry, my camera keeps on being wonky. Safe? Okay. This is a rare card. Be a cool commander. Catch up on stuff. Sounds like we need to go timer chain back to the 40s. No, we're working on it, okay? Well, the thing is, we're trying to go fast super. I think it's the biggest thing. Oh, it's a 14 card! Okay. No, wait. I'm not gonna do this one yet. I'm gonna do this other one. I'm gonna do this other one before. I think this is a land card. Or a token card. I think it's a land card. Okay. Wait, I can look at this. This is 6. Okay, this is a 6 card. This is a 6 card, and then we're gonna do the 14 card afterwards, okay? So 6 and then 14. Can my camera adjust, please? It keeps like trying to like autofocus, and it looks really bad. Okay, 6. I've played 6 before. Ah, Vector. So this one is a shiny Vector card. Hello, shiny. I need to put this in a sleeve later. Okay, so this next one is 14. All right, this next one is 14, and I'm gonna need help, okay? Am I allowed to look at this? Can I look at this? I hate the autofocus. This is not even on a webcam. This is literally just my phone, but I'm using like a software, and it's like not, it's not using the full capabilities of my phone, which is fine. All right, are you ready for this one? Oops. I fear this may be spoilers, but I hope this is a good card. Okay, all right. Can I look at this? Am I allowed to look at it? That's not 14. Oh, it's 16! Frick. Oh, wait. I didn't even read it right. I'm sorry. I need to calm down and not read so quickly. This has happened several times. I'm sad now, but am I allowed to look at it? I know, I got scammed. I apologize for scamming you. We got a chocobo, but not a neon one. Early game? Okay, all right. That's okay. That's fine. Oh, wait a second. We're not even done. Wait a second. We're not even done, everyone. We have another card. I haven't looked at it, but we have an art card. I put that in a deck. Chocobo. We got a chocobo. Okay, all right. We ready for the art card? I don't know what this game is. I don't know which game this is from because I didn't read it yet. So we're just gonna find out together and be surprised. You can literally read it right now if you want to. Okay. Who's it gonna be? Who's it? What is this? We saw the spoiler text. What is this? Can I look at it? No, put it away. I can't look at. Oh, what game is this from? Wait, what game is this from? Wait, what game? How hard seal it? Okay, hard spoilers. What game is this from? 14? We got a 14 card. Oh my gosh, I'm so. I can't even look at it. I have that. It's sick. Okay, mega seal. Okay, hopefully everyone looked away when we told that was spoilers. I have to double seal this one. I have to double seal this one because the back is a spoiler too. Well, seal with all the others to mega seal it? Okay. I don't want to like damage this, the thing. It's fine. Okay. All right. Was it a really cool card? At the very least. It is an art card. And it's a spoiler. It was really cool. It was like really cool. Okay. All right. Do you want to see it again though? It's gorgeous. Okay. You want to see it again really quickly, but I'm not going to look at it. It's one of the ones I want. Okay. I'm going to show everyone again. But I'm not gonna look at it, okay? Is it upside down? I missed it. Okay. I don't know. Is this up? Okay. So 1 second. I am going to do this, right? So I need to position it properly. So I'm gonna position it. Look away. This is spoilers. This is 14 spoilers. Look away. Am I holding it upside down? This is right. You can see this, right? Looks like you need to commit to MSQs. Look at these pretty cards now. Okay, I'm glad we got a 14 card though. It's okay, it's the correct side. Ooh, ah, admired. I would have never guessed. Okay, I'm putting it away. I'm not even looking at the text. I can't look at the text. Okay. One day, I'll find out who you are. We needed this. We needed this as a chat collectively, right? This is needed. Singles are a thing. That's my oxygen. Okay, we're safe now. We're safe again. We're safe again. It's in here. It's safe. Super, I'm glad that you are being wary and safe as well. The art is relatively cheap. Okay, that's good. That's nice. I'm glad that there's plenty of them. I'm assuming it's just the signed ones that are a little bit more pricey. Most of the ones, the art singles are like 20. Okay, nice. We pulled pretty well in that one. We got a full art and we got an art card. We got an art card. We got a 14 art card. Imagine if you pulled a signed one. I only have one signed card. I have a I really want VV. I want a full art VV. I would love to get more signed cards too. But yeah, I have a gold signed one. I have one single gold signed one as well. Wait, oh man. I feel like that card, the one we pulled, would probably do well in one of these cases if I could actually look at it. But this is my other gold sign one. VV is correct. VV is so uncommon as well. Well, but he's also, no, Spies, you were telling me that he plays really, really well, right? Like he's like really strong. Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready for the booster? Kefka, please. Please, Kefka. This is not gonna work. We can't like, what's the word? We can't, what is the word I'm trying to look for? Like, not negotiate. We can't talk to this clown. He's not willing to listen. People are playing VV in eternal formats. I want VV so much. I saw a more Reddit thread this morning asking to ban VV. But VV's my son. I love him. But why is the Popoto rare? Is VV a rare variety of Popoto? He's a rare variety of small. He is a rare small. VV's kind of broken. I love VV so much. Okay, I might. They're not usually sealed, but I think wherever this store was, they ended up sealing it. Okay. No, everything should be shrink wrapped. Everything should be shrink wrapped. The ping part is so unnecessary. Ping whenever you play a card. Very cautious if not. Well, the thing is, they're like in most retail stores, they're not shrink wrapped. I'm pretty sure they just come in the cardboard. But I think this place ended up extra shrink wrapping it. But then like it kind of got like, it's cardboard, so I don't care about this, right? And I have other ones, but like it got smushed a little bit, which is fine. And also like the card is held in by like that sticky back stuff, and sometimes it will shift and move because this one was moving earlier. Highly likely to be fake or tampered with. These ones were a gift, but the other ones that I have bought were from GameStop, so I should be okay in terms of like any kind of fake ones. Buying secondhand probably would be the thing to be wary about. Okay, so I'm able to open this with my nails because it's a paper So I think the reason why they ended up making these ones is because of like the seal, especially this paper. It would be very difficult to like open it. Because I think there's only one way to open it. Yeah. Very difficult to like reseal this because it's like that type of shiny paper that like if you try to peel off, only part of it will peel. Okay, so and then also yeah, I'm trying to separate this cardboard as well. Okay, fine. Ooh. We opened one last time as well, but like ugh, the art. Free free ASMR. The art's so good, as much as we hate Kefka. See, it's supposed to be like sticking on the sticky part, but it kind of falls sometimes. I've been listening so much brain rot from your students, your ears are bleeding. Oh, I'm sorry. Cardboard ASMR. But I think the art's really cool because it kind of like wraps around as well. So they did a lot. Oh, not this side, but the other side did. Kefka! Okay, that's fine. I'm nervous. I'm really nervous. So the collector's boosters doesn't have like a token and a land, right? It doesn't have like the same format as the player boosters. It really is so much paper wasted, and it's annoying too, but like I guess for safety reasons or for like resale reasons or whatever. If I could, I would just buy boosters, but my local stores didn't really have them, aside from the place that was selling it for $70 per one, which was almost just so much of a markup. Okay. They should have a foil and a land token. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dan. This is my first collector's booster that's just for me. You know the last collector's booster we opened? It was for Super. And he got 2 Yastrolas! Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. It's fine. I'm not jealous or anything like that. I'm not jealous that he got 2 Yastrolas or anything. Maybe I'll get 2 BBs. I would love that if I get 2 BBs. I would also want another Shadowbringer's Grandpa. I want a Shadowbringer's Grandpa and I want a BB. It's your rune. It is your rune art power. Oh my gosh. You should share one with you. Okay. I have a question. We want more spoilers. So last time, also like the difference between the collector's like packaging and the booster packaging, it's definitely very different. Like this is much thicker plastic. We talked about this last time. And it's clearly because, you know, it's a collector's booster. It's like supposed to be more premium and like, you know, safeguard the cards inside. And also it's like a bajillion times more expensive. It's like $7 for one player booster, right? Versus $37.99 if you get this retail. Oh, so should I pull the first 2 cards to the front? So the back 2 are like the land and the token, right? And then I'll have the other ones like normal. So this one already, whatever this first card is that I'm pulling like on the back, it is. Oh, okay. I'm scared. I'm so scared. So I do, yeah. So should I pull the last 2 to the front? Or there should be 2 to 4 big cards in the front and everything else is normal. Should I pull the front 4 and put it in the back? Because I want to save the back cards for the best ones. So what's the best way to pull the cards, if there's anything, if there is a preference or anything like that, or if anybody like, I'd pull the first 4 to the back. Okay, I can do that. 1, oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. 2, I just 2, 3, 4, Oh my gosh, I'm scared. Something's going on. Sorry, something's happening in these back cards. I'm like super nervous. I'm very nervous. Oh my gosh. Okay, I know there's something going on there. Shuffle the deck. Imagine yeah, let me shuffle my collector's booster. Okay. Okay, all right. I'm fine. I'm normal. I'm so normal. I'm so normal. Okay, so this one, let's see. So this one's fun. This is 10. Yes, Final Fantasy 10. All right, I don't know if this is going to be a spoilers or not, but I'm going to look away. All right. All right, let me move you all over. Okay. Ready? Can I look at this? Gold chocobo? You think it's a gold chocobo? 10? Yeah, it's 10. It's Final Fantasy 10. Oh gosh. I don't think I've seen this card before. No, don't look at it. Endgame? Endgame? Okay. Sleeve and go away. Here, let me show. This is Final Fantasy 10 endgame spoilers. I will show chat, but I will not look at it, okay? I'd sleeve this whole pack. Oh yeah, you're right. I should sleeve this whole pack. Let me get my... Let me... put this away. Okay, so I'm gonna put it face down. I'm gonna place... Wait, can you face down cards in Magic? Do you face down cards in Magic? Foils aren't more than 50 cents usually. Okay. Wait a second. I'm not gonna put all these in my purples. I have clear ones that I bought. I have limited clear ones. I bought a lot of purple ones. It makes me happy that you got purple sleeves. I really like the purple sleeves. They make me very happy too. But I did get some clear ones. Because they were on sale. I may have bought a lot of them, so I might need to get rid of some. Okay. Clears are a must for double-sided. Absolutely. Okay, so this one is Final Fantasy 3. Oh, it might be a spoiler for me because I'm still early in 3, but we should be okay. Okay, Final Fantasy 3. Hi, nerd. How are you? Okay, can I look at that? Is it just a crystal, hopefully? We love purple. Here, I can show you as well. Up here. Another good card. Crystal? Oh, the wind. This is the beginning. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's fine. Oh, this is like literally the beginning. I just recently replayed it. This is literally the very beginning. The wind crystal. I give unto you the last of my light, and with it the last hope of a fading world. Ooh, this is super early. Hi, Oni. Super hungry, only popping in to get some food and lurk. Yes, no problem. We got some really cool cards. Oh, nerd, I got an art card earlier. I got a 14 art card earlier. I'm sorry, I don't think I'm gonna be able to go back and grab it, but I think you'll be able to watch it in the VOD. It's apparently a very pretty one. It's really pretty, but I can't look at it. Crystals are cool, the red ones. You see some fringe plays. Ooh. Actually, wait, let me look at this again. I like it. It's really cool. I love seeing art. No, okay. Yes, really, Kevlar. I'm going to, just because. Hello, Control. How are you? This is Final Fantasy 15. It's a land card. I deleted that, even though I read it already as well. But how are you? How's it going? Thank you for the 100 bits, by the way. Control, how is your pulls, by the way? How have your pulls been? This is Final Fantasy 15, so this is probably gonna be spoilers for me, all right? Can I look at this?
Happy birthday to both Stream Daddy Notice and Marika. May your reign soon span the entire continent, even the lame cornfield part.
It's not my birthday. Am I able to look at this? Safe? Safe? Oh, it's land. Okay. Oh, road trip. Wait. Look. In the back, I actually haven't even gotten this one as a normal card yet. So this is shiny. But also, wait a second, that's the car from Final Fantasy 14. That's your favorite Planes of Three. Oh, no. Planes of the Three. That's so cool. I really love that. I really love that there are different planes and there's different arts for it. I love that. It's not my birthday. Hi, Q. How are you? Literally the first cutscene in the game, really. There's 3 full arts of each of the basic lands. Okay. Shiny. This is 13. Okay. Final Fantasy 13, if I read it right, which I should have read it right. Can we look at this? I'm nervous. Okay. I'm nervous for the rest of the deck. There's a lot in this deck, I feel like. I don't know. Okay, here, let me put it up here. I will sleeve it. Half of it is hidden. Oh, I'm so sorry. Can't read it. Should I put it away? Sorry. Got a full board of this cloud. Nice. I don't remember enough to say it's 13. Did I not say it was 13? Oh, I'm so sorry. You believe it's endgame? So no. Okay. All right. I'll put it away. You would say it's safe. Okay. I won't. I think it looks really pretty, but I'm not gonna look into it too much. Okay. I see. Thank you, Dan. It is a really pretty card though, but it is in game. Okay. Thank you, Kay. You got a Bartolus Go-Go! Oh, I'm jelly. Yeah, I do like the art. I think it looks really good. Okay. Oh, there's so many of these. Each one kind of like makes me nervous. Out of context. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, Final Fantasy 3. Ooh, okay, 3. Sorry, I apologize if my positioning is not the best. So Final Fantasy 3. Can I look at this? I can also put it up here too. Spoiler. Put it away. It's a spoiler if you haven't played 3, but I read the name. I did read the name, okay? I did see Cloud of Darkness, but I'm not going to look at it further. Spoiler-ish, but we played 14. Okay. Spoiler-ish if you haven't played 3. You are aware of it if you've played 14. Ooh. I will get to Cloud of Darkness in time in my playthrough. I am currently playing through 3 off stream. Banned from your own Twitch channel? Oh, dang it. I can't believe you. This is 13. Yes. XIII. Okay. Final Fantasy 13. Can I look at this? Oh, I can. Yeah, it's Chocobo. Oh, it's so cute. We've gotten this one before. Chocobo, look at it. It's so small. Oh my gosh, this is so cute. This is so cute. It's so cute. Look how small it is. I want to hold a Chocobo. I want a Chocobo plushie like this. It's so small. It's one of the few cards I actually want from 13, so I perk up every time I hear it. It's so cute. How's the pack so far? It's been pretty good. We still have a lot more to go though, so more exciting things. It's so cute. It's so small. Gotta be worth a good bit. You think so? I've gotten a common one, or I've gotten a non-shiny one of this. No, it's not notice size, no! It's so tiny. I love it. I love this small Chocobo. I'll do everything to protect it. Okay. 6! Okay, cool. I can look at this one. What's a phoenix down? I mean, I think I already have a phoenix down of this. I probably will not sleep with this. Let's leave that there. It's a phoenix down. We were bound to get one. We got bamboozled by the Namazu earlier, so a phoenix down. It's fine. Oh, 14. Okay, wait, did I read that right? XIV. Yes, it's 14. This is 14. This is 14. This is the correct number. It's not 16, it's 14. I double checked. Okay, everyone look away if you play 14. Well, if you are not caught up to 14, look away. Super, look away. Flows, look away. Me, look away. All right. You ready? Can I look at this? It's actually safe. Safe? Oh. It's a black mage. It's a black mage circle. I don't even Malay lines. It's Malay lines. I don't even play black mage. Malay lines. Okay, there we go. Hi Gummy, how are you? Black mage spoilers! It is. I know what ley lines are. I've learned a lot from, especially since the update, we've learned a lot from friends who play black mage. Hi Gummy, how's it going? You only spoilers, you die a lot because of it. But you have more mobility now, right? Since the update for black mage. This is 13. Malay lines tips. Tips a wide brim mage. Wait, where's my, I'm gonna pin that. It's a target the boss. If you put it down, the boss will swing at it. Oh, really? You can move the ley lines 100%. So kinda, I've heard that. I've heard it's like real, it's a lot nicer now. Imagine being able to wear hats. Okay, yeah, you did go back to being a big cat. It's true. Did you get any signed ones? I have one single signed art card. I have not, I'll show you in a little bit after we finish this pack. Okay, so this is 13, I believe. 13, yes. Okay, can I look at this? Leylines totally pull more aggro than Vogue. One day after raid, we all went into Stormbolt Alliance with five black mages safe? Okay, okay. Oh, we've gotten this one before. Okay. I haven't gotten a shiny of this lady. They coordinated to make certain images with their ley lines. It was funny. Oh man, I bet that was hilarious though. Especially as a top-down view. 13 characters that I don't know about yet. I have so many creature cards of her. I think I have like 2 of her cards. Or 3 maybe? Okay. I'm really nervous about the other part of this deck because I split it. This is 15. 15? Can I look at it? Oh, I can. It's instant ramen. Okay, never mind. We're good. It's a shiny instant ramen. Wow. It's a blue snakeskin veil. No, you'll get hungry. I am hungry. You're right. Oh, dang it. I did get hungry. Okay. Oh, okay. Wait, I can look at this. Oh, yeah, I can look at this. Oh, I didn't mean to flip it over like that. This is the white mage staff. White mage. Wow. Final Fantasy 1. This is, yeah, Final Fantasy 1. Nice. But it's also like you can see the shiny parts into the staff. Instant ramen from the game Cup Noodle Cup Noodle presents Final Fantasy 14. It is really pretty. As a white mage main, I love the shine on it. I like, honestly, you can see like the little like the little lines, little wind as well. I love that, and also the staff being like extra shiny. That's really cool looking. 15 had a whole promo event with really? They did? Did they like release limited edition like 15 noodles as well? You're currently playing 1. I like 1. I also like, yeah, I liked 1. I actually played it when I was sick. So there's a couple of things that I missed like very briefly, but I really enjoyed my time. Okay, so these cards scare me. Should we start from the back? Maybe we start from the back and we go to the front. How do I do this? How do I do this? Okay. I'm even like nervous to touch them. This one is from 7. Okay. Final Fantasy 7. I cannot look at this. 7 gamers, please help me. 7 gamers, are you ready? Okay. Wait, this is 7, right? Yes. Sorry. Flip it. Ready. 7? Can I look at it? Those Roman numerals. Okay, I needed a warm up, okay? I just needed a warm up a little bit. Don't look? Okay, right here. I'm not looking at it. Probably should not look. Okay. Is it a cool card though? Oops. I didn't even know this existed. Not a big deal. It's cool? Okay, it's cool. Cool card that I can't look at. Okay. Not worth a ton. Okay. I won't look at it. Not a big deal, but you didn't meet this character. Okay. Into the sleeve. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Let's do this one. It does look good. You got a special version? Ooh. This is Final Fantasy 7. Okay, 7? Oh, okay. I think you all will probably like this one. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, 7 again. Ready? Seven Pog? Wow. Ooh. Can I look at it? Oh, look at you, Steve! Oh, it's so cute. I think one of my other like streamer friends, mutual, she has this one too. Oh, look at it. Is it a surge? No, it's not. It's not a shiny. It's just a flat art card. Oh, that's cute though. Okay, she deserves a purple. Tifa gets a purple. Oh. This is a collector's pack. What does the number mean? Oh, what number? Yeah, it's 0206. What is melee? Oh, do you want it? Here, let me put it in the card and I'll show you. Whenever one or more creatures you control with power 7 or greater deals combat damage to a player, untap all the creatures you control. If it's the first combat phase of your turn, there's an additional combat phase after this phase. Nice. Well, this is probably one of our favorites. Okay, we still have like 3 more cards. Oh my gosh, no, there's something going on in this pack. Okay, I can't. Okay, let me pull one at a time. Oh my gosh, I'm nervous. I'm putting that there. There's something going on with this pack. I went up to get the gift bundle, didn't even get it. Now the collector's prices are insane. They are. Like, I wanted one of the gift bundles as well, just because it would be nice to have the box and stuff like that and to have like hold stuff in it. But like I definitely didn't get a chance. I didn't wake up early enough and I was like, okay, it's fine. I don't need it. Final Fantasy 10. Okay, 10 gamers. Tell me if it's a spoiler. Am I allowed to look at this? Those are the same box? Oh, okay, I see. Can I look at this? I will sleeve it, but just in case. I see that it's an arc. Here. It has like 1 collector's booster, if I'm not mistaken. It's the misprint. It's a location. It's fine. It's just location. Okay. There's a misprint in this one. Come down to like 1K now. I'm wondering if... Oh, it's an uncommon one. Cool. Just location. It looks cool. Oh, really? Okay, is it a translation thing again? Do all of them say, like, do all of them spell it with a K? Okay, so there's things going on with this one. Okay. Oh. Okay, I know what this one is. I can look at this one. This is Final Fantasy 4. Okay, this is this is Final Fantasy 4. It looks so good. Oh my gosh. It's Cecil. Oh, it's the shiny one too. It's Cecil. Oh my gosh. I love Final Fantasy 4. It's my Dark Knight. It's my Paladin. This is double-sided, by the way. Okay. It's not gonna be a spoilers on the other side, will it? Oh, you do? On Arena? It's that art, it looks so good. It's not gonna be a spoilers on the other side, right? It looks so good. I love it. Yeah, it's 4. Okay, we're fine. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. It's Cecil the Dark Knight. Oh my gosh, both sides are shiny too. Okay, and then Cecil as a paladin. That's so cool. That's so, okay, I have to put this in a clear card. Yeah, those are so cool. Those are so neat. This is so cool. It's 28? Okay. I don't care about the prize. I'm keeping this. Oh, I'm so happy that we've played 4 before. Oh, thank goodness for double-sided. So this side is like more of a texture. And the other side is a little bit more shiny. Ah, you're going to eat. Thank you, Renga. Thank you for stopping by the way. I really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with the raid and swinging by and being silly with us. Oh, I love this. Love that. Oh. It's such a cool card. Oh, honestly, the Paladin art is so good. But I love having a Dark Knight side too. The foil has to be more than 28. Oh yeah, it's a foil as well, if that makes a difference. Okay, we have our last card, and I don't know what it is, to be honest. I think it's also double-sided, actually. So. It's 15. Okay, it's 15. This card feels funny. I don't know why, but it feels thicker than the other ones. So, it's 15 stuff. This is probably going to be spoilers for maybe somebody, so look away. I'm seeing listings for around 28. Okay, got it. All right, ready? Final Fantasy 15? Can I look at it? Yes. It's food, it's a token card. Okay. And then a hero card, which is an Ura. Okay. Why does it feel thicker than the other cards? So we got an Ura, and it's a food card. It's just food. So I thought this card was gonna be the special card, but no, it's just food. We did get Tifa and we did get Cecil. Yay. Oh, I love it. These two are so cool. Let me get another one for the clear. It's because it's double-sided and there's a foil on it. Foil on both. Just a token. Just a token. Yeah, that makes sense. It's double-sided, but this one didn't feel as thick as this one. That's why I was like confused. I was like, this one's really heavy. Like, honestly, this one does feel heavier than my Cecil card. You'll Sorry, everyone. No golden chocobos. Wait a second. Should I? Oh, man. I'm like, honestly, I'm a little tempted to put Cecil in one of these. So yes, not shiny. but also we got this one. Pretty good. Where are the other ones that we gotten? No art cards, some characters, but I think these two are probably, yeah, these two are probably our the peak ones. Hi Cam. Probably the pastel link is lighter. I see. Sleeving stream? We are. And then Tifa. We got a Tifa! Probably one of my favorites. Dark Knight. This is a rare one, so Tifa is a mythic one. Redeemed Paladin? Okay. We did it! Okay. Dark Knight is the friend of the card. Okay, okay. And then... So some of these are other rarer ones. So Zidane is still here. Zidane is not a shiny, but he is one of our full art cards as well. I have Efreet, I have Garuda, Van. Oh yeah, here's our full art Ramu one. Or like our art card Ramu one. Hi Bio, how are you? Adventurer. Oh, this is my half Ragnarok card. And these are... I did get one VV. I need another VV, okay? We have Quina. This is a lot of Final Fantasy 9 cards. Then we have some I have 2 of my 14 cards here. More Final Fantasy 9. Another Final Fantasy 9. These two are on top of the list now. Oh my gosh. Zidane looks so good. Actual Vivi is like one of the most expensive ones in the set. Vivi is very uncommon, I've heard, and also I've heard he's broken too. And these are my spoilers in the back. And I have one art spoiler in here that's really pretty. You got a Vivi? I want Vivi. I want Vivi. My son. Vivi needs to come home. Hi Cam, how are you by the way? I'm glad they didn't ban Vivi. Not yet. Not yet is what we've been hearing. Vivi is broken. Luckily there's, they banned Core Steel Cutter, but Vivi is next. Is it only a temporary ban, or is it like a ban in like certain play? Okay, so all of these I need to organize later on too. Yeah, I can put these. Oh yeah, I have all these too. Woo. Wait, we got 2 Tifas today. I just realized we got 2 Tifas today. We did pretty good. Oh, okay, I see. Roaming around 14 looking for things to do. I hope you find something fun. How many boosters do you have left? Normal boosters? Let me count. I hope I get a VV. We got 2 Tifas! Okay. Super got 2 Stolas, we got 2 Tifas. Wait, 2? I missed the first Tifa? Oh, yeah, the other one. I see place spells, power up Vivi. I've been good and not opening another box. Now we're even. I don't think that's even. I literally haven't played 7. I have not played Final Fantasy 7. I'm so sorry. As cool as Tifa is, I've played up until the car scene, right? So she's cool, but I don't have an emotional attachment to her like you all do. Somehow Tifa staring up at the stars destroys a thing, gives a human. Okay, so how many of these do I have left? Let's see. And has nice hair. Okay, but like, Y'shtola sasses you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's make it an even 10. Let's open another booster. Which one? Shuffle my boosters. She's nice to people? Okay. That's cool. But like, I'm sorry right now. As far as right now in terms of attachment, I'm more attached to Y'shtola. She makes you feel bad in the morning? Okay, that sounds like a personal thing. And I'm not gonna judge you for it, but it's not gonna be applicable to me. Nice person. Okay, how about let's do this one? Okay, wait, no, does this one have Vivi in it? No, which one has Vivi in it? Left or right? Which one has Vivi? You know what's really funny? I wonder if some of these weigh heavier more than the others. My friend opened a shiny one. Right might be Vivi, left. Okay, the one with the cloud. Well, the one with cloud in the front. Okay, all right. Let me do a poll real quick then. Which booster? Okay, go for it. Also, I did allow points on this poll, so you better hurry. Which booster we open, left or right? I want to say right, which just probably means left. You can do extra votes with your points, but you only have a minute left, so you better hurry. So right is winning with 4 votes right now, 9 votes actually. Left only has 1 vote. We got 13 votes, 19 votes on right, 1 vote on left. We got 29 votes on right. We have 30 seconds on the clock. Now we have 3 whole votes for left, 45 for right, 15 for left. Who's trying to make this a 50-50? Because I feel like somebody will, and I will break the tie. If there's a tie, I will break it. So you better not try to make this a tie. We're not going to be opening both. Okay, we got like 3 seconds left. And left wins with their 130. Left gang wins. Okay, all right. She punches stuff. We have a customer at work that would come in with a scale and weigh Pokemon packs before any. I'm assuming that they continue, like, if they continue to do that, it worked for them, I guess. Time to open your daily pack. All right. Who had the turbo? Someone had turbo. Off by 1. Okay. Those 100 viewers voting. No, it was rigged votes. I was spam clicking left. No art card. Sad. I'm gonna pull the 2 back ones and put them in the front. Okay, so we're gonna do land first, and then we're gonna do... So it's going to be land... Sorry. Land... Land token. Notice that's pack battle. Pack battle? Well, if we're gonna pack battle, you're gonna get a better pack. Oh, Fantasy 5. Okay, I won't read into it, but pretty art. Sorry, we're kind of going fast. This next one is a token. I bet art? Yeah. You literally said let's battle, and then you already won. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Okay, so the backside is a wizard. So this is a token. So this is probably a hero. Oh, burb. Okay, we've gotten this one before. Basic swamp for you. This is Final Fantasy X. No, its name is not. I haven't seen this one before, actually. Can I look at it? Oh wait, this is a new one for me. I see it's Blitzball. Another Blitzball. These Choco tokens are annoying to deal with. Pretty. Blitzball mention? Time for lunch? Okay. Have a good lunch. Blitzball mention? Blitzball for 8.0 confirmed? Confirmed? Ten again. Oh, this is art. I'm sure 10 lovers would enjoy this. I'm going safe. Or I'm not looking at it. Combat tutorial? Literally tutorial. So that's Lulu, apparently? A character that you meet in the beginning? Lulu's not impressed. The dumb look on his face. This is 15. Okay. I'm assuming out of context this doesn't really matter. I did read the name Magitech. Gonna put it away. It's safe? Probably. I think out of context it wouldn't make a lot of sense, so I'm just not gonna... Yeah, I'm not gonna read it. If there's ones that I'm iffy about, I won't read it. Final Fantasy 1, not 14? How many have you read before? Oh, wait. Have I gotten this one before? Final Fantasy 1. How many have you read before, chat? Only occasionally. I don't think I've had this one yet. I played Final Fantasy once, so we should be good. It's pretty. I gotta play Final Fantasy 9 eventually. Also, hi, Lich. 7. Okay, I won't read this one because I definitely know I will play 7, and I don't know anything about 7. Hi, Church. How are you? Not 14. Spoiler? Okay. I won't look at it. Don't read. Don't read. Not safe. Okay. Here. You can read it. You can look at it. I'll put this away. I gotta ban it. I gotta ban it to the realm. It's banished. I've gotten it before though. Okay, it's the text is very spoiler. Okay, okay. Ooh, 14. 14. Okay, this is a apparently it's a common card, but I can't read this. Look away, 14 spoilers potentially. Can we look at this? Can I look at it? Safe? Oh. Okay, we've gotten this one before. It's the Minfilia card. And with the moon reference. White Urusite. Okay. I know. Final Fantasy 2, which I have not played. I know. It's safe to look at. Okay, it's a village. I'm sorry. I looked at it. Your favorite white common one? We're trying to zoom. Text a spoiler? Okay, I will not look at it. Thank you. I won't look at the text. I was just kind of like looking at the name. Final Fantasy 7. We have so many 7 cards. I want more 14 cards, please. I want more Shadowbringers 14 cards, please. Please, 14 Shadowbringers cards. Most locations should be safe out of context. Okay, okay. Can I look at this? I think we've gotten this card before. The outline kind of looks familiar. Here, let me show you. You send this one. No reading. No reading. Okay. No reading. Just gonna place that there. I've seen the art, but I have not. Yeah, I won't read it. Should I tuck it away as well? This is 7. Another 7. Okay, all right. 7 gamers, are you ready? Can we look at this? Explosive vegetation. No. For towns. Avoid this one too. Okay. Here. Anybody wants to look. Spoiler-ish kind of spoilers. Okay, okay. Will not look. Here's this one. Okay. God, I guess you gotta play 7. I guess I gotta play 7. Wait a second. Wait. 9. Okay, it's 9. I read this right. It's 9. Final Fantasy 9. Okay, 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 okay. Final Fantasy 9. It's Vivi. It's Vivi. But I have this Vivi card. It's my son. But I want the Vivi card. But look at him. Look at Vivi. I love Vivi so much. It's my son. Okay, I'm tucking him back here. Sounds like this is turning into Notice's first Final Fantasy VII stream. He wants uppies. Yeah, we need to pick up Vivi. So y'all were right. Vivi was in this one, but it's a Vivi I've already gotten. Final Fantasy 13. Okay, 13, everyone. Can look. Yeah? Here. Art safe, text avoid. Okay. Okay. Basically intro. Okay. Let's put that there then. We have like 2 more cards? 2 more cards. Ooh. Final Fantasy 3. Okay. This is a rare one then. I saw little edges of it, but can I look at this? It looks very pretty from what I can see. Safe? Safe crystal? Safe-ish? Oh, it's an earth crystal! Oh, that's pretty. We got the wind crystal and the earth crystal today. I won't read the text just in case. Oh, no, there's no text. Okay. That's really pretty. Jolly Rancher. Wait, let me get a sleeve for it. Let me grab the wind crystal as well. Yeah, I got the, where's the wind crystal? Not in this one. Where did I put those cards? Oh, that's the spoiler. This one. Ah, wind crystal. Crystals, War Crimes, Mainstream, Final Fantasy. Oh, I like this card. This art card's really cool. Okay, then we get our shiny. I think this is the highlight of our pack, this crystal. Just having the wind crystals. This is 15. Okay. 15 again. It's a shiny. 15. Should I look away? Does having the crystals summon Exodia? Safe? Okay. Oh. Whoa. Very monochromatic. Enemy? Okay. Nice. Because it's an artifact. Burb. Shiny. So I'm putting this in one of the thicker or the bigger sleeves to organize for later. So this is one entire pack. Then we got our crystals. I like this one. It's very green. I mean earth, right? They're a pain to fight. I don't know if I'll end up keeping them. Okay. This one was a fine pack, I would say. Vivi was in it. Vivi was in this pack, okay? But like my son was in this pack, but it was one that we've already gotten before. Our Jolly Ranchers. We did it. Man, collector's boosters are a high that we shouldn't try to replicate too much. It seems dangerous. I know I didn't get a VV card yet. I really, really, really want a VV card. That's my goal in the future. Like, we got him, but like we got VV, but we didn't like get the VV card. Which I honestly don't know how I'll even get. And I'm jealous because I know some people who ended up getting art VV cards. I'm so jelly. So jelly. What if do you think somebody will trade me a VV card if I offer them him? I don't know who he is. I know his name. But like, one Sephiroth for a VV? Maybe? I don't know. We'll wait. We'll wait until I actually open up all my packs and then maybe. No? VV is probably rarer. For the art version, the art version probably is more. VV's too busted. That's what I was thinking too. Maybe art for art? One Sephiroth for one VV? Maybe? You would if you had one. Maybe for Tifa? Maybe Tifa for it? Oh, if I traded Tifa? This Tifa? For a VV? Maybe. I would consider it. I'm sorry, Tifa, I don't know who you are yet. And VV is my, you know, my biological child, so... It's okay. We'll get there. We'll work on it. We'll find VV one day. We'll find my son. Okay. So one whole collector's booster. That was fun. I like the collector's boosters. Yeah, I can see why people get addicted to these. I see why people get addicted to cardboard crack. Tifa would sell so fast. Commanders enjoy the need. Enjoyers need that. Ah, I see. I see. You're addicted. You haven't even opened any boosters. I opened it beyond, like, on your behalf though. Oh, here's the other. My empties. Nice. Great job, everyone. We are going to... Where's my BRB screen? We're gonna head onto the BRB screen really quickly and situate stuff and get into Final Fantasy 9. VV art. He's only $1 to $5? Really? Wait, is it the VV art of him with his staff, like floating? Is it that one? Depending if you want the gold stamp. I don't want a gold stamp. I don't need a gold stamp. I don't care about a gold stamp. I just want VV. Just please give me VV. Okay, maybe I will be just buying an art card. Can I go grocery shopping? Okay, no problem. We'll be here. Okay, I'm gonna put Chill on this side. Put this over here. We're gonna take a quick little break. Move this over here. Start Final Fantasy 9. And yeah. Okay, let me pause this. Start up the music for it at least. It's 1 p.m. Oh, do you gotta do stuff? You got a static today? Have fun, no problem. Oh, have fun, Yami. Go eat tasty foods, hopefully. I really should have eaten. You know what? I probably should have just like ordered barbecue or something today. Something tasty. It's alright. I have food at home. I have food at home. You're ordering pizza? Ooh, pizza sounds nice. Barbecue, alcohol, fireworks. Barbecue sounds good. You could spend a few bucks on an art card or a couple more bucks and you can get a borderless foil. I don't need foils. I just want an art card. Honestly, okay, honestly, I think flat art cards look better than the foils. But that's just me. That's just my preference. I just like the contrast better. Like, why do I need a shiny when the art is already fantastic and amazing? If anybody can link me a VV art card in Discord later, you can. If you can. But we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait because there's still a possibility Vivi might show up. He might come home. All right. Let me move things around and then hopefully we'll get into the game. Also, I need to make myself a snack. I have some grapes that I'll eat. I love this song so much. It's the first one you learned on the flute. Oh, that's so good. That's so cool. Okay. I love that. Was it easy over time? Or was it like, or is it like one of the more difficult ones to learn? I don't play Magic. I only want that 14 card. If I can't get, I'll probably print it on a poster. Yeah, honestly, same. If there's certain art, like stuff, that'd be really cool just to print it and just like have it up somewhere or frame it. Oh, since you have to import them. I see. Okay, let me get rid of that. Okay, my phone did not die, so we are good. Okay, everyone, I will be right back. I'm gonna try to find a snack and some food in a little bit, and I will try to sorry, my brain. Get a snack. Let me grab my controller. We're gonna play Final Fantasy IX. We're gonna try to finish today. Try is the optimal word, but I'm gonna do my best. And then, let me turn the air down. It feels a little warm right now. Oh yeah, I was gonna drink my energy drink, but it's 4. It's 4 p.m. I'm fine. It's fine. Okay, I'll see y'all in a little bit. Okay, just waiting for the ads to finish. I put some meatballs in the oven, and it's like it's like veggie meatballs, and then I'm gonna throw some sauce over it later on. I'm actually really excited for it. Oh, really? If you listen close enough, you can hear the breathing of like flute players as well. I bet it's a synth. It's absolutely synth less like electronic. Are there also like flutes out there? Like it sounds like a really stupid question that as a non-music player. Are there like electronic flutes as well? Where it's like you play it like you normally would, but then it's like recorded like electronically? Like how guitars, but is that not a thing? Is that a thing? I'm not at all musically inclined. I don't know anything. Okay, I have more grapes. You can do it with violin or stringed instruments. Yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna say like probably the only thing that wouldn't work well is like, you know, with like wind instruments because you have to blow into them, but everything else that's like percussion or strings and stuff like that, it makes sense that would work. Yeah, but definitely have never heard of an electronic flute, aside from like a synthesized one, right? But who knows? Okay, cool. Where's my notepad? Let's make a to-do list. You know what? Okay. Also, Illuminati, thank you so much, by the way. Thank you for making me a list of like things to track or to do. So like just to keep note of in Final Fantasy 9 for endgame stuff, or like at least in this disc. I'm hoping we can get to endgame. I hope we can finish today. I mean, I'm willing to stream until like 12 tonight. Just because like I don't have anything better to do. Number one. Number two, I do want to finish it because the sooner we get more stuff done, like more first of all, more story, more content, and then also we can hopefully start another game next week as well. So yes, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the Google Doc that you made for me. And I'm gonna pull up the Google Doc and we shall kind of like go over like my to-do list, and I'm gonna write some stuff down. Mike can pick up a lot of unintended sounds, breathing, finger placements. Oh wow, even finger placements. It's great on strings because it adds character. And then I'm assuming like for people who do play instruments, you can really hear the difference between like, well, not like, usually you can hear the difference between like synth and non, right? Also, you're shaking your head. Flute players unite! I always wanted to play an instrument, and I was gonna, like, in elementary school, my parents asked me if I wanted to maybe pick up violin or something, and I didn't end up doing it, but I probably should have. It's really obvious for you. I think that's really cool. I think that's a really cool skill. Like, first of all, reading music is really, really neat. But then also, like, being able to pick up the tiny nuances in music. Oh my gosh. Like, I mean, I love music. I love music. I'm definitely a music appreciator. I mean, most of us here, a good chunk of us here probably have cried to music. And I feel like if I ever end up going into any of those, like, orchestras, the Final Fantasy ones, like the ones that are just 14 or like all of Final Fantasy, I'll probably end up crying. Like, I'm pretty sure I will. And, like, I will be a better person for it. So I'm really excited one day when I hopefully catch up, then I'll be able to, like, go to those. Because, like, music does things to you. I play bass, so synth bass sounds very unpleasant to your ears. It's very noticeable. Do you hear it in some, like, songs as well? Some, like, really produced songs? Distant Worlds or Nier concert would end my life. I need to play Nier. I need to play Nier so I can go to a Nier concert. Do they have them pretty regularly, like all like the Square Enix concerts like that? Okay, so priorities of where we should go. Okay, Medane Suri. So let me write that down. Suri with Garnet plus Aiko. Also, let me go into the game as well. At the very least, if we start up the game, we can also just like listen to some other music. Oh, is my controller not synced? Hello? Xbox controller? Please sync? Oh gosh, okay. Maybe I should play my... Oh wait, unsync. Okay. There it goes. Pink? Load game. Why do I have... Oh, this is another save slot that I ended up doing last stream. Okay, that's not really the music. That's not really the vibe. I thought it'd be... I forgot that we didn't have the, like, the fun overworld tune, so yeah. Damn. I think both the semi-regular are done. Not positive, though. Really, a synth sounds flat. Do you feel the same with piano as well? You just park in various locations just for music? A lot of synth programs are pretty good now, but back in the day for Final Fantasy IX, you could just definitely tell though. Okay, so let me pull up my the Google Doc again. So I might need to check up on that. I need to make sure the paper isn't burning. I need to make sure the paper isn't burning. Okay. Okay, so Medane Surrey, we need to go to a new location on the map. We need to visit Vivi's. We need to go to Vivi's old place. And we need to maybe look at the Stelazios? Okay. Find new place on map. Place with Quina. I'm really curious what their dialogue is gonna be. Oh, is it the jump rope stuff? Stelazios. Magnet. Yeah, I can do the Magnet quest. I'm down for that. Magnet quest. I probably will not do hot and cold today. I probably will refrain from hot and cold at the moment. Okay, so I might need to catch frogs. There's the hardest boss in the game? Oh. I don't think I'm gonna get Vivi to jump rope. I might not do Quizmaster. Okay. So we might try. I'm potentially willing to try this one. The friendly enemy, the quest, the hardest boss. Maybe. We'll probably finish all the other stuff before we do that. Maybe. But we can definitely go to Vivi's place. We can find the mystery place. Potentially do the Stelazos? Ooh, maybe. I might be down for that. I have a lot of them, but I have to figure out which ones I don't have. Okay, alright, cool. A lot of synthesized is pretty good, and then a lot of famous arts use synth in their voice. To me, it sounds bad, but it's not an easy topic to talk about. Yeah, I can see that. It's just like, I'm assuming for a lot of people, it's kind of like an artistic style or artistic choice of like whether they do that or not. And I think it's valid though, like if it doesn't sound good to your ears compared to somebody else's ears, because I think there's no way to be objective for that, because everything that is very subjective in terms of like how things sound to everyone, right? I also need to find this hidden, or this, there's somewhere, there's another, okay, how do I fly? Okay, it's gonna take a second for me to remember how to fly. Also, is this music too loud, or is it okay? If it's too loud, I might end up swapping things around. Okay. Quina, Vivi. Depart? And then I have to remember how to fly. That goes down. Oh, this is forward. Okay. Wait, here's a swamp though. Let's catch frogs! Thank you. I probably shouldn't decimate the population again, though. Or, we haven't done it before, but we shouldn't to begin with. We want a bunch of frogs. Thank you, Rabbit. Gold frog. Okay, Quina. It's hunting time. I'm gonna give it space. No. Wait, how do I capture the frog? Okay, it's B. Keep it. Lag. You working hard, Quina. Elixir! Okay, so we get an elixir for golden frogs. Yoink. Ho ho ho, I arrived. Quina the legend. I'm so glad that we got Quina. Like, we have a Quina card. I want more though. Oh. Okay. Too slow. Yes. Okay. A male frog? We'll let it go for now. I kind of want to alternate between frogs. I'm gonna keep it. I said I want to alternate, but okay, how many frogs do we have left in this pond? Let it go. Okay. All right. Just checking up on what kind of frogs are left here. There's not a lot in this one left. Oh, I could have caught it while I was jumping? Jump again. It's too fast. Okay. Rude. I kind of have a long way to go if I were to get too many. Okay, maybe I don't try to do. Let it go. Maybe I don't try to catch 100 today. I'm done catching frogs for now. How many frogs do you need for the quest? 99 frogs, I think. I think I need 99 frogs. You want to keep at least one so they can create more frogs. Yeah, we want to repopulate. So there's at least one of each in there. So that should be good. We can just like periodically come back. And if it happens, if we catch more frogs, the better. We still have to find, okay, so we need to go to Medainsery. We need to find this new location, Vivi's place, Maw Quest, and then maybe the hardest boss, but I am not going to guarantee anything. I actually, maybe, you know what? Instead of me going around in circles, I am willing to potentially look up the location of this mystery place. Oh, I'm also really bad at flying, apparently. I wish flying was easier in this game, to be honest. Okay, no. I still need to, okay, depart. Maybe pay them a dinner so they can get in a good mood. Yeah, let's have a cooking stream so we can, yeah, make sure that they are in a good mood to repopulate the frog population. What is this? Oh, okay, perfect. We needed to be here. So we need to go here with, actually, we need to go here with Garnet and, oh no. How? Did I make a mistake? I can't get on the airship. I don't think I can get on the airship. Okay, it's fine. It's super fine. It's super fine. It's completely fine. Oh. Did I block myself out of the way? Yeah, did I jail myself from the airship? Okay, we're good. We're good. No. I could definitely just like reload because I haven't done anything yet, so we should be fine. I was able to find it. We're good. That would just be hilarious and so painful if I locked myself out of the airship. Wait, I still need to go in there. So let me get switch party members. Winna, who will be back? Aiko. So, I don't think there's anything that we need here. Magic armlet, yeah. I think I've bought everything I needed from before. Phoenix down, potions, probably more potions. Okay, thanks Morrison. Hi Yilda, how are you? The mist covered up the sky. It makes me feel so sad, Kupo. Going back here, like, it's so sad here. I'm assuming I have to probably go to the other side. Mog isn't here. Yeah, we'll rest. A free place to rest. You broke it within an hour? What happened? Did you have to restart completely? This little Moogle. Chimomo? The fish? The fish has the fishing has been horrible since the mist started appearing. Oh! Wait a second! Wait, who was that? Wait, who was that? Okay, wait, I gotta go find them. The old records are fading because of the mist. Maybe it's because of the seawater. Okay, I gotta go find who that was. Where'd they go? Okay, I'm going back. Who's this jumpy person? Where are they? Are they in here? Oh wait, oh, am I just going back? Okay, okay, all right. Let me move forward. Oh, wow. Oh, like clearly seeing the summons too. Ooh. We repeated the mistake our ancestors made 500 years ago. We failed an attempted summoning at the foot of the Ifa tree. The area surrounding the tree was unaffected. We sealed the area as they would have 500 years ago. When the arrogant ones summoned a power that they could not control, holy judgment was passed. The jewel of this village must be served as a reminder of the day we had to leave our country. Okay, I know this one's remove. A freet? Atmos? Oh, the music here is really good too. Okay, so it's in a circle. Who was that? Why can't we find them? Where'd that person go? Have you seen anybody? So, Illuminati, was that what I was supposed to encounter there? Am I missing anything else? 400 miles today? Oh, that's fun. Are you staying the day as well to hang out with your friends? That was for the first part. Okay, okay. I feel like I must be missing something. I'm gonna double check the guide as well. So they jumped out. Where did they go? Who's standing on Michael's back porch? Okay. Alright, alright, alright. So I gotta exit the village. Also, I'm glad you're back home. Are you chilling for the rest of the day? Or hopefully... Maybe they're a stinky character? Maybe stinky? Okay. Let's see. Oops, I didn't mean to go back in. My member's very hazy. No, it's okay, you're good. I have a mini cheat sheet to help me out. So that's what I'm referring back to at the moment. It's apart. Man, this game is so tricky sometimes with the little things. Is anyone? Oh! It was you! What are you doing here? I tried getting back to the Mist Continent. The fossil route was blocked. The Alexandrian fleet was destroyed before my eyes. I became so weak after wandering around for days, then the Mughals here rescued me. And that's when I realized I've been selfish all my life. Oh wow. It's been so wonderful living with the Mughals. I haven't thought about money once since I've been here. I'm glad I lost... Oh, I'm glad I lost our last fight. You know? I saw some words that might mean something in the small room over there. There's something carved on it. Time moves forward once, time moves backward once. 9 is the last number. It's also the first. Okay, I gotta write this down. Okay, so is this something for Alexander? Time. Time moves forward once. Time moves backwards. Backwards once. 9 is the last number. It is also the first. Okay. Interesting. But if that's the... Okay, so if this is the hint, I wonder where we find more. Movement of time? It's talking about a clock. Forward is clockwise, and then backwards is clockwise. Or counterclockwise. Okay. Clockwise, and then counterclockwise. What clock? Well, I wonder what clock we'll need to access. Okay. All right. So at first I was thinking the clock at that tower that we ended up going to, where Amarok came to his senses of like why friendship and friendship and love is what we need to, like, friendship and love is all we need. And I think we could just I think we maybe confirmed it. Is it Eidolon? So Eidolon is the hint. So you have to figure it out. I give 15 minutes to go full performance. my brain is out of energy, saving it to balance. Honestly, it's, you know what? It's a Friday. It's one of those days. You can absolutely relax. Hey, look, it's like, it's the guy from the card game. Wait. Or something? Wait. Which card game? Are you talking about Zidane? Oh yeah, I forgot that I can just do this. I can just like, oh my gosh. Okay, I'm using my mouse. I forgot that I could just like hover over Fire Shrine, Estogaza, Shimmering Island. No. Okay, so Epson Castle is where I was thinking initially. Q Marsh, Water Shrine, Overlert, Wind Shrine, Clara, Armesia, Dali, Northgate, Harbor, East Cavern, Southgate, Treno, Marsh, the Harbor, Chemical Rock. I want to explore over here, but I think we're gonna go to here with Vivi and Quina real quick before we figure out where this next puzzle is. So we have a hint of where to go next. Oh, Eidolon Wall. Oh, I see. Okay. I'm just going backwards and forwards. It's okay. Okay, let me switch people first. Switch party members, please. Depart. Also, did you pull anything extra good, Kevlar? Aside from your art card, which I am jealous about. I am jealous for your art card. Alright. Time to go back. Visit Vivi's old place. I wonder if we need to go back here. Something smells. What's wrong, Quina? You just came out of nowhere. You know smell? Something smell wonderful. No, my nose doesn't work like yours does. Yeah. What happened? Is amazing, Zidane. Is miracle. Huh? It's a feast. That sound! Oh. Huh. Is unbelievable. Is this what Quina sees? Or at least what Quina, like, imagines this place to be? I know not where to start. What I eat first. Ho ho ho. Is Quina hallucinating? Is so good. Ho ho ho. Okay, Quina's feasting is delicious? Alright, Quina. Delicious. Was Quina hallucinating? What was going on with Quina? Delicious. Hey, Quina. I no eat anymore. What? Oh man. Oh, what happened? Feast is gone. What are you talking about, Quina? I think you were hallucinating. It is not true. I saw with my own eyes. But you were just running around. I smell something this way. Hey, Quina. Jeez. You stop. Huh? Wait, what? I finally hear. Who are you? You the one show me illusion? Oh my gosh! Wait, is this Quina's grandpa? No, not Quina. Is this Vivi's grandpa? That's like the doing the illusion thing. Okay. Who are you? You the one show me illusion? Quan. Is illusion only if you see illusion. You saw because you travel around world. What do you mean? Is cheap trick. Wait, what's happening here? Master? What are you talking about? He, my former master. He run away and escaped training. I know run away from training. It's you who make mistake. What? To eat everything? Not true way of gourmand. Your student already start to realize. Quina, what you saw, you used imagination. Is your imagination you used to eat? I not know, but it tastes like real food. Is all good. You travel around the world and gain imagination. People who have imagination have taste until they actually eat. Use imagination. It is possible to taste all foods in world. And no matter if stories somebody else tell, it's possible to eat with your imagination. How did Master's master learn to do this? Is because Grandpa! Oh my gosh, Vivi! Vivi! Vivi and his grandpa! Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Every time Vivi comes on screen, I get hysterical. Isn't that normal? Isn't that normal to get hysterical if Vivi comes on screen though? Definitely a Stola. There's a Stola in the next pack, I believe. I believe there's a Stola in the next pack. Also, hi church, playing D&D with friends. I hope D&D has been going fun and going well and y'all are having great adventures. Very normal. So very normal to freak out if Vivi is here. Vivi! Grandpa! And he's reunited. What happened to his grandpa though? Is this just like, not a hallucination, but like a vision? Grandpa! Ah, Vivi. You no grow much at all. Quan, please. This is your child, your grandson. Oh. Vivi, you no grow much at all. It's thanks to Vivi I learn about imagination. I teach Vivi who not know anything about world outside. My imagination grow very big as I teach him. Grandpa. To eat same as to live. Vivi, you understand? To see not only thing. To think and talk just as important. Life ends when you die. But but imagination shared with others live forever. My spirit almost gone. Is where my imagination ends. No. Are you going away again, Grandpa? Oh my gosh. Why is Grandpa leaving Vivi? I can't, no, I don't want this. No. Are you going away again, Grandpa? No. No need to be sad. Vivi, as long as you imagine, I bite. Gosh, no. Okay, no need to be sad. Vivi, as long as you imagine, I'm by your side. Quina, Quail, good luck. Master! No! Grandpa! No! Hey, who are you guys all talking to? What? Quina, I start... Oh no. Quail. Quina, I start over from the beginning. Master. Oh. Who are you guys? Who are you talking to? You know, see Zidane? Zidane doesn't have imagination. You're right. We just proved it. He no have imagination. See what? I saw you guys talking into space. I see. You have a... You still have a long way to go, Zidane. Oh, Quina. Quina's... Got him! Quina has had such a story arc. Quina has learned so much. And so has Vivi. Vivi! My son! I see. You still have a long way to go, Zidane. Never mind, Zidane. I'll tell you about it some other time. Vivi just hit him with the, I'll tell you when you're older, Zidane. Let's get going. There's still so many things to understand. Yeah. Vivi! My precious son. Foam at the ledge? Okay. We are 0 days without crying on stream. Our record is 0 days. I see something. Running shoes? Shoes? The clock stopped. It stopped about a week before we kidnapped Dacker. Her birthday. We got running shoes! Something about being a track star or whatever. Imagination. So much. Oh wait. The note. 6 months since I adopted Vivi. Still too small to eat? Question mark? No! Oh, I love Vivi so much. He's so precious. He's such a good character. He's so pure. Oh my gosh, okay. So we can check that off our list though. Me crying. Crying at Vivi. Okay, use imagination. My notes for this quest. Use imagination. And also, to eat is to live. Zidane has much to learn. Okay. So we can go back to Medine Suri really quickly. We need to find Dururgo? Dururgo? Medine Suri is up here somewhere. Eiffel tree, fossil wood, marsh. Okay. I'm gonna go check on my the meatballs real quick. Autopilot. Yeah, that's gonna be good. I really like the Trader Joe's pasta, like marinara, like a garlic marinara sauce. Have the veggie meatballs as well. And I'm just gonna eat it as a tray. Because I'm trying to like not limit, but like reduce how much simple carbs I have. I've been having a lot of pasta the last few months. And it's mostly out of just like easy to make, being simple. But I really like beans, so hopefully we'll have more beans instead of pasta. More veggies in general. But I ended up getting like the veggie meatballs from the veggie. Actually, I wonder if it matters who I end up taking into this other area. But yeah, I wonder, like, yeah, I ended up getting the veggie meatballs from Aldi, and they're pretty good. They're not bad at all. I just, like, put them in the oven. I love Yugi so much. My son. I'm trying to do we have food at home. So I'm trying to be good and like, you know, actually just like eat what I have, or like try to be creative of what like I have in my my pantry. But I definitely need to go to the grocery store and buy a bunch more like beans and like chickpeas and stuff. Clockwise. Wait. Time moves forward once. Time moves forward backwards once. 9 is the last number. 9 is also the first number. Okay. Gosh. Some of y'all weren't here when I was playing Final Fantasy VI, but there's a clock puzzle in Final Fantasy VI that nearly broke me. There was a clock puzzle that nearly broke me, and I only solved the clock puzzle because I was like doing random numbers at the very end, because I got it up to like 80%. But the last 20%, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I'm doing it as it's saying, and I'm ignoring things, and also not ignoring things. It was the clock in, what is it? It's the city with like the thieves and stuff. Anyways, that's exactly what happened. The thing is, I was trying to do it correctly, but then I kept on going like, okay, if it's not this, it must be this. Then it must be this. And I was like, and then I just rotated numbers, and eventually I got it. And I nearly went mad. Okay, so clockwise once. Oh, there's a sound. There's a little boop, boop sound. I thought there was. And then 9 is the first number. Wait. Am I supposed to be... Oh, dang it. I think I'm doing this wrong. Oh, okay, I heard the little boop. So 9 is the first number. 1. Okay, so that's 12, 11, 10, 9? 9? You know what? I think I did this wrong already. Because I'm assuming I have to do it at the same time. So if I'm going clockwise and counterclockwise. Okay, so 1. Wait, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh wait, I think I messed this up. There's a little boop. Okay, I'm doing this wrong. Let's go back in. Yes, exactly. When I got the chainsaw do it, yeah, I was not doing well. I was struggling. Okay, I'm definitely not doing this right. I'm wondering if I really need to... Okay. I need to count it. Okay, so wait. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, let me count these again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. I know. So 9 is the last number. It's also the first. Maybe I need to stop here. Okay, all right. Let's see. Let's try again. We're literally going in circles. So this little area has text. This one does as well. This one does not. Time moves forward once, moves backwards once. 9 is the last number. It's also the first. I wonder what I actually need to do is... Okay. Maybe I need to stop here. And then go all the way around? Oh no, that's not right. I had to turn around at that point. Didn't make the sound. No, that's not right either. The first number and the last. Wait, no, the first number and the last. First number? Counterclockwise? I feel like there has to be more. I'm trying to think what else. Sorry, this is clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I feel like I'm missing something. I'm pretty sure this is Bahamut. Maybe? Okay, let me go back one more time and check the scribble, and if I don't get it, then I think I might need at that point I probably will look at the hint. So she hides every time she sees Dagger, and I go together. Time moves forward once, moves forward back. Oh, it's the last number, and also the first. Last number. Let's try again. The last number, but also the first. So I'm wondering if I need to stop there. Okay, that didn't work. So I need to go all the way around. That definitely did not work. Okay, alright. It's simpler than you were thinking. Okay. It's simpler than I'm thinking. I'm wondering... Like, what am I missing? You're definitely right that it's probably way more simple. Okay, so clockwise. Counterclockwise. Okay, let's go out and do this again. Alright, alright. If it's more simple, maybe I should just stop right here. I wonder what I'm not getting. That's not it. Or maybe it is. I also realize I can face inside. Okay. Okay, let's try one more time and then maybe after that. If it doesn't... I'm like... I don't think I get it. The second half of the clue is confusing. Number is important. Okay. Time moves forward once, clockwise, and then time moves backwards once. Nine is the last number. It is also the first. But it's more simple. I feel like it's more confusing now. Okay. Time moves forward once. Time moves forward. Time moves backwards once. 9 is the last number. It is also the first. Okay. Let's try this again. First number and the last. Okay, alright. Hi Seb, how are you? I'm being terrorized by this by this puzzle. Timer didn't cut. Yeah, she did. Yes, it happened. It did. Yes, win. Exactly what happened. Frosty, what are you doing?
10 subs to viewers.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, she's fine. She has 10 hours on the. She has 11 hours on the clock, Frosty. She's fine. Okay. Thank you so much for 10 gifted subs. Oh my gosh. Frosty, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Timer Jazz fine. She's absolutely normal and fine. Oh, Sophia got one too. And Xanthia and Duin got one. Thank you, Frosty. And Danny got one too. Thank you. I appreciate the support. What do I do? Okay, alright. Any hints? Okay, you can hint on where to go. No, read below if you can't figure it out or ask for help. Okay, alright, alright. Any hints of this puzzle? Because backwards and forwards. Okay. Backwards and forwards is my hit. Save our timer, SOT. Backwards and forwards? I don't think that's it. You hear beep? Go the other way. Okay. I did hear the beep. Okay. Keep going. 9 is the first number and also the last? Does he use 9 times? Oh my gosh. Okay, alright, let's try. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I have to do this 9 times. Maybe it's 9 times. We have to get our step count up. It's actually really funny. I ended up taking a hearing test recently at my physical, and I actually did a hearing test. And I was like, I told them like I hadn't done a hearing test since elementary school. But apparently they offer them at annual physicals. Yeah, now Final Fantasy 9 with its own built-in hearing test. Can y'all hear this beep, by the way? I think I have to go forwards and backwards 9 times. Oh gosh, I don't even know if I have not been keeping count. I'm gonna have to do this again. I'm gonna have to do this again. Oh, okay. HP and MP restored. Status effects removed. It'll let me know. So that's the first time. We're going again. I wonder what's on the wall. I wonder what's on the wall. I was gonna just walk around. Oh, this is different. This information is yet to be confirmed, but there was an eyewitness account on previously unknown eidolons. It was witnessed in Gaza? Okay, writing this down. Gaza. Oh, wait. Heck. I'm gonna go back. If there is an eidolon that can exist outside of our legends, our theory would no longer hold true. But maybe there are other tribes that have legends of their own. Aiko. Oh my gosh! Aiko, you are a treasure. Oh, Aiko, you are a treasure born to a dying village. We are dying, and there's little we can do for you. We shall return to the stars with one wish in mind. If legends are not born of eidolons, and eidolons but born out of legends, let us leave this place with one wish. If we can give birth to a legend, it shall create an eidolon that is friend and protector of humans. Oh my gosh, this is so sad. Oh, each of them are different. Oh my goodness. These are just, a lot of these are like, so this is kind of like it's unearthed now, but a lot of these are letters to Aiko and just like letters to her, and then also like more information about stuff. Aiko, my lovely child, until you turn 16 and have your own eidolon to control, stay in this village, then build strong friends with others. I wish for your happiness from far away. Okay, this one's the same as well. Ah, the first eidolon discovered, Shiva. Shiva took the form of a young girl when she was first discovered. She now appears as a grown woman. Eidolons adapt their forms to the time and culture in which they appear. Shiva illustrates this theory. In certain areas, Shiva is depicted as a snow fairy. This cannot be verified since the only written documents that remain is in this summoner village. People associate Shiva with the snow fairy. Why she changed forms remains a mystery. Ramu? Legends of Eidolon. We discovered Eidolons by researching legends documented from around the world. The thunder god Ramu is one of those legends. Some theorize that the Eidolons were not created from legends. But not the other way around. Oh no, some theorize that Eidolons were created from legends, but not the other way around. Legends did not create Eidolons. This is where the lines collide. Listen to the planet's heartbeat. Breathe slowly, calm your mind, let the memories return to you. Memories shape time. Time overlaps. The overlap becomes our memory. Memories construct time. Okay, so memories shape time. Time overlaps. The overlaps become our memory, and memories construct time. History repeats itself. We must stand in its flow and understand the world. Such is the goal of our tribe. Fear not the power of the summon magic, but the ones who use it. Greed and instability endlessly repeats old mistakes. Why will omniscience set us we know. Wait. No, that's not right. I didn't say that right. Where's Google Translator? I'm thinking of a different word. Omniscience? That's how you say it? Huh, thank you. That's where omniscience. So that's where the emphasis is. It's different. I see. The state of, like... I don't know why I couldn't pronounce... Well, you know what? I was probably thinking of another word that's very similar as well in terms of, like, pronunciation, but I was like, no, that's not right. I just couldn't remember how to say it. Just notice the murals depict as Shiva as a child makes sense. And then I've seen this puzzle. I thought it'd be level 9. Like, we should be level 99 because that 9 ends with 9. That's what I was concerned about. If I had to go around and around and around and around. What if I did have to do it 99 times? Yeah, it's not. Like, especially of, like, where the emphasis is. Omniscient? Yeah, omniscience. Okay, cool. Oh. Will omniscience set us free? So to go to Estogaza eventually. A treasure born to a dying village. What? That would've... Oh my gosh, Aiko. She has so much on her little shoulders. Saying we are dying and there's little we can do for you. If we can give birth to a legend, it shall create an eidolon that is a friend and protector of humans. Ugh. This game is... I'm so normal about the game. We need... Did you see a free? Oh, let me go back. I thought I did. Let's make sure I got everything, though. So... Oh! It changed. I survived the storm. Oh! I survived the storm. I wonder if you two are okay. I see the two of you smile. Oh my gosh. Okay, so... I wonder if this is Garnet's dad writing. No? Yeah. Because, like, her mom did pass. I survived the storm. I wonder if you two are okay. I see the two of you smile every time I close my eyes. I imagine I see you when I open my eyes. I have a mortal wound. I won't be able to wait for you very long. I regret being so unemotional all these years. I'm writing down everything here in hopes that one day you'll read it someday. To my dearest wife, Jane, Although we fought many times, I may not have shown my affection enough. I love you very much. To my beloved daughter, Sarah, my life changed when you were born. You made me so happy. These are the things I want you to know. Is it? Maybe? Oh my gosh. Sarah? I'm writing this down. It's really interesting as well because Sarah was also a name in Final Fantasy 1. She was one of the princess. She was like the princess we ended up saving. Is Garnet really Sarah? Well, we don't know this. It's not. We don't know. We're not sure actually. But like him saying, "I survived the storm," and there's only one big storm, and there's only one character that we know that went through the storm, right? Because at that point, I don't think Aiko was alive yet. Yeah, I don't think Aiko was born when the storm had happened. The storm happened when I think Garnet was 8, or maybe when she was about to be born, or something like that. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. I wrote it down. Sarah / also Jane as well. Yes, right now, since we're closer to the end of the game, I was able to get some help in terms of like where to kind of look and go. I was given a Google Doc of like, hey, do you want to maybe, if you want to, maybe go here or there? And yeah, so we were going to go to Medain Suri. I guess we need to go to Estogaza at this point too. We need to find Daguro. We went to Vivi's place already and talked to Quina, and then Vivi and his grandpa. There's still the Stelazios, Magnet Quest. I don't think I'm gonna catch the frog. I think that's gonna be too much today. And then I don't think we're gonna do the hardest boss in the game, but we'll see. There's so many pieces. There's so many things. Okay, all right. Is Estogaza part of the? Okay, so Estogaza is something different then. I just wanted to double check if I did everything that you mentioned. All right, cool. So we did that. We need to find where this place is. Optional location. I don't know where this is though. Somebody can tell me where the mystery location is. If you're looking at you were looking at an interesting part of the map. Oh, okay. Thank you for the hint. So I was pointing earlier at the map that I wanted to go around here because I don't think we've been to this area yet. So let's go to the Wind Shrine. All right. So let's go to the Wind Shrine and then hopefully we find other stuff there. And then once we do, find the village. Or I don't even know if it's a village. I don't know if it's like it's just a place on the map. Okay. All right. So we're down here. Maybe over here? I'm assuming it's only accessible by airship. So we just go back this side. I wonder if it's the top of one of these areas. Is it a forest over here? Sorry, I'm like really bad at driving this thing. Okay, so I was trying to look for this. there someday. Maybe here, southwest. It's rough. It's rough driving this. It's awful. It feels so bad. I'm assuming it's not this. So more southwest. Okay. It's so unintuitive too. Okay, okay. Southwest. And the controls. Okay. Is it over here? Oh! Oh! The green area! Wait, there's a marsh here too. Question mark! I'm assuming it's a marsh, but like different marsh? Same marsh? Maybe in this area. I feel like it's in this chain of islands. Oh, there's so many frogs here. Quinna would love it here. Why can't I hunt for frogs? Let me hunt. Let me get frogs for Quinna. Alright, let's continue. I don't think I can do anything else here. Probably not. Okay, cool. We discovered this marsh. There's another Q marsh. But we need to figure out. Nothing over here. Nothing over here. Alright, let's keep flying this this ship. I almost wish I still had the... Wait, is it over here? South? No, we're going... Oh, Chocobo! Okay. Gosh. I'm just gonna go ahead and use some greens. Whee! It's not very far, so it's up here. I have to go to that little part of the island too. Oh. It's over here. It's a cliff? I don't think there's much here. I don't... Yeah, it's just a branch of the overworld. Is there like special enemies here or something? In the forest? I love the music is really cute. That's why I really just wanted to summon a Chocobo. Oh, okay. Venom breath? Oh no. Okay, can we do maybe an Asuna? We don't have Asuna? It's fine. Okay, we'll use a remedy. Wizarding. There we go. Arrow breath. Oh, she got healed up. Nice. Terrestrial rate. Tristle? Why can't I? I really can't apparently say words today. My brain cannot locate how to say words. Alright, gonna go back on the ship and continue to explore because I don't know what to do. Apparently I'm abandoning a chocobo. It's gonna be my legacy or something. Southwest, more southwest? Probably more than what I'm looking at here. Okay, let's go up this little bit of the island. Is it this area that it's inaccessible? I think so. Okay, no, I know where that is. That is the mountain from before. Or not the mountain, the castle that we were in before. So I'm gonna go down further. This little beach area where I abandoned that chocobo. There's a Q marsh over here. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh, I see. Wait, no, that's the water shrine, isn't it? That's just the water shrine. Right? No, it's not the water shrine. Okay, never mind. Okay, cool. We found it. We found not the water shrine. Okay, finally. Have some good barbecue. I'm jealous. Okay, I will be right back. I'm gonna actually go grab some food really quickly as well. I'm gonna check what's in my oven. We found it. It's here. It's right here. We did it. I'm also going to probably end up playing a quick ad as well. So I'll be right back, everyone. Okay, cool. Finally, we found it. We found it. sorry. Meatballs are very tasty. Hi Gustav, how are you? Okay. That lake has a very efficient shape. It looks like a bean. Bean Lake? Was this the Bean Lake Village? You have now 11 to 10 and 14 and 16 to play? Are you going through all of them at the moment? I'm excited to play more of them. I already have 7 to play, I think, after 9. It's gonna be on our goal. Ooh, I'm playing through 3 right now. Very slowly. And I'm very excited to finish it. Just because of Shadowbringers. Truly, this game has me in a chokehold. And I'm so brain rot. I'm so 14 brain rot. I really, 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 really love 14. It's so bad. But despite that, as much as I love 14 and I love Shadowbringers, I'm so glad we're going back and playing the other ones. Because truly, 14 wouldn't be what it is without the other Final Fantasies. And I really like 9. I love 4. 4 is my first. 4 is my, 4 is my first, and it holds a special place, right? I really like 6 because you can see how much they built up on top of, the prior games into 6. And a lot of the characters are really sweet, too. But, the story arc for a lot of the characters really gets, a huge bump up in 9. And, of course, I'm skipping in between. I haven't played 7, right? I haven't played 7. I haven't played 8. But seeing, after 6, I wonder what 7's gonna bring. I wonder what 8 will bring. But seeing 9 and how attached I am to some of the characters in 9. 14 has Orban. Does 9 have Orban? That's what I thought. Yeah. Yes, we're still in Shadowbringers right now, but I'm really enjoying my time in Shadowbringers. I really like it a lot. But I feel like Shadowbringers is just the beginning. Shadowbringers is just the beginning, and I feel like we're gonna go feral as we continue. Tactics has Orban? True, and I do need to finish Tactics one day. But I think we're gonna end up just waiting until the release comes out before we end up playing Tactics. But also, we need to finish, hopefully, Expedition 33 before September. I can maybe do that. If I stream Expedition 33 multiple times a week, I think we could finish it before my birthday, maybe. Maybe. Exactly. The voice cutscenes are gonna be so good. And I've heard, there's a lot of really good and talented voice actors in the Tactics remake, or the Tactics voice. So how will that translate if I stream Expedition 33 2 times a week? Will that translate into enough time enough time by my birthday to finish it? The World of 8? I haven't played a lot of 8. Well, I haven't at all. But I really do. I've said this before, that I'm worried that I'll compare 7 and 9 too much together, but I think I'll be able to hopefully set them aside I just feel very spoiled in terms of games. You know what I also want to play? I want to play Harvestella as well. It's supposed to be like Square's like version of Rune Factory or whatever. I think it was on sale, but I have to figure out if I want to play it on PC or Switch, but I'll probably play it on PC because I've heard it's kind of rough on Switch. I don't know if they'll end up getting a graphical update for Switch 2 or not, which I don't actually have a Switch right now, so I'm trying to think, why am I even considering buying it on Switch? I keep thinking, I have my Switch in my like in storage or whatever. I was like, no, I don't have it. So I'll probably have to buy it on the PC eventually. 2 times a week? No, 2 times, like 2 strong days a week. 4 to 6 hour streams a week. Alright, this over here. We had our food break, had some veggie meatballs, which was nice. And yeah, I think I should buy some more, just like more sauces, some more stuff. I think I need to do a Trader Joe's like run in the future, because I actually have a lot of veggies in the fridge right now. I actually have everything needed for mirepoix and also the Holy Trinity. So I have celery, I have carrots, I have onions, I have green bell peppers, I have celery, onions, green bell peppers. So I have to figure out what I want to make. But gumbo sounds nice. But I'm also trying to limit my rice. But I also love gumbo so much. I could also just make a dry roux. A dry roux, so it's a little less oil, but still have all that flavor though. Yeah, gumbo sounds nice. You're on the Final Fantasy VIII haters team. It's actually really interesting. I feel like there's a good vocal section of seven non-enjoyers. And when I say non-enjoyers, it's mostly they find it overrated compared to the other Final Fantasies, but also we understand why 7 is so prevalent just because it is a lot of people's first, right? I really want to play it. Has anybody played Harvestella? Some people are saying it's kind of like a little mix mash of like Rune Factory, a little bit of 14 in terms of like some of the job stuff or whatever. And there is some dating romance elements, but some people say it's an afterthought, which is a shame. And I've looked at the options, and I think I see one that I like. It's the one that has the mask on, and I'm hoping they continue to keep the mask on. I hope there isn't a reveal at some point. It is special for you. It was your first one, your first turn-based game. I see. I don't like Cloud. Why not? Do you like any of the other characters, or you specifically just don't like Cloud? I think 14 could do with a whip job. Probably. There's definitely opportunities. Okay. Also, this place. Oh, wow. This is so cool. Daggeru? Oh my gosh. Well, from what I understand and know about libraries, it probably wouldn't be the best to have so many books near this amount of water. Oh, yeah. But it is a really cool area. Is that platform up? Oh, there's a Moogle here. Noggy? I haven't received any mail lately, Kupo. Let's save Kupo. Yeah, I agree as well. I think it would be really bad for the books. Like, the humidity is really, really high, and the paper here, yeah, mold would be a massive issue. It's good for the story. Mechanically, it's creative. I do like, but it's kind of busted. I see. Like, if I were to play 8, it would definitely be for the story. But some people, I'm assuming, can't get past the mechanics and are not really a fan of it, and it off-puts them to the point where they don't want to play. I'm assuming is like the biggest thing, or like the dividing issue. Also, hi Ken. This is Doguro, where knowledge and water come together. What do you need? Oh my gosh, what? Sarg? Sarg is in this game? Sargontanus? Sargontanus? I don't know how to say it. Sarg is my homeworld, and I always say Sarg. Oh my gosh, Sarg mentioned I have to get this weapon. Well, luckily... Oh, no, I can't. I'm not getting this weapon. Because our current weapon is better. But what if? But what? I'm trying to think. But what if there's like cool skills? Okay. Sargatanus? Thank you. When I will need you to repeat that later on while we're in BC in the future. Oh my gosh. There's a lot of really good stuff here. I'm just realizing too. Ooh, there's a lot of good stuff here. Jade armlet. I need there's a lot of good stuff here. I have to come back. Okay, so we make that for the thief's glove. Okay, I got it. And then need more money. Okay, oh no. My money. I'm about to have 0 money. 4 armed man. You came here hoping to find some treasure, huh? I can tell it from your eyes. I'm a treasure hunter myself. I'm a famous one, and a famous one too. Just because I'm famous doesn't mean I'm gonna tell you my name. Almost all the treasure hunters are assigned ranks. I, of course, have attained the highest rank. Let's see. Your treasure hunter rank is rank E, huh? Jeez, you better start shaping up. We're E rank? The theory of the second world is underworld. Has existed since ancient times, but the scientific community still regards it as folklore. I came here to research a new source of power. Some of the systems here are rather complicated. The source of all this water is a mystery as well. Maybe it's a work of a dragon god. Having a debate right now. Why do you think people spend so much time studying Gaia's moons? Because it's in our nature to pursue the truth. They want to know more about the moons, that's all. No, it's simply about aesthetics. People are simply drawn to the beauty of the moons. That's why we're studying them. Oh, I think it's the truth. See? No, that's right, see? Will she give us a discount because we agree with her? Jeez, how many times do I have to tell you? Jeez, you're such a... oh, excuse me. What can I do for you? Okay, so we can also buy more potions and stuff here too. Tent. What's this? Press the button. Press the button. Let me go back. Froze, and then thank you for the gifted sub. Oh, no problem. Don't worry, Sophia. Also, I'm glad you got a gifted sub. Is the zones, the vibrant amount of races in the game, the lore. I really enjoy it a lot. 9 is the best. PS1 FF. Notice at the custom gates, welcome home, just to confirm your destination before you come in. Definitely one of the tougher ones to pronounce. Sargatanus. Sargatanus? Okay, alright. We're learning. Yes, that is my home server. I just never pronounced it properly. I just always said Sarg. Okay, let's press the button. Oh. Well, something got smushed. It sounded like something got smushed. There's so many things to, like, discover here. I can't find the Eidolon and I. I've looked everywhere. You appear to be quite the traveler. I can tell. If you happen to find an item called magical fingertips, can you bring it to me? Consider it oh my gosh, considering a dying man's last wish. I will give you something in return. Where do we find that? Grandpa Kukuro is really getting forgetful these days. This is the reading room. In addition to the tables and chairs, we also have hammocks for people who fall asleep while they are reading. Oh, we're falling asleep in the hammock. Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Where do we find the magical fingertips? Honkshoe. I used to move equipment and material up and down on that lift until it broke. Now I'm losing all my business to that old geezer at the synthesis shop. Okay, let's go back down. And then we can also synth things, which I'm sorry, we are going to be synthing things as well, ma'am. Let's go. That's a great question. I shall investigate. Thank you! It's just one of Vivi's gloves. There's an old legend in this region about a dragon god and his divine protection. I think it may be true. I mean, look at this place. We're surrounded by mountains in the middle of nowhere. The water has never runs out. It has to be the work of a dragon god. Huh. I guess like all the things in this area too, it's- Oh, the guy disappeared! Whoa. Wait, did y'all see that? He just disappeared! Did I glitch him into something? He's just gone! Okay. Dagger was built by some strange scientists. To get around this place, you'll have to use the lifts, which are powered by water pressure. Okay, that's cool. I just glitched out. Zidane, my goodness, how- Oh, the Oracle's here! Zidane, my goodness, how wonderful it is to see you. Hey, what are you doing here? After Clara was destroyed, I realized how isolated we have all been. So I decided to broaden my horizons and came here. It's wonderful here. I'm constantly learning something new from these books. Someday, I hope to contribute to the restoration of Clara. Oh. What's this bar doing here? Oh, some switches as well. Oh, is this guy going- Maybe this guy went up. Let's go with the right lever. Oh, I see. Okay. One moment. I'm trying to like, okay, so you can make it go all the way. Okay. But if the right one, okay. So I need to make sure the left... Okay, alright, okay. I think... No, let's go back. That, okay, so does it only make... I went down. Okay, alright. 1 second. I'm trying to get them tiered. So the right one, if I press the right one only goes down. So the middle one, that's the highest the middle one will go. If I press the left one, I think I should So it doesn't all didn't need does it need to be completely flat then? Left lever? Oh, okay, wait. I'm just kind of looking at stuff. One moment. let me get the guy all the way down. Is maybe what I'm gonna need to do first. Actually, I don't know. Quiet, can't you see I'm researching here? Well, I wanted to see if I could like make a path from the top to the bottom. I don't think so. Was the message wrong? I missed on Timer Chan? No, Timer Chan didn't. She didn't die, okay? She was gonna retire in Sega. It's different. It's different. She's just shy. Okay. The funeral? There's no funeral. She's retiring. It's different. She's retiring this weekend. I'm just gonna have long streams, alright? It's already been 4 hours. We're gonna go 6 more hours. It's happening. Timer Chan, she's not dead. She's retiring. It's different. I don't know what I'm doing either. Wait a second. What's this bar doing here? Oh, I can go upstairs with this? I guess not. Okay. Oh, there's a hole here. With the bar? Wait, with the bar? Maybe I can fit this in that hole. So it blocks this one. Let's see if this will fit. Perfect. Oh my gosh. That didn't work. Oh my gosh, wait a second. I don't think that works either, though. Oh, I have I got it. Okay. So this needs to go all the way down. This guy is unbothered. Moisturize unbothered in his lane. This researcher is moisturized unbothered and in his lane. We did it! See? I was doing the thing! Alright, that lift works now. Thanks a lot, man. Oh, we did it! We're gamers! Defender? Ultima? Oh, wait a sec. Ultima? Ultima weapon? Oh dear. Oh dear. No. My money! As I keep looking at these, my money is going. I don't have any money to begin with. Oh dear. Such devastation. My money, my wallet is going to be drained. This is gonna be rough. Everything is so expensive here. Y'all had to see the vision. I want to buy everything, Sophia. It's real bad. I want to buy everything here. Okay, but oh, see, the guy's still walking. He's just moonwalking over here. Okay, no, he stopped. Hey, man. What's up? Oh! He's gone again. Let's see. Dragon God's Blessing to the stone. So I'm supposed to put a stone here? Stone? Maybe some more might work? How much ore do I put down? Is it a specific number of ore that I need to put down? How much ore? Was there something before? Oh! They transformed. Acquired an aquamarine. Oh, I have an aquamarine though. What if I put like 50 in here? No, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't put 50 ores in here. I already have aquamarines. But like, I wonder if specific amounts there is. I just don't want to spoil it though. Maybe I should have saved. Maybe I should have saved. Well, at first I was thinking, I wonder, like, since we got an aquamarine, I was like, well, is it going to be dependent on the months or something? But at this point, maybe I should save and just throw all of my ores in it and see what happens. Maybe it would be better. I'm considering and thinking, would it be better just to get help potentially for this one for how many ores? Just because I wouldn't have to like do trial and error for it. Unless there's like a puzzle. She's gotten to the Gamba itch. No, I don't have that many ores. I don't have that many ores. We started pulling cards. What did you think would happen? Okay. Every 4 gives an aquamarine. Okay. Did I get 14 or 12? Let me see. I wish there was like I'm sure there was a hint somewhere. Unless it's just literally trial and error. I have 45. So maybe... Okay, what if we just do like 1, 2, 3 and go up? 1 ore? Nothing happened. Might as well have just picked up what I dropped. Okay. 2. So I wonder if there's a minimum. Okay, 5. Gives us an aquamarine. What if I do 15? 3 aquamarines! I just get aquamarines. So I only get aquamarines. 6 aquamarines! Okay, alright. I'm going back. I don't need this many aquamarines, I'm pretty sure. Oh, dang it, come on. Config. Let's go to the title screen real quick. I don't... I mean, do I need that many? I feel like I already have some. Okay, let me check. Let me check how many I already have to begin with. And then if I need more, I can come back and get more. So it should be fine. Alright, aquamarines. How many do I have? I have so many weapons and items that I want to get rid of. I have so many. Wait, aquamarine. I do have some. Okay. Yeah, I have plenty. I should be fine. Or do I? Wait. Equip. What does aquamarine even give us? Leviathan and then 10 HP. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Float, insomniac, beast, running shoes. Okay, cool. I guess we could synth stuff as well. My money! I feel like Mr. Krabs. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I have no money left. Was that even worth it? Was that even worth it? It was so expensive. Okay, wait. It was a wrist item. Master Thief? Just immediately buy it now. Load if you don't like it. I don't even know if it was worth it. I don't know if it was worth it. I just used 50k. 50k to steal. Oh my god, just end game. What am I gonna steal at this point? What am I? This is impulse spending. That was impulse. Yes, you just witnessed impulse spending. Nice of it. Sounds like a scam. We get 3 more of 8. That's it. I just scammed myself. I'm pretty sure I just scammed myself. Okay, yeah, all my money is just gone. That was a clear display of lack of impulse control. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go back. You could have instead bought weapons for your characters, but I still can. It's fine. We're fine. We just wanted to see what if I spent all my money and nothing. I don't even need a gil mod. I'm pretty sure I can just like, in my configs, I can just like turn on all money. Yeah, max gil right there. Boosters. But once I turn it on, I can't turn it off. So I could just max gil. Would you think less of me if I max gil max gil? Alright. Sarg. A white robe, a black robe. Yeah, some of this might be good for everyone later on. In terms of just like extra. Garnets. Thief's glove. I think that's the biggest thing over here. I think I probably want the white mage robe, and then also this as well. Okay, my son needs this. Okay, I'm basically going back to school shopping for my son. I need Gaia gear and jade armor. Okay, so how do I get? Wait, do you have any Gaia gear? I need Gaia gear. Glutton's robe. Yeah, Quina. I need Gaia gear and jade. Vivi's the best. Only the best for my son. Only the best for Vivi. We got good on here. Steiner is definitely a heavy hitter. Ultima. Honestly, Ultima kind of tempts me. What if I get Ultima? But what if I get Ultima? Egoist armlet. Dragon wrist, power wrist, Aegis, glove, demon vest, ninja gear, dragon mail. I do want that for her. Okay, so I need to get Gaia here. I need to get a jade armlet again. Okay. All right, let me equip Vivi though. Vivi, my son. Oh, he has some Gaia gear. Okay, cool. And we'll just give him the better stuff. Oh my gosh. Sorry. What? Oh my gosh. Okay. I need to go get the white mage robes, or the white robe later on, because that's kind of huge. Whoa. Wrong Gaia. Yeah. Okay, we have one. He's so safe. He's gonna be okay. We're protecting we're protecting him. He's gonna be okay. Okay, cool. We're working on that one. We need to get him a better armlet. Vivi's gonna be like, he's gonna be so protected. He's gonna be decked out. Like anything he needs, he's gonna get, okay? I know Flare, right? Flare is here. Reflect 2 times? That's wild. Reflect 2 times. MP plus 20. He's the reason why I tried Black Mage. Is your first job in 14? Oh, I love that. I love the VV cosplays as well in 14. I love seeing like the outfits for him. All right. Return magic. Coronet. It's bad. I really want. Oh wait, no, that's not what I want. No. My son deserves better. The best. He does need a better armlet though. I have to look around to see what is good. A dragon wrist? We have one of those. We have one of these. Okay, yeah. Let me go back to the other guy. Did you learn something about removing silence from mage? Well, I know what for removing silence. I know usually you just like put one of the abilities on. That's what I would do to make sure that they don't ever get silenced. Okay, so white robe. I still need jade armlet. Does anybody have it on them? Thieves Club. Okay, I don't think there's anything good in terms of arm stuff here. No, I still need the jade thing though. I'm gonna run and do an American pastime. Okay, no problem. We'll see you soon, Illuminati. Go get some hopefully get some tasty groceries. Maybe a little treat if it's in the budget. You restarted. It's fun though. I mean, we know some people in the community who actually do speedruns at this game too. Does anybody have jade? A jade armlet really quickly that I might be able to unequip. Ooh, okay. Aiko, sweetie, I'm just gonna swap your... yeah, I'm just gonna swap what you have on. I'll get you another one soon, okay? Yeah, I'll get her another one soon. I just want to see how good the white robe is. Okay, how safe are our girls? Silk robe, judo uniform. Oh, holy! Sorry, she gets holy. Oh. Okay, alright, but like, holy's really good. Holy's really, really good though. Okay, wait. Does Dagger also get holy too? You can make white robe. She doesn't! No, Dagger doesn't get holy. But it's a fantastic robe. Only Aiko gets holy. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I noticed that as well, that only sometimes, like, there's certain items that, like, only one of them will learn, but not the other one. So let's give you the white robe. I love that spell. It's so good. I love it. Okay. Rubber suit. The defense? Her defense goes up quite a bit for this one. The only thing that goes down slightly is magic and strength. But for now, well, yeah, we'll give her the suit until I can get her a white meat or a white robe. Okay, and then she's still learning Odin's sword. White robe. Okay, Quina needs new stuff as well. Reflect. Promise ring. I have that. I try to get at least one of each most of the items, in order to kind of see what abilities we might get. Aiko is more of a white mage. Garnet is more of a summoner. I think so. I think yeah, that does make a lot of sense because I noticed that Garnet doesn't have a Suna as well. But yeah, she does like Aiko has some summon abilities, but I don't think she's as strong as Garnet. But also, like, Garnet is, like, you know, nearly double her age as well. So in time, whether if Aiko wants to be more of the white mage route or the summoner route, not route, yeah, route, it'll be really interesting. Defender, but Ultima. But what if we get him Ultima? I think Egoist's armlet, we have that already. Dragon wrist, power wrist, we can buy one of these. Defense glove, Igus glove, mage hat, golden hairpin. We have one. Okay. Kaiser helmet. Dragon mail. I think she needs it, but like Freya probably needs it. I think Freya needs the dragon mail. Oh, this hat's. Oh, my money is just going down the drain. Okay, but also ultimate. What if I get ultimate weapon? Should I get ultimate weapon? Okay. Yeah, all the dragon things have to go to her. I think. He already has this. Okay, so we're good here. Ultimate weapon. Ultimate, not ultimate weapon. Ultimate sword. It's different. It's different. We'll wait on it for now. The hats. The golden hairpin. Let me check for auto regen, loudmouth. Okay, she already has it. Okay. But this is kind of better in terms of her magical evasion and defense, though. Eye for an eye. Okay. Alright, cool. Aiko is still kind of lower level, so I need her to... Oh, she'll be fine. She's okay. Okay, she does have a Suna. Cool. Equip. 10 plus MP. Definitely need that. I do. Guardian Mog! Mog protects with unseen forces! Ah, Guardian Mog! Oh, wait. We always have to have Guardian Mog on. Okay. I can't just rely on name brands from now on, you know. I've got to start using my head more. Okay. Now we have this. Nice. We did get one white mage robe. Okay, so we were able to go here, so we found this area. We did Medain Suri. We need to do Mognet quest, and then, maybe attempt in-game. Oh, wait, the finger thing. Wait, has, the fingertip thing? I think I need to look that up, actually, to see where that is here. No, I'm jealous. My family is eating good food. No! My sister got dim sum. I'm so jealous. She got dim sum. I want dim sum. No! Hi, Visceral. How are you? How's it going? Okay. All right. I need to find the magical... Final Fantasy 9. FF9. Magical fingertip. Where is this? Go to Treno, make sure you've bought and resold the mirror, artifact, Griffin's Heart, Rat Tail. If you haven't, buy and resell any that you haven't taken care of once you've done. You'll appear at the auction. Pay 40,000 gil? So, so you end up getting a sword for Steiner. But it's not the best sword he can get. Okay, I'm learning about all the swords. Oh my goodness. Okay, all right. So that's his third best sword, Excalibur, which is better than Ultima, but it's not the best one because okay. Cuz there's Excalibur 2 and there's Ragnarok. All right, completing magical tip. Holy Elemental. Found. Okay, alright. Maybe Aiko is a lol. No, I don't think she's a lol. I think she's just small. It's funny how you spent all your money. I didn't spend on the sword, okay? Feeling better now? I'm not going to. Oh no, every other week? Did you all figure out, like, I'm assuming you figured out what was going on and everything is stabilized, Visceral? That's a lot. That's a lot to deal with and just a lot to, like, take in, too. Sorry, we've been doing Final Fantasy 9 and just doing 14 things. We actually opened up a card pack earlier. But, I mean, we're happy to always keep you company whenever you need it. And just be silly. But I'm glad that you're not in the ER and you can breathe. I'm sorry that you had to go through all that. Okay, yeah, Okay, so we can wait in terms of maybe getting the sword. Maybe we'll get a better one later. Okay, so because there's gonna be things coming up later on that is like really good. Okay, daggers, weapons. So daggers for Sedaine. That's the best one. Thief swords as well. Ultimate weapon? Huh? Oh my gosh, ultimate weapon? Swords, knight swords, just standard swords, spears for Freya, claws, brackets. Okay, so rods can only be used by dagger. And then... a chocograph? I don't think I'm gonna do the chocograph stuff, sadly. Okay, flutes by Aiko. Do I have this Hamelin? I think I do. Siren's flute. Staves for Vivi. Estogaza. Octagon rod. Okay, we have that one for him. Do we catch 99 frogs? I'm wondering, do I catch 99 frogs for Quina? Are my favorite cozy activity? Xanthia, do you like use mods for chocograph stuff just to speed up things, or do you just like do it normally as well? Wait. Back. Equip. Yeah. Okay, so these should be pretty good in terms of what they have until we end up doing more, but like I'm also thinking no standard. I feel like eventually, I think I might try like chocograph stuff, and like hot and cold later on. after maybe we end up finishing the story, just because I feel like there are certain things that it might take a little while for me to, it might take a little while for me to end up like to get the hang of it, because it might be I might spend too much time focusing on that, and I might because I want to kind of like focus on the story at the moment. But I know we can always go back later on, probably, or like play in a prior save file. So Mognet. I might not do the Stelazio. Let me check my Google Doc real quick. I might not do that one. I might pass on that one for now. But like, what is like worth? Robes for mages. Okay. I also wish that I knew which ones I've already picked up for the Stelazios. There's another mini game in Alexandria, not mastering, but silly. Explore the city, you'll find the hippo lady, she'll guide you. Okay, let's go back to, we're gonna go back to Alexandria for Vivi, and then finish Mock Quest. If you want to totally finish this, do the Chocograph. Beyond it, this is separate from Mognet. Finish the Mognet stuff. Kupo in Alexandria. I have to go to Burmecia, the castle, and Quinn Marsh. The library. Could you see some Muggles along the way? Should I do Mog Quest? Or Mognet Quest? Maybe at least just finish it. We're not doing hot and cold today. Maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll catch frogs. Okay, so other things on the list is I might not do the Stellas, but I definitely want to try. Okay, so Hippo Lady for Vivi and Alexandria. And then also the frogs and Mognet. Okay. We got this. If you want to cheat, speed boost along, but you need to get used to the game. Yeah, the thing is for that, I'd probably have to add the mod though. But at this point, I've already played it like vanilla the whole time. If you use mods, don't judge at all. I just play on release 25 years ago. I prefer playing original. Like, the thing is, for the Pixel Remastered, I absolutely use I use this, like, running around, the speed boost, and then also the XP or AP boost all the time. I have no issues with that at all. I think it also just helps with the experience to, like, instead of, like, spending so much time on the grind and then forgetting the story in between my playthroughs, I try to, like, you know, expedite that portion of it, and then, like, focus on the story. Okay, so... let's go to one of the other marshes. So we caught... Let's go to... Q Marsh. Q Dwelling. The Grotto. Clyra. Burmecia. Where is the marsh? Limblum. Ice Cavern? Evil Forest? Oh. Alexandria. Huh, I don't know where the marsh is. Oh, Dwelling. Grotto? Dolly? Is the marsh right here? Observatory? Where's the... Wait, I feel like I'm going... I feel like my brain isn't working. Where's the marsh? This is one of the marshes we can go to. But when I got off to the 30-hour shift, I used to have to do Chocobo Hot and Cold's perfect brain dead activity when I couldn't sleep. Oh, no, that sounds nice though, especially if it's like a comfort game as well. It's the southern leg of the Mist Continent. Okay. My brain. The southern leg of the Mist Continent. Okay, I'll look at it again once I go here and hopefully get some frogs. I wonder how long it takes for each of the marshes to kind of repopulate for frogs. I love the Chocobo Hot and Cold. The fact that it was largely unplayable. Oh, unplayable on mobile was the main reason I never finished it. Oh, was the controls just not very good? There's a gold one here. How? I have a question. Can you not? Oh wait, is Quina even with us? No, Quina's not with us. Is that why? Oh my gosh. Is Quina the reason why we can't frog is Quina's not here? Probably. Yeah, I think that's the reason why. That actually makes sense. Quina! I gotta go get Quina! Eat some frogs! You gotta have Quina! Thank you! Silly brain forgot Quina on the ship. Okay. Where is the ship? Hi Trish, how are you? I will convert that egg to 1 frog. Wrong thing. Switch party member. I hope that gold frog is still there. Please. Depart. Also, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. We're trying to catch some frogs, and after frogs, we need to go to Alexandria to talk with one of the NPCs with Vivi. Maybe try Monk Quest or finish Monk Quest. I'm on the fence, but maybe it's a good idea. Vivi! My son! I love Vivi so much. He's so cute. Can I catch frogs? Yeah, sure. Gold frogs! Okay, we gotta go to the other Q marsh that I missed earlier too. I want the gold one. Yes. We're gonna try to alternate. No, we're not done. We're not done. I catch some more. Come here. It's not gonna. Rude. It's so rude. That is so rude. That frog is so rude. I'm gonna let it go for now. I'm trying to alternate. This golden frog is so rude. Okay. Keep it. Oh, come on, please. Sometimes it doesn't make sense how close you need to be. I'm gonna let this one go. 1 frog at a time. You know, maybe I should start hunting here up too. Yeah, take this one. It's hard to get over here. Maybe I shouldn't keep it. Maybe I should go slow. Because I'm hunting. Oh my gosh, please. I can't even go over to the side. I'm really bad at this. I feel like it's harder here because everything is like so... Do I need to run? Maybe I do need to run. Okay, alright. Hi, Cyber, how are you? Oh, come on. I'm pressing the button. Okay. Yes, I'm gonna keep it. You're working hard, Quina. So we got in 23. Spamming my controller. There's only 3 frogs left? Okay. Let it go. Let it go. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, there's 1 of each. Time to go. I'm enjoying the day. How are you? I am okay. I'm just being I'm just learning about Final Fantasy 9 puzzles. I've been experiencing what PS1 puzzles have to offer and how bad I am at them is the biggest thing. But yeah, we're trying to hopefully get to 99-ish frogs with Quina. We're working on it. And also hopefully getting some better weapons from Vivi as well. Because, like, Vivi deserves the best. I mean, what's the point if we can't get Vivi everything he wants and more? Was it this one? The key marsh? Yeah, I'll go to this marsh. And then after this, there's 1 more marsh on the Mist continent, right? It's the age where we're coming out of Nintendo Power puzzles, so it's only slightly less confusing. But we're getting there. Slowly. We also opened up a collector's booster earlier as well. A magic collector's booster. I want to open more of them, but like it's kind of addicting. But I'm trying to like not get addicted. I want more VV cards, okay? I want more VV cards, and also I want some Shadowbringers cards. Certain characters in Shadowbringers I would love to have that I don't yet. I really, 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 really want at least 2 of them. I only figured out a couple things back in the day. Mostly use guides. Yeah, it's a lot for sure. Oh, hi Noah, how are you? How's it going? Hi Lily, hi Celestia. I am still working on that endgame portion. Hi Harry, hi Yuri, hi Halo. How's it going? I'm so bad at catching frogs. Don't mind me. Noah, thank you for 19 months. How was stream, by the way? What'd you end up doing today?
Very nice.
We're here to get used to it. Thank you.
MF Noah just subscribed. Gotchi Bass.
Okay, frog? Yes, 1 of each. 1 of each. Hi, Shadow. Double time today? Okay, are you all up back to... wait. Are you back up to triple digits? Yeah, I was supposed to retire Timer-chan today. Timer-chan was supposed to retire today. She was at 3 hours earlier. I'm doing a 10-hour stream today. She's retiring this weekend. It's happening. It's gonna happen. She's retiring. And people cannot stop me. I understand how mush your brain is at the moment, probably. Just very vaguely aware. No, thank goodness. Thank God you don't have triple time again, or triple digit timer. 88. Good luck, Noah. You got this. Oh my gosh. Okay, frog. I'm gonna keep this one. I want 1 of each. I'm gonna let it go for now. But is it time for you to enjoy some barbecue or just like chill and relax? Oh, today, did you end up taking a short day today? Do you have family plans? I'm gonna let this one go. No, we're not ready. It'll be more since I needed to add. I see. Those are like discounted now, right? But hi everyone, how's it going? My name is Notice. I am currently a Final Fantasy variety streamer, where hopefully, it might take 10 hours, but I am trying to finish Final Fantasy 9 today. We are in Disc 4, and right now I'm just doing some like last minute like tying up some stuff, some loose ends in like side quest content and like weapon stuff. But my goal is to finish today, and I also play Final Fantasy 14. I finished 5.3. That was an expansion. That was a patch. Those were patches. I'm definitely really normal about that game, and we also were actually pulling some magic cards earlier too. So I ended up getting I got a collector's booster and I opened one, which was really cool. And I got there was a card in one of my other boosters I pulled that was a spoilers that I'm not allowed to look at, and apparently it was really cool looking. And I've been like loving seeing these art cards. Come on, please. Please let me catch a frog. No, I'm too slow. No, catch the frog, catch the frog, catch the frog. Why can't I'm not like pressing the button. Apparently I'm just like not pressing the right button. Please, I'm chasing this frog. Okay, I am gonna let this one go. I'm gonna keep this one. I'm chasing these frogs down. I'm going to let this one go. Is there 3? There's like 4 frogs left. So that one's the male frog. They need to repopulate, so I can't. Okay, so I can keep this one. All right, I'm gonna let the other ones be. We're fine. Gotta get ready for mom. Are you gonna have good food though at the very least? I'm done catching. But thank you, really. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. It's always great to see you. And also, if y'all are not following Noah, please, please do. Please hang out in his streams. It's always a great time, even though he is... I'm really glad that you are taking breaks, because I was gonna say, I don't want to say destroying yourself. I think you are having a lot of fun, and it is a lot of fun being in your streams, but you start so early. You start so early, and also you stream so late. So like, in like massive respects. But I hope you are having a great time, like despite all the nonsense for the subathon too. I'm gonna take a page out of your book and start doing longer streams until Timer Chan's done, because I also want to focus on other things. Oh, okay, perfect. We already got a wait a second. Timer Chan. Okay, I just wanted to make sure she did that correctly. Thank you so much for the resub, by the way. I really appreciate it. Thank you for 19 months. But yeah, we're just hopefully finishing today. That is my goal. I really want to finish today, and I want to be able to get some better weapons for some of my characters, or some people. Okay, I'm gonna go to Alexandria really quickly. There's like, no, did we go to the Q Marsh down here already? Limblum, Pinnacle, Dragon's Gate. Oh, here's the Q Marsh. Okay, we're gonna do this one, and then we're gonna go to Alexandria, and then hopefully do a couple of small things. And yeah, maybe go to the tree. Maybe go to the tree soon. What is Timer Chan stopping you from doing? Well, honestly, like maybe not streaming as nearly as much. Because right now for Timer Chan, I really, well, in December I think is when it kind of started, when I had some more time and we were kind of streaming daily. But maybe I should just start streaming daily again until she burns out, so I can hopefully focus on editing videos more. I've been on a pretty decent schedule for a little bit, but at this point, Yeah, it's mostly just more frequent streams. Because ideally, I would like to stream maybe... Oh, wait, there's a tadpole! No, yeah, a tadpole in here. There's a couple of them. This is so interesting. No, we'll do it later. So, I've never gone in here and seen like the little frogs like this. Like these are just born. Hi, Loco. Peace of mind? Yeah, peace of mind. Because I still owe you all. I think streaming daily burnt you out. It did burn me out, but it was also a little bit fun just because we were really excited and we were really early days for Final Fantasy 14, right? And that was really great. And I think the biggest thing is like, I probably need to do more variety though. I think once we finish 9, it'll be easier to get into variety. But once again, yeah, Timer-chan, she just needs to retire, really. Like, having the clock there, it makes me aware that I owe time. Like, more time. But we did have, like, a whole month of me streaming almost every day. I think there was a couple days I took off for mental sake. But I was definitely in this chair for a good amount of time. But Loco, how has your day been? How's it going? Oh, it's so sad. It's so sad seeing the castle like this. Okay, and then after this, there's the lady, the hippo lady? Oh. The music. Did I already see her? Or is it a different lady? Hip-Hall is growing up to be such a great boy. Okay, so not this lady. Maybe in another area? If you want the pond to repopulate, it's better not to return for several hours. Return continuously will work against you. Okay, gotcha. I just didn't remember if I had ended up going back to that one or not. But yeah, thank you though. So I think we visited all 3 of the marshes at the moment, so we should be good. Oh, the plaza isn't there anymore. Okay. All right, you know what? I don't need to do that then. What we're going to do is, let me double check the Mog Quest stuff. So I gotta go to Burmecia, the castle, Q Marsh on the... Oh, I need to go back there. Okay. Let's go back to the Q Marsh then. So we need to talk to the Moogle there. On the Mist Continent, so we were just there. And then we're gonna go to Burmecia. Burmecia, Black Mage Village, the castle, the library. Go to Alexandria and see Ruby. Okay. One thing at a time. It's been a chill day, not much to report. How's your day going? It's been going pretty good. It's been pretty chill mostly for me as well. I've been opening a couple of magic cards and that was probably the peak of the day. I mean, okay, aside from like seeing our son Vivi, which I love Vivi so much, but aside from seeing Vivi, I would say the peak has been the peak has been opening cards. I need directions. No, I know everything. Is there another Moogle here? Maybe there is another Moogle on the far side. Ah, this one, yes. Moist? I haven't received any mail. Mulan to Mogtaka. Kupo to Atla. Do I have to? I'm assuming I have to deliver all my mail first. You're going to bed? Okay, no problem. Thank you for being here, Sophia. I really appreciate you stopping by. But yes, have a good one. Sleep well and take care, alright? Hopefully, by the time you wake up, we'll have finished Final Fantasy IX. It's a quiet one. Well, it's quiet until tonight. Last night, there were so many fireworks. Did y'all hear a bunch of fireworks too? Friendly enemy. The Monkless thing is honestly the biggest thing I wanted to do. So maybe we can go around and kind of visit everyone again. It's the Black Mage Village. Also, it'll be nice to see everyone. Like, it's something that I, like, nearly forgot, but in the Black Mage Village, like, everyone from Gaia is there too. Everyone they were able to save. So we'll be able to kind of see how they're doing. And it hasn't really been long. The story hasn't technically progressed since we really talked to them, but it's nice to see them, you know? Enjoy the game, thank you! I'm gonna do my best to hopefully finish today. Oh wait, am I gonna have to go? I'm not gonna be able to park here. Uh-oh. Where am I gonna park? Over here? Yeah. All will be good. Do you have any tasty foods plans, Loco? I ended up just making some meatball and some marinara sauce. But I think tomorrow I might actually... Oh! The song here is so good, by the way. But tomorrow I might get some sushi. I might try to get like a lunch special sushi. What a strange tribe. It seems like they're living in hiding. I'm gonna ask them about the genome world. I love them so much. Welcome. Siren's Flute? Wizard Rod? We don't have any of this stuff, huh? Thief's Knife? Oh, Thieves' Hat. Siren's Flute? No. I'm not gonna buy any of these. I think it should be good. Wait a second. Why are there... Is it the best one for Dagger? I mean, like, ideally her magic is higher. Even if it says strength, it might not necessarily be, like, worth actually buying. This life form flies? Why does it fly? Gaia? Oh no, it was Terra. We're on Gaia. Oops, sorry, we're on Gaia, but the people of Terra... the people of Terra are here. Strange and unnecessary. I never knew weapons were used to hurt people, but why have magic? Why would we need weapons? Do you think weapons will disappear when everyone is happy? Does that mean we wouldn't need magic either? I hope so. Astroneer? Is it good? Is it a very emotional game? It's obvious an imperfect life form. It's obviously an imperfect life form. But I feel a strange affinity to it. The little chocobo! Look at it, it's so small! Everyone is back. We have new friends. Bobby Corwin is here. So many great things happen all at once. Whoa. The little chocobo named Bobby Corwin. We will have more chocobo eggs when Bobby Corwin lays eggs? So we have to talk to them about the birds and the bees. I see, so you have an enclose? You enclose a capture life form and conduct research here. I don't think I've like talked to all of them since we've come back, or at least haven't gotten some of these like dialogues. I don't know, I like it. I like seeing them all and learning more. We need a name that Wait, no. He needs a name now that he's one of us. What about 777? I'll give him a name. How about 333? These people are trying to call me a funny name. Oh, but they're being accepted. The cat synthesis shop. Oh, Sarga's here too! Wait a second. Priestess racket? Wind holy racket. Do I want it? It's a lot of money though. Golden skull. Oh wow, golden skull cap. I have some golden hairpins. Brave suit. Ugh, everything's so expensive. I don't have any money. I don't have any money. What do you do? Can you sell things? I love that it's a cat synthesis shop. The synthesis shop. All right. Dagger. I'm gonna need to take that hairpin from you. Okay. I'll be right back. One moment, Dagger. It's fine. My soul doesn't hurt from spending so much money. I'm normal. Locomotion? Power up? Who's gonna get power up? Someone fed Timer-chan? To my dismay. Interesting. Okay, so whoever gets power up might be somebody... Oh, there's a lot of magical defense in that one. Nice. Okay, Dagger, let me get you a better hat. Mage's hat? Honestly, this one might work. This one probably will work really well for her. Hi, Kume, how are you? Actually, let me go back up. Literally just woke up. Oh, my sleep schedule a little wonky. I love the little sign over here. This little black mage sign. It's very cute. I'm really excited and nervous about like what other music is gonna come. Oh, she's here! Zidane's little sister! I realized one thing after listening to her stories. Why do you think the genomes and we have so many things in common? I don't know. Why? We were manufactured in Alexandria, but that technology wasn't developed in Alexandria. Kuja knew how genomes were made. He manufactured us based on that knowledge. If Kuja is also a genome, I wonder how he felt when he manufactured us. He kind of blocked that out, to be honest. And he doesn't even realize that he's not immortal. And he had a meltdown. He crashed out. Like, Kuja 100% crashed out when he realized that he had a finite life. I ran away once because I was afraid of dying, but I came back because this village is my favorite place. Oh! How's little sis doing? Mikoto. This is where you bury the dead? What's the point of this? Isn't it like the dead? It isn't like the dead would appreciate it. You're right. I don't think we build cemeteries for the dead. Sure, it may seem pointless to you, but how can I describe it? It's so that we can think like this. We'll never forget you. We'll never forget you. We'll remember you every time we stand at your grave. And we won't let the fear of death, which each of us knows, stop us from living our lives. Because my friends will remember me when I'm here. Oh my gosh. I swear, I cry every time I come to this village. The Black Mage story arc, and also like the Black Mages in VV, and honestly the genomes too, because like the genomes are now basically in the Black Mages like place of like not understanding why they're, well, they understand in a logical sense, but they don't understand like fully or further like why for a lot of questions in life. I'll never forget my friend Mr. 36. Oh my gosh. If Kuja is also a genome, I wonder how he felt when he manufactured us. I like how peaceful it is here. All you hear is just the running water, and you see the like the little breeze of the wind. It's, I don't know. It breaks your heart a little bit because we know it's a grave, but also it's like, it is very peaceful. I'm supposed to be assisting in operations at the shop. What do I do? Water flowing, time flowing. Things don't stay the same. I don't understand. It feels so weird that on Terra things were like so sterile. I think the language of music is universal. Don't you agree? Yes, I do. And also the language of food and also music, I feel like. Why do the people of Gaia pay special attention to communication through sound? I guess the people of Gaia decided when to rest based on the presence of light. There's always light in Terra. The same method would apply here. I'm glad I went back to the village. Alright. I think I'm gonna go back. I know we're supposed to go back to the Aphid tree if I'm not mistaken. Which we're actually very close. I also have to kind of figure out my team. Let me pull up the map. Here? Medine Suri. Aphid tree. Let's just go on autopilot. Why aren't we the Priest Racket server? Just grind. Oh my gosh! I haven't been back to the tree since we got back to Terra! I didn't realize this is what he did to the tree! Oh my gosh. He could have just gone to therapy, okay? Kuja just could have gone to therapy. But no, he decided to do this instead. Alright, I'm gonna save here, and I'm gonna play an ad, and we're going to attempt to go into the tree, and if I feel like I need to back out and like redo some stuff, we'll do that. But I kind of want to go into the tree. I kind of want to see where this takes us. But also, I'm just trying to think, should I get another... Well, I need to do a couple things really quickly. Switch party members. Do I want to take Aiko? I kind of want to take Freya as well. Or do I want to take Steiner? Should we do the OG party? Oh wait. Yeah, do I do the OG party and bring Steiner in? Maybe. Maybe perhaps. So many, they could have had therapy, but war crimes instead. Truly, it's so painful. Auto regen. Dime? Is there anything else that I could give? High tide. Accuracy, ability up. High tide. Auto haste. Oh, running shoes. Auto haste and auto potion. I don't think he really needs auto potion. Honestly, health is fine. If I could boost his MP, that would be nice. Chemist? Counter. Perhaps? He is already pretty tanky at 3k health. Let me see what other accessories would be better. Battle boots? Yeah, maybe battle boots. Okay, I'm also thinking, what was the counter ability? Because counter might be nice. Yeah, I'm really close to counter. We're gonna do that one and then we're gonna switch off from that. Okay. A therapist would have their hands full of Kuja. Kuja? I don't know how many. I don't know who could take on Kuja as a patient. Men will literally do war crimes then go to therapy. There's a really funny item that I found on Etsy. I know, but I found on Etsy that relates to he could have gone to therapy instead. And it's really funny. You're here for Orban? You're only here for Orban? Nia did say 14 has Orban. Does Final Fantasy 9 have Orban? Beef's hat. Defense is a little lower. Oh, speed goes up though. Actually, no, yeah, this is long reach. That's a new ability. Eye for eye. These armlets. Actually, power wrist is kind of nice. These boots. Magic. He doesn't use magic. Yellow scarf. Defense goes up a little bit. Evade goes down. Strength goes up a little bit. Garnet. Is that anything better for BB? Auto haste. Oh, he also. Okay, there's also riding shoes. Anything that would give him more magic would be nice. Magician shoes. Magic evade probably would be pretty good. Pumice stone. I promise peace. Ancient aroma. Magic armlet. Defense goes up. I want her magic to stay up though. Golden skull cap. Defense goes up. She might need it though. It's only 1 for magic. Okay, I might give that to her. Magic racket is the best we have at the moment. Okay, cool. I'm gonna depart. Okay, this is like really eerie. Like, look how purple the sky is. Okay, call. We need help. Save, please. I'm sure there's plenty. There'll be a little bit more time before we go forward. But yeah, I'll probably end up playing a little bit in that. Okay, let me scroll all the way back. Let's go here. Also, hi AOD. I know we're doing an Orban. I know we're an Orban household, but I like Lighthouse more because of the math. Do you like the math? No, we're an Evilise household, all right. But there's a majority favorite for Orban for a lot of the time. Okay. So let me do this. I'll be right back. I'll see you in a little bit. Get up, stretch, get some snacks, food, whatever you need, and we'll be back in a little bit. All right. It's fine. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna make Kuja see his ways, and then he'll be our friend, and everything will be great. Yeah. Okay, I'll be back. Sorry, playing ad. I'm going to make sure my water bottle is full. Refilling that. I have my notepad, my notes. Controller is good. Charging my phone. If you haven't gotten water, please go get some water. Please. Also, I really want to show you all my Owala. So I ended up mixing and matching some lids together, and this one is super cute. So Allie, have you done them mine as well? Do you feel like they're easy even on mine? But maybe it'll be nice. Maybe it'll be nice. We'll see. I'm excited for whenever we end up doing the Shadowbringers raid. It's probably gonna be after my break because I plan to go. I have a family trip that I need to go on, and yes, it'll be around the middle of July. So in less than 2 weeks. They'll be gone for about a week, and after that we probably should be coming back and doing the raids. I've done them day 1, so basically, okay, all right. That's really interesting though that you find them so easy. I'm really excited to see what they'll encompass, or like what will happen whenever we end up doing them, because like I like doing them mine, so it'll be interesting to see how I experience them compared to the other ones, especially. Okay. Got my notes, got everything. There's also my water bottle. I ended up getting a smaller, like, because the lids are, you can mix and match the lids. And I have like a 16 ounce one. I have a 32 ounce, and this one is 12 ounces, I think. Yeah, this is a 12 ounce one. It's so tiny. Unfortunately, it did get a dent on both sides because it was put into my mailbox, and there's some mechanism that my mail person got this into my mailbox, but I could not get out. And I never knew when the mail people came, so I just like eventually yanked it out of my mailbox, and it has now. Well, it's kind of funny because I can set my hand there. I can kind of grip it that way, like holding it right here, but it's still obnoxious because the powder coating is like off of it. I just kind of like am wary of the rust in the future if I don't dry it quick enough, but it should be fine. It's stainless steel, so it's whatever. But anyways, look how cute it is. It's so small. Let me show you a 32 ounce bottle in comparison. I know, right? Right, Astra? Owala-chan. That's so cute. So this is my original 32 ounce Owala, and this is this is Owala-chan apparently. Don't get tetanus? Can you get tetanus from stainless steel? Only if it's dirty. Or you can get tetanus if you get like a cut, right? Like a dirty cut. Which actually reminds me, I probably should get my tetanus shot. Which also reminds you all, you probably should get your tetanus shot if you are not upped as of recently. Because it's good to just, you know, regularly get up your vaccinations. Is the inside damage? No, it's just the exterior is damaged. So I don't think there is an issue, right? Probably don't need to worry too much. Yeah, it's only the exterior. I didn't see any issues inside when I was looking at it. I also haven't tasted anything funny either. I don't think it would have like damage would have gone through that badly. Anyways. Look how tiny! The little 12 ounce Owala. If I find it on sale, I might get a second one, another one of like the bottle of the 12 ounce ones. just because it wouldn't be all messed up, but I would find use for this one too. It's kind of cute, just like having a very small one, because like my 16-ounce one is great. But this one is just, it's so cute. Maybe I'll have like one for juice and like one for water. But yeah, I can down 12 ounces like easy. Chugging it would be so simple. All right. Let's see what is next. Okay. All right. Call me anytime, Kupo. We're gonna try to go to the tree. This is our OG party. This is OG party. Actually, right before we go, one other thing to double check. Auto regen, accuracy, auto life. What is long reach? Reaches back row attacks like front row. Long reach. MP attack. Gamble defense. I might take that off actually. Body temp, ability up, insomniac. So he can't fall asleep. Auto potion. He doesn't need auto potion, he has auto regen. Clear-headed. So locomotion does not mug. Jelly. Kleegill. What is eye for eye? Raises counter activation rate. Alert, no back attacks. Protect girls? Protect girls. Protect girls. Accuracy up. Honestly, I don't know if it's worth. Autoflow. Okay, if auto regen is 10, what is... Auto regen is 10. Counter is 8. And then... Counter... Where's the other one? Protect girls, add status, double killer. Accuracy up. Oh, no. So what I was looking at actually was auto potion. Okay, auto potion might be better than auto regen at the moment. For now, and I will adjust as needed. Locomotion, mug. We could do counter. And do eye for eye. Oh, no, I don't. I can't do that. I cannot do counter and eye for eye. Insomniac, auto potion. Mug damages enemies when you steal. I kind of want both of those right now. Do I want counter? Let's do bug killer. Okay. Steiner has HP up, MP attack, which I think is good. Man-eater has counter cover. Takes damage in place of an ally. Alert. Okay, we need alert. That's good. He doesn't have a lot of abilities, to be honest. But... it should be okay. Vivi has 5 left. Auto life. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm having dinner and watching stream on TV. Dining room TV. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad I can keep you company. I am nervous and excited. Commotion. Clear head? Yeah, clear head. Body temp. High tide. Insomniac. All of his are very defensive. Nullified magic element. Okay, but also reflect doubles the strength of spells using reflect. Ah. Okay, but then also that would be possibly broken if Vivi just reflected himself, and then basically if Vivi did reflect on himself and then essentially attacked himself onto the enemy, so it's double the strength of his spells. And then if I just put him, if I gave him an auto regen Oh, he only has auto potion. I need to give him a regen, like a heal regen. That would be a really interesting way to play Vivi though. But like, what if I did that? Chemist, healers, restores target's HP, auto regen, MP would actually be really nice. Clear head. Odin's sword attacks with Eidolon. Odin? Okay, I don't want that. Okay, I'm gonna save again. Oh, let me go back. I'm gonna save one more time, and we're gonna go in, and we can adjust as needed. Sometimes I definitely overplan and overthink things, and we just need to give it a try, and then we can always go back and adjust. And honestly, that's gonna be a big thing in the future as I one day again play Elden Ring, and then also play Expedition 33 later too. Ah, I can only get near it from above. Oh my gosh. You could have just gone to therapy. Oh. You could have just gone to therapy. Cutscene. Oh my gosh. This reminds me of Mount Gulg in 14. Of everything coming. Oh my gosh, this is so Mount Gulg. The swarm of them? They're coming. Huh? Is there like a shield around them? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, is it our friends from Limblom? Is this Sid's new fleet? This aerial fleet? Wow. Oh my gosh, this reminds me exactly like Mount Gulg, seeing all our friends. It is Sid! All ships clear a path for the invincible. Can't let you guys steal the show by yourselves. Oh my gosh. And the Tintalis. Uncle Sid? Like, how did he know to show up here? Dagger literally said, like, please don't tell Sid anything. But he already knew. Probably because of Baku. He loves big showdowns. Now let's lose those dragons. This song is really good too. Oh man. I definitely feel like my heart rate's going up because of like how cool this is. Oh my gosh, it's Beatrix! General Beatrix, our ship is going to burst! Oh my gosh. Do not fret, your captain... Beatrix, what are you saying? Do not fret, your captain is about to enter Valhalla? You are a Pluto Knight, now act like one. We all know you came along because you were worried sick about Captain Steiner. Did you say something? Don't say you're entering Valhalla. Red Rose? Could it be Beatrix? Quite a woman you fell in love with. No, Beatrix, please don't say you're going to Valhalla. You're the one to talk. Wait a minute, Steiner. What did you mean by that? Oh my gosh, it's canon! Oh my goodness. Okay, it's fine. We're fine. Steiner and Beatrix have feelings! They have feelings! Oh, I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm so fine. So this is the other part of the dating sim, right? This is the other part of the dating sim. Sorry, I kind of got really emotional when we saw Beatrix. Okay, what did you mean by that? Look at Dagger. What did you mean by that? Alright. Let's burst through. understand this music as well. They're gonna be okay. Oh my gosh. Ah! Okay, it's fine, it's fine. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Everything's gonna be fine. I should have had Dragon Slayer or Dragon Killer or whatever. Oh, can we steal from this? What is this again? Tidal wave? Oh dear. Oh, Steiner's health. Dragon wrist, we stole something. Focus. Nova Dragon. Power Break, Charge, and then Magic Break. I'm afraid that's gonna hit us really hard again. Oh! He's okay. He is okay. He is okay. He's okay. He's okay. We're gonna do... We don't... Oh, yeah, because we don't have Kirga. That's only for... That's only for small. Okay. Zidane, I'm gonna give you this. I don't say I should put a regen on Zidane, too. Ah, it missed. Shockwave. Zidane is down. These are kind of like thunder abilities. 3k, okay. Okay, Steiner gets that right. No, Zidane still gets it. Oh dear. Tidal wave again? I think we're gonna wipe. Which is, oh, yeah, okay, okay. We're about to wipe. I'm about to wipe. Okay, so I now know for this dragon to prioritize different things, which is okay. Aerial slash. Vivi's gonna survive this and kill their party. Or kill the dragon. You guarded it? Vivi, you're doing great, sweetie. Very heavy. Very, very heavy hitting. Absolutely. Plus thunder. 3k for that one as well. Oh. She is also... Oh, she's in trance. Let's do Steiner. Oh, that's a huge one. Maybe you do... Okay, well, they're fine. Do minus strike. And let's do big cure. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, that wasn't as strong as the other one. Okay. Oh my gosh, they're gonna die. They're gonna die. They're gonna die. Dagger's okay. Vivi's carrying. We're not out yet. I know. Thunder, fire, ice. Okay, okay, okay. I definitely need to change some of our abilities after this. It's gonna be a little rough. She definitely gained more defense, it felt like. Tidal wave. Oh, is it dang gonna be able to? No, only Vivi. Only Vivi is able to take this. Vivis are Vivi. I wonder how much health it has. Oh, he's in trance now? Oh, come on. Alright. Let's see. Let's also do this fire attack. Can we out DPS it? Maybe more like MVVP. Vivi's not gonna have MP after this. I didn't kill it. Is this one gonna heal Vivi? Shockwave? I hope so. There's one of them. One of them heals Vivi. Not that one. Never mind. That's 24. Yeah, that's 24. I'm not gonna be able to do the next one. No. Yeah. Not an FMP. No, so Shockwave is the one. Okay, I'm also trying to remember and pay attention to some of the abilities. Elixir? Vivi's our boy. We're gonna continue to try. Aerial slash. So this one was the AoE. Okay, I'm just trying to remember. Oh, guarded. Nice. We're gonna need to definitely rework some of the items that each of the party team members have. Even if we defeat this, we still have to go defeat, like, we still have to go fight. We still have to go fight Kuja. So the wind attacks we're guarded against. For this one, I almost wonder if we can like drain the MP of it so it can't do MP attacks. I'm trying to think of strategy once we come back up. Or if we have to redo this again. Which, this has so much health. Oh my goodness. It has so much health. I also have a question. It's like a serial question. Can you only have one trance per battle? Oh, yeah. Okay, that one healed BB, though. Honestly, I probably should look into, on our team, which items have wind mitigating abilities. I think those are the ones with the AoEs, and those are the ones that hit us the most. And I think we can mostly recover from Shockwave. But if we are able to do wind and also thunder mitigations. Okay. I can't say I've been in battle long enough to hit trance twice. Oh, I see. The little bar just took a while to like show up again on Vivi's bar. Wait, it happened? We did it! MVVP? Yeah, Vivi is MVP. He is 100% MVP. Great job, Vivi. You did fantastic. That's why we max out Vivi's stuff. Look, oh my gosh, Vivi. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to the team. Vivi, you did great, sweetie. You did so good. You did so good. Are you sure this will work, Quina? Is no problem. I warped in from outside before. I guess this is the only exit anyway. We find same magic field outside when we come back. I warp in when I step into the magic field outside. All right. I guess it's no use worrying. Trust in Quina. In Quina we trust. Oh my gosh. It's so different here. Was this under the tree? What is this place? What's wrong, Zidane? Did someone just call my name? No. That's weird. Maybe you're just hearing things. Freya. I don't think so. You hear that? I hear nothing. Oh. Zidane, can you hear me? Also new music. Garlon? Oh my gosh, Garlon? I am speaking only to you. Garland. Oh, sorry. Garland. Garland, what is this place? Wait, no. Memoria. A place of memories. Memories? Yes, your memories brought forth this place. Here, you shall witness the entire truth. You have no choice. Now go. What are you talking about? Damn. Zidane, what's going on? You all heard me talking, right? Mm-hmm. Looks like I was the only one who heard him. I was just talking to Garland. He told me that our memories created this place. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I guess we'll just have to move forward. Okay, alright. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna keep the party as is. Am I under-leveled with some of my characters? Honestly, I don't think it's even under-leveled. I think it's truly me not using the right items for the quest going forward. Missed every recent stream, but I'm glad I could catch the finale? Question mark? Potentially, hopefully finale? Hopefully. Also, Soup, the last couple streams have been pretty good. Wait. Am I under-leveled? If I am, you can tell me. I am okay with it. Suggested items? I will adjust to what I need in this area. I will change out the items that I've like picked out. I was like in the 50s when it I've been told that like I don't know. I'm not sure anymore. I have no clue. I truly have no clue. Vivi was actually great, and it's because I know why. It's because Vivi has such great like magic defense. Vivi has such great magic defense, and also, yeah, 41. Great magic defense, but because of some of the items that he had on, that's what made the difference. Because absorbs wind water attack for this one, right? Reduces damage 100% with the coronet. And that's what I need to do. 50% with the choker. And that's what I needed to do with everyone else too. Because everyone else had like some different items. I just didn't know the elements that they had. So especially, yeah, so that's what we need to do. Because, like, some of them can't just outright full-on tank it. I think we need to make sure we have, like, mitigations. Mid-40s? Mid-40s? Okay, am I able to level up here? If it's mid-40s. I hope so. This place is so eerie. A bit unnerving, but also, like, it's a little beautiful too. But, like, it almost feels like the vast land, like the lands on the ground, it almost feels like graves. So it's a little... Oh, this castle. Oh, wow! It continually gets built up from our memories as we're here, it looks like. Is this a memory that we're going to encounter? Oh, we get to, okay, we get to save here. Oh, that's so weird. That's so weird and cool though. So 40s to 50s around the right equipment is more important than levels. Yeah, okay. So maybe I should be a little bit higher then. At least for some of the other people. This is so weird. 10. Wait, does tent recover people who are KO'd? Well, we're gonna find out. Fine. 1 second. I'm not gonna waste a tent, okay? We're not about to go waste a tent. We're going back to the save. I need that tent. It's fine. I'm also a little nervous of like what we'll encounter in this area, right? I don't know. This music's really cool. But I'm like really nervous. Okay, I'm just gonna have 3 Vigillion saves. It's fine. I have no money! I'm just making sure I don't miss anything. Is there any items here? Ooh. This topped. Oh. Who's this? Who is this? Oh, no, okay, there are enemies. Okay, what kind of enemies are there here? Let's see. Oh my gosh! This goat man? That seems kind of rude, goat man. Goat man Ash? Oh, you know what I should look up as well, actually? Soul a tent, nice. Reflect! Okay. Sure, goat man. can do flare. Flare. Great. Petrifying. Stop? Most of us have locomotion on, though. Who's gonna put this on? I think Zidane has locomotion on. I want... He's really fast. He's really, really, really fast. I'm pretty sure Steiner has locomotion on as well. Yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah, keep trying, Mr. Goat Man. Doom? Come on. No, go away. No, not Vivi. Stop, that's my son. Oh, I forgot the reflect. No, Vivi. Okay. Is there a way to reflect Doom? He's dooming everyone? We should reflect. Can we reflect the Doom? Oh, stop. Okay. He has so much health. Oh, thank goodness. Thank you, Zidane. Thank you, Zidane. Steiner was about to die. Okay, literally just fun. I hate him doing dailies. You got Orbon? Congrats. That was a lot of XP. We're gonna get a lot of XP here is what I'm learning. It's gonna hurt and we're gonna hate it, but we're gonna get a lot of XP. Mimi, my boy. Okay, so it was mostly Doom. He just had Doom. All right. Interesting. And locomotion. But I'm sure there's more. Okay, I'm trying to think. I don't think... Ooh, return magic? Okay. Night hide. What if we do that? What if I just do that? Regen, auto flow, MP attack, undead killer. I don't see any bugs here. I definitely see some devils for sure. Or I guess they're beast as well. Counter, insomniac, bright eyes. Okay. So alert, I'm gonna keep. Counter, I'm not sure. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and give him an auto regen. And I have 2 more left. Let's do undead or let's do undead. We're swapping things around. She honestly, she doesn't even get a chance to do chemist most of the time, I feel like. Auto potion, clear head, Odin's sword. Chemist? I really want auto regen or MP. Zidane, let's get a bug killer off of you. You can do... Yeah, you can do devil killer and man killer. Gambit defense, protect girls. In his current state, he cannot protect girls. It's very difficult right now. Auto potion, bandit, locomotion, mug. MP attack maybe? Auto life? I'd have to do 6 more. What if we kept protect girls, but we did. Auto regen? Does he have? He does have auto potion. Okay. Okay. This clock here. Well, it's a pendulum. I'm not sure if it's a clock or not. There's a lot of XP here. Oh, it's this one. Roulette? I don't like that. I don't like this. Stop. What is this? That was incredibly unfair. What the frick? This roulette. I guess if there's an ability where you can get guarded against like one-hit KOs, but I'm trying to remember if there is an ability like that or an item that prevents one-hit KOs. Roulette again! Okay. Oh, thank goodness. That was so nice. Great job. We did it. Okay. Are we sure Zidane isn't a Dragoon? Yeah. Oh, because he's floor tanking. Stop. No. Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. Dagger, can you heal him? Thank you. Dragoon mention? This place is so... It's so neat. Oh, dang it. It's funny because you get that ability in Fort... it's just chaotic to use. Okay. Fist? Oh, he's just gonna punch him? Okay, that's fine. Stole Phoenix down. Thanks. So you had to use like 4 of them recently. 2K? Okay, okay. Finally, we can do a scan. Iron Man? 68? Oh my gosh, humanoid. Okay. Humanoid demon. Humanoid demon, okay. We can get thunder. Okay, Vivi, we heard that. That was rude. Why would you do that to Vivi? He didn't do anything to you. Okay, Vivi. We're gonna do Big Thunder, okay? Dagger's gonna take care of you. Big health. He's picking on the little guy. Oh, sting. Auto potion. You know what I should do? Let's do that. I find Doom and Death very useless because all the enemies that do not resist it can be killed easily with no attacks. 5k. Alright. 3k. We are getting there, slowly but surely. Man, I want to give Steiner a better sword. Steiner's also using MP attack. Cleave? Let's do Kira. Zidane inventing a new protect floor skill. Stop! Not protect floor skill! Not the new protect floor skill! Great job, Vivi. Vivi's truly a powerhouse. Vivi does it all. Oh. Let's do a cure for everyone. Yeah, that looks good. Thank you, Dagger. Okay, I see. This is just for us to look around. Oh. Okay, so it goes. Okay, we go further. I control. No. What is this? I don't like this. Lightning. That's a lot. Venom Earth? I don't like this. I think this is gonna be annoying. So it does poison, which it missed, which is great. It's a chimera. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah. So cold breath. Ice stuff? Okay, Zidane is frozen now. That's fine. Let's scan this. And then let's do a fire ability, maybe? I think fire. Why is its Butterface? I don't know. You have to ask the death team. 67 Chimera. It's almost dead. Demon. Okay. A lot of demons. And also actually weak against ice. Okay, Zidane's back out. He's good. We're good. Steiner has no MP left. Virus crunch. Oh no! Zidane! Okay, he has virus. He's in trance though. He's about to end that chimera. So you know what? Okay. For potency. Dying? Which one? Physical damage. Physical damage. Title. Let's do this one. Ooh, 6k. That's really good. Zidane, can you top that? Venom breath again. He's just gonna hit though. Vivi! No, Vivi! Okay. Zidane didn't even get to do anything. Did not get to do anything. Good job, Steiner. Oh, he doesn't? Oh wow, if he has virus, he doesn't get XP? I didn't know that. Okay, vaccine. Is this? Okay, there we go. These towers. I know everything's like slowly getting built up, but still. Was that the moon? Oh my gosh, is that the moon? He's fine. We gave him a vaccine. What is this? Can Quina eat these things? I don't like this. It has 6 arms. We meet again. I'm one of the... I was gonna say, is it one of the shrine people? Kneel before my power? Okay, sure. Flame slash? Oh no, it's not. Zidane got 1-hit KO? We just healed him? Oh no. Uh-oh. I didn't see it before this. Mistakes are happening. Mustard bomb? Okay. Flame. Flame thing. Misses. Perfect. Flame thing. Okay. I was gonna scan it real quick. Focus, Vivi, focus! We meet again. I'm sure I remember if we've met. We missed that. Okay. That's fine. You know what? Reflect? That's kind of really rude. Okay, let's get Zidane back up. Steiner, you need to heal up. Zidane. Can you not reflect, float? Okay, I am just gonna only reflect Steiner. Okay, I'm gonna reflect Steiner. Who is he gonna put Flame Slash on? Okay, you're just gonna beat up Zidane again. Okay, whatever. How about if it's flames, let's do Thunder on Steiner. And then how am I gonna do this? Steiner can't even attack. Great job. It was 3K. Does it have fire? No. No, that completely... Yeah, fire. Fire. Okay, okay. Steiner, oh, please don't wear off. Please don't wear off the reflect. Maybe I should use flare. Okay, miss. Great job. 4K? That's great. Okay, we just need to make sure Zidane doesn't die at the beginning. Mustard bomb? Comment, it still has. Okay. Remedy. $2K? Our team is in shambles. In absolute shambles. Okay. Vivi is reflecting again. We're just gonna do a normal attack. Cause I can't do anything else. It's okay. So we're just gonna wait until this is done. Go Vivi, go. That's a no. The way it's bullying Zidane, I wouldn't be surprised if we provide him just a KO. Probably. It probably would do that. It would 100% just BM. It's okay. Now we know it's fire, so therefore we have to equip everyone properly. I feel like though, the only thing that I'm worried about is if I end up continuing, will we go immediately into the fight? So do I need to load my save? Because I think this has happened before. It won't, yeah, it probably won't let me actually continue. So I need to load my save. Dang, we actually got a good chunk of XP too. Okay, so that's fine, because we're gonna learn. We got this. You just need a snake lady with 6. Wait, no, to counter the 6 swords. 6. Wait. Shields maybe instead? Okay, let us find Holy Shadow. How about ice, water, fire? Fire, 50%. Okay. Well, actually, I'm thinking we could use what we had, get up to that point, swap before we get to that other area. Okay. That's fine. Because no. Alright, so fire. Thunder, wind, holy ice. Man, I don't have a lot of equipment that's like... Wait, fire? Fire? Oh, it adds fire. So this one adds fire, so I need to do something that is... Okay. Wind. Yeah, control. No, control. No. I'm about to clear your chat. Control. You're gonna get your chat cleared. Black Hood. Yeah, we could do that. That would be helpful. You know what? I actually might. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. What am I talking about? Did it do the thing? Wait, did he even do anything? I don't know if it actually did anything. Oh no, it did. Okay, there we go. Okay, I don't know why. It was just like a weird delay. It did. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab food really quickly to fuel this brain, because brain is smush. It wiped it out. It's like really delayed. I don't know why. It just might be my web browser. No, it won't, because my brain doesn't work right now. So, you gotta try harder next time. Oh, see, I didn't even read that right, because you said you'd still be here to brain rot chat. That's true. See, I told you my brain doesn't work. Because of imagination. Actually, I needed that. Let me get the rest of the meatballs. Maybe we should go ahead and just... I'm thinking going ahead and just like putting the right items on. Okay. Raises thunder, raises ice. Wind. Fire elemental. Reduces damage. Your poor red mage is weak. Is red mage on the weaker side in terms of like all the casters at the moment? Or is this not used very often? Honestly, what I'm worried about is Steiner. I don't know if he... Okay, so the diamond sword is gonna be fine. Water? Thunder? Ice damage? Thunder damage? Oh gosh, he does not have anything. Earth damage, water damage, fire! Okay, alright, he does have some. Ice by 100, shadow by 100. Okay, so this is helpful. Shadow, wind. How about fire? Oh, there's a death ability? I did not know that. I know it's definitely, it's on the worthless side though, especially against bosses. Okay, this will help a little bit. Just a little tiny bit. Oh my gosh, please. One thing about this game I don't mind is backseating. Because if I don't mind is backseating is like equipment elementals don't stack as in like 250 times isn't... Oh, really? Isn't extra on top of it? So it's better just to have one or 100 one that is 100%. Okay, thank you, Danny. Okay, good to know. If that is the case, then I gotta redo some of these then. Fire 50%. Okay, cool. And then 50% for this one. This is fine. Black Hood is 50%, and for this one, I'm going to put that back on. Black Hood for her. Demon Vest? I thought I had put her in a different one. Yeah, the suit. So, amulet. It's fine. We're gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be alright. Let me double check everyone's... okay. I think what I'll end up doing is we're gonna get up there and once we get to the top, I'm gonna turn off encounters. Are we just looking up at it? No, we're looking over here. We can't see who it is. Once we get there, I'm gonna go up there, do the encounters, turn off encounters, go all the way back, save. Ugh. I forgot about this. I forgot about this bozo. Is he gonna do insta-death again? $2K is not great. Reflect. Dagger doesn't have Dispel. I think I need to work around. If I'm gonna keep Dagger in the party. Oh, nice. Nice. Great job. Great job, Zidane. If I'm gonna keep Dagger in the party, I need to, like, work around some of the abilities for everyone to shift. Let me see. Did I end up doing... Okay, so definitely Undead, Man, and Devil. I don't think Counter is that important right now. Oh, I didn't put regen on him earlier. Bandit Monk. I mean, at this point, is it gonna be that important for me to mug and, like, get stuff if I'm dying? Body temp, counter, auto regen, auto flow, auto life, accuracy. Steiner, he has extra XP, MP attack. I might take that off right now. Beast Killer, well, no, Man Killer, MP attack, counter, alert, body temp, level up. Clear head. I actually might take off one of these. How about... maybe I'll take this off for now, and then I'll add on level up. Lowers enemies' physical accuracy. Okay. Nullifies magical element. That, this is tempting. I'm not gonna lie. This is kind of tempting. Okay, so we're at 9. Oh, he could get extra MP though. He's been doing good. Clear head. Insomniac. At least... Silence, sleep. At least for this current one, we haven't had any sleep ones. We're gonna do that. We're testing out abilities right now. Chemist can be helpful still for now. Body temp, ability up. I really want to try Odin's sword later too. Auto regen. We'll take 10. And then we'd have to do like clear head and something else. Some of these are like too good that I don't want to take off. I wish, wait, I wonder, can I go in the back of that area? Okay, so it seems like... Might? I don't like this. Gains more attack power? Scan? So this is humanoid. I forgot what it was weak against? Humanoid, demon, lizard, thunder. Okay. Okay, good miss. Oh, I don't even have regen as a cast. Life skin. Protect? Yeah, I'm gonna protect Vivi. Oh no, I was trying to. Oh, Vivi was not supposed to just. Oh, it's doing protect now. It's doing a lot more abilities than last time. Okay, so you do thunder, Vivi. Yeah, that was a really good one. But it has not casted any kind of like shell, so we still got that. Ooh, its accuracy is really low right now. It's the weakest. A significant amount by DPS? Wow, I didn't realize that. Do you think they'll ever end up changing that? Ooh! Oh! Steiner! Uh-oh. I think what I needed to do, actually, instead, was, as we were leveling up, use best abilities possible, and then when we get to that part... when we get to that part, that's when we change it. Okay, alright. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is so normal and fine. Steiner, do you still have level up? Do I have level up on him? They do. Beef's head. Power vest. What's the power vest that I was using before? Magic, we don't need that. Defense, no. Honorary vest? I think it was this one I was using. Black robe. Oh. Defense, magic evasion, that's really good. I think I was giving him the flash. Did you get the coronet? No, yo, he was using the coronet. It's fine. We're gonna slowly level up. It's like, oh, I needed to also change Steiner's sword. I know it's like a back and forth for it feels like nothing, but oh yeah, I need to learn Dark Side. Oh heck, I forgot. I forgot to learn Dark Side earlier today. I would have said they were a pain in 15, but also a pain in 9. Ah, the Iron Giants are huge HP sponges. Let me go back. Go back, save, run up with no encounters. Yeah, I didn't realize. Okay, so in this area, it's interesting. So in specific areas, it seems like it's only one type of monsters, at least as far as I see. But yes, we will continue and see if that is the case. So I am going to remove. Oh, that's incredibly rude. You should not do that to BB. Black Mage, let's do Big Thunder. 2k is helpful. This guy better not bully BB. No, BB! My son. Okay, yeah, they have so much HP. Auto portion. It's fine. It's fine. At least we're getting some XP here. Dagger, no, you can't. Why does it even attempt when they know it's dead? It's just, that sucks. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. $6k, that's good. Helm dive? Okay, everyone's down to 1 now. Oh, we can do minus strike though. Physical damage to HP, solution 9. I kind of want to do it just because I can. I know. It's okay though, because Steiner actually is going to do 2k damage. Wow, 6k, you did it. Good job, Zidane. Views up, that's all that matters. We got 10k XP though. Okay, I'm turning off encounters. We're going back. I really want to go over here. Like, it looks like I should be able to go there, but I can't. Another FFs, the heal defaults to adjacent. Yeah, that's why it's like so confusing. Because I'm pretty sure, even when I play, yeah, pixel remasters are a little different. Just because, you know, they are remastered and stuff. So there's some quality of life things I'm sure that has, like, adjusted. Okay. Tent. Let's use a tent. We got this. We have to. We must. Alright. I think I'm gonna use a second tent. I think I'm gonna use a second tent. That's fine. I can buy more. I say it as I'm like blowing all my money. Okay, everyone's health looks much better. Abilities now. I'm going to actually take off level up. Beast Undead. MP attack. And then... Okay. Is the helm? %? Vivi is going to use Black Hood. Dagger will also use the Black Hood. Zidane will use... Is there any hats that he can use? Fire. Oh, that raises fire elementals. I think the only one is... yeah, the vest. Okay, save. At dinner, now you're wrapped up in a blanket and mulled wine. That sounds like such a cozy evening, a cozy Friday evening. I'm definitely wrapped up in my cardigan right now. I am very cozy at the moment. And I'm hoping we can defeat Kuja at this point. I really hope today's the finale. Otherwise, I'm gonna need to spend some time grinding. If today isn't the finale, I don't know. I need to. I need to finish it today. But I feel like there are some things that I may have needed to prep beforehand. Not just levels, but like more so like leveling up, like battling in order to get more money to get better gear is, I think, the biggest thing. I know we're gonna encounter him up here. Wait. Yeah, because I have encounters off, but like this is a mandatory encounter. Hopefully this works. Hopefully this helps a little bit. I'm one of the Chaos Guardians. Kneel before my power. Has reflect. I wish there was something I could use against it. Restores HP. That's interesting. I'm just gonna get Vivi to focus. Mustard bomb? Get out of here. Get out of here. Leave Vivi alone. Come on, leave Vivi alone. He's guarded against it, so he's fine. But still, leave Vivi alone. Mini confused berserk. Oh yeah, I was not able to use scan last time, so maybe I can do. I kind of want to do reflect on Vivi. Oh yeah! Oh frick! I forgot! Steiner has the sword! Oh, Steiner. I forgot! No! I forgot the stupid sword. This... Okay, alright, it's fine. Vivi... 3K! I think I need to get better gear. I think I need to get better gear. I don't think this is gonna be a huge uphill battle where I don't think I'm gonna win. It's okay. Flame slash. It will be. No, today's not okay. Okay, I don't think 50% is gonna work anyway. I think I need to find 100% in terms of abilities. Oh no, healing the boss. I know! Steiner just healed the boss completely and died! Mustard bomb again. Guarded. Great job. Assuming the sword thing, so it has fire abilities, so what if I just use flare? Or comet? Non-elemental damage. 2K, it's only I only does 2K. Diamond dust. Flare. Don't you dare reflect. Vivi, go. Look at that. Oh, look at that flare, Vivi. Oh, he did so good. Aiko would be really helpful here, I feel like. If Aiko had, like, was here, she could reflect, she put reflect on all of us, right? Flame slash. Go away. Leave. Leave Vivi alone. Vivi, I need to put reflect on you again. Honestly, for this one, I should just put reflect as an the reflect ring on one of my on somebody. It's fine. He's guarded by that, and he's gonna flare himself because we're doing things. Vivi's doing great. Look at him! Look at this flare! He's doing so good! Man. We're having a rough time. Oh, it doesn't even have... Wait. Okay, let's do this. We can do this. Okay. I almost wish I had reflect 2 times on BB. So it would just do more. That was 9K! That's so good. I'm gonna get Vivi to focus again. Okay, Vivi's like locked in. He's so locked in right now. Flame slash? Just leave us alone. I'm in the kitchen and cleaning and making food. I'm cracking up here between Vivi. You're doing so good. Vivi, no. He's fine. He's fine. I'm glad I can give you some entertainment while I'm squealing about Vivi. Keep your eye out for the sparkle. I've seen so many streamers, players forget about it. The sparkle. Oh, the reflect sparkles. $9.99. Look at that. Look how great Vivi's doing. He's doing so good. Oh my gosh. Go away. Go away. Dagger, you do this. Oh, Vivi doesn't have enough. Mustard bomb. I can't even do. What do you mean mustard bomb? Doesn't even work against us. Okay. Nice. I am going to go ahead and do a reflect on Vivi. He's locked in. Exactly. He refuses to die. He has so much to live for. He has so much to live for. And these 2 boys over here literally have the loves of their lives to account for. And what are they even doing? Napping. It's fine. They're not napping. They're taking a break. Vivi and Dagger MVP? Look at these flares. They're so good. Just EP boys. Another maxed out 999. Courtesy of my son. He's doing so good. Oh my gosh. No, Vivi! No, it's okay. It's okay. No! We were doing so well! Okay, she needs to recover. She needs to recover. She needs to recover, otherwise we're not gonna be able to do this. It's fine. We've done how much health does this thing have? And there goes my boy. I know, right? See? No, it's fine. We're gonna be fine. We are going to res Vivi and he will be okie dokie. Everything will be perfectly fine. He just needs to get a life and leave us alone. Okay? But also, great job, Doctor. She missed. That was missed. LB 3-time dagger. Who are you gonna mustard bomb here? Okay, Vivi's focusing. He's so locked in. He's so ready. We got this. Just healing up the dream team. Okay. Actually, how many times can you focus? Does it matter? Good job, Vivi. No, Vivi did a great dodge. He really is flexing. That's okay. He deserves it. Flame slash. Leave us alone. Go away. I hope it's another 9999. Let's max out damage. We're still going. It's over! Wait, it's over! Take this? What? Raining swords? Come on! Leave us alone! Get a life! Stop! We could have all been, like, KO'd? Vivi did it. Well, okay, Vivi and Dagger. If it wasn't, both of them did so good. I'm so proud of Vivi and Dagger. Odin's sword! Good job. He did it! Okay, we gotta go back. We are like, it's 2 for 2. If it was not for Vivi, I don't think we could do this, to be honest. Vivi is like completely as decked out as he can. And I'm like struggling over here to keep everyone else alive. Fire protection came into clutch. Yes, finally. It did. But like, I don't know. It was just really rough with the other two. It's just like, it almost tempts me to maybe change the team for certain abilities. But Zidane is always going to be there, and Zidane was having a very hard time. Okay. All right. So let me revive both of them really quickly. Nice. We're up. And I am, I don't know what I'm doing, to be honest. I feel like we are fumbling through this. We're gonna do our best. Okay, we did Odin's, nice. Oh, Bahamut! Ooh. Wait! Garnet has a Garnet! Sorry, I just realized. Garnet has a Garnet now. Garnet has a Garnet! Where was that from? Reflect null? I really want that. Okay. I think I need to work on some. I need to work on some of these. I think this will be important or helpful. Oh my gosh, when did we get the Garnet? I'm just realizing, I'm sorry, when did we get the Garnet? Because like when they extracted Garnet, right? They took Bahamut out, of course. But like, when did that happen? I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember when we got it back, to be honest. I think I'm just being forgetful. Ability. 20% HP. Chemist. Battle boots. Chemist. HP. Okay, black belt. Is there an ability that BB doesn't have? Oh, death! Yeah! Okay, yeah, let's do that. Can y'all hear that? I don't think you can, but there are definitely fireworks going off. I played this so long, I've forgotten the guys have desperation attacks. Oh, yeah. Right when she cut her hair. Ah, thank you, Danny. Okay, right when she cut her hair, Beatrix hands it to Zidane to give to Garnet. Ah! Okay, so that's when Beatrix had it. Okay, thank you. It just started here too? Yeah, it just started for me as well. Trying to think. We could do some potions. Alright, let's go ahead and save. That was rough. But we're gonna continue. We gotta keep going. We got this. Everything just is very painful. I don't know if I can do this game in 3 hours, to be honest, but I'm gonna try my best, okay? Okay, I'm gonna turn on encounters again. We're gonna get up there. Still, actually, I'm gonna turn on encounters when we get up into that, get back into that area. Because it really seems like we do encounter a particular enemy in each of these areas we go into. At least that's what I think. Okay. Also, okay. This area kind of reminds me of like the Heaven's Ward Void Arc series in, I think, the 3rd one. A little bit in terms of like this. I mean, it's mostly just the style, but this is what it kind of reminds me of, this area. Ooh, what's this? Ooh. Whose grave is this? Isn't this Alexandria? What is Alexandria Castle doing here? Huh. Oh! Oh, the memories of Bahamut! And Alexander! And the eye, oh my gosh. What are you talking about? I not see anything. Oh my gosh. It's each of their memories. Of course you didn't see anything. You weren't with us at the time, so it's not in your memory. Oh, poor Garnet. Like, just her body language just immediately, like, changes. In his bid to defy me, Kuja tried to acquire Alexander. An incident 10 years ago started everything. So this wasn't the first time? Fun fact, Bahamut is the only primal who existed in every game. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Also, this area. This area kind of reminds me of Burmecia a little bit. The store? A storm. Tiamat has been in the first one, I'm pretty sure. I don't think we can encounter whatever this is yet. was wondering if we could run up this, but it looks like this is the path back here. Hey, what are you doing here? Oh my gosh, is this like a the ferryman to hell? Like, I forgot part of the mythology, but like in the Styx River, is that why this person is here? Oh, wait, no, maybe different. You shouldn't go anywhere. There's a no! Don't tell me! No! This is Garnet's memory! No! It's Garnet's memory! Sorry. Is this her memory of going, like, that night? You shouldn't. Because there was a storm that night! Sorry. I'm fine. I'm fine. Isn't Medane Suri when they left that night? You shouldn't go anywhere. There's a storm. Watch out! You're gonna get washed away. It's her memories. Dagger! I just saw a little girl on a ship and... Huh? I guess it was my imagination. Yeah, it had to be. What I just saw definitely isn't one of my memories. What's going on? That was my memory. Yeah, so that's the other confusing part, because it's supposed to be the memories of people here, but why is he able to see it? Maybe he's the common denominator, so he's able to see everyone's memory? Because it's just those two here. Like, I'm assuming Quinna wouldn't see it. Vivi probably wouldn't see it. Aiko probably wouldn't have seen it. That was my memory. Why was Zidane able to see it? Zidane. Yeah? What's up? You didn't imagine anything. Wait, you saw it too? Does that mean that little girl was you? Wait, why was I able to see something from your memory? I don't know. Hey, Garland, what's going on? Garland, can you hear me? I fear Gaia's Eidolons more than anything. However, I decided to deal with them before they became a major problem. Is that why he tried to... Is he the one who sent... I mean... Not even sent. The one that destroyed Medane Suri. But Garnet was able to escape with her mom. Okay, alright. Another chimera. Okay, whatever. Fire attacks. Oh yeah, I forgot she doesn't have regen. 4K is good. I think thunder or blizzard on this one. I don't know if y'all can hear it in the background. I have my demon ice. Okay, so blizzard. But I think my mic shouldn't pick it up this time. I know it picked up the rain from a prior stream. Oh no. Virus crunch? Okay, no. That's not consensual. Oh, but also huge crit. Don't do it to Steiner. Don't venom breath Steiner. No. Okay. All right. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna put virus. We're gonna give him an antidote so he does not have virus. Okay, 4K, good. He's not gonna get an XP if he has virus, though. He's not gonna get XP. Which is, I think is very silly and kind of dumb. But like, he doesn't get any XP from that. Oh, I hear dogs barking already. That's so sad. It's getting really loud. I didn't realize like how close. It's really interesting because like I never realized how loud the fireworks were near this apartment until recently. Unless they literally started like putting them, like, I wonder if they started like letting them off near my apartment because there's a fire station nearby. You can hear them. It's so loud, right? Here, I'm gonna turn off my... Okay, they stopped. They stopped as soon as I turned it off. But it's so loud, right? Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of brick here. You can hear it easily. It's so bad. Well, now it just immediately stops, so I don't know what's going on. It's fine. But I hear fireworks. I'm so sorry, but it's quiet on headphones. Also, thank you for the heads up. Oh, the little cat. Hi, Elena. Thank you for 20 months, by the way. I hope you're doing well. It's really good to see you. I hope you're taking care and chilling today. But, oh, you know, I'm always wishing you wonderful days. I do as well. You only deserve the best, Elena. And also, I'm excited. I've been playing more Scholar recently, and it's been feeling much better. And yeah, it's been feeling much better to play, especially, it feels really good to play at level 80 too. But I'm learning my recitation? My crit? My crit one? I'm making sure to... I'm really trying to figure out the balance of like when to mitigate and when to shield. And I think it's really interesting of like how much Scholar has. And I still love White Mage, but it is fun to kind of like replay instances and stuff with Scholar. And then we are going to eventually pick a Savage, probably an Eden Savage, and then it'll be tea time. Yeah, it definitely feels really good though. When it's tea time, I'll tell you, I promise. But yes, the goal is eventually to unlock tea soon. It literally stopped as soon as I turned off the game for you to hear it. And I know our tea queen is here, and I will definitely message you if you don't mind for asking advice and help whenever the time comes, but I know it will be a long effort whenever we end up attempting an ultimate. These are no. No, they're just fireworks. It happened for 15 minutes, which is good, but it was really surprising like how close the proximity is as well. But yeah, you can hear them. I'm glad that they've actually like stopped. It's chilled because I think this happened during Shadowbringers at one point too, but I don't remember when. E8S is into the deep end first thing. E8S? So last night we were last night we redid one of the Eden raids, just like just normal and just doing it mine. And we did Titan. We did, is that, I don't remember which one that is. Is that, which one, whatever that one is, 6? 4, thank you. We did that one. But we haven't done it Savage though, which we probably need to learn. I mean, at this point, maybe if we've done it mine already, we could just jump in and learn it synced and then learn it mine. Or should we just learn it mine off the bat? Oh, E8S, my beloved. And 4 is Titan. Okay. If you do 4, you will unlock the T. You got this. We might end up maybe doing a couple of the Savages to get into it, or to like, you know, to get practice, and then maybe T. But then also have to figure out who actually would be willing to do T with me long term, because I know it's gonna take longer. Like, because the last one we did before the last thing we did was Shinryu Mine Extreme, and that took 3 Sundays. Yeah, it took like 3 Sundays. It wasn't too bad. But I know progging an ultimate's gonna be way more work. And then we'll first always do a Savage first. But Ellen, do you have any suggestions on which Savages we should do first? I haven't done the 3rd set, so I haven't done No, I haven't done 9 through 12 yet, but if you had a suggestion of which one to try for Savage, do you or if anybody in chat, if you have any suggestions or like which ones you think would be interesting or like fun, most fun, interesting to do before we unlock T. Okay. Okay, fine. We have vaccine and we have antidote. I'm really nervous. Oh, this light area. What is that thing? It's the eye again! That eye. It's the same one I saw on the night of the storm at the sea. Zidane, can you hear me? Zidane, what you just saw was from Garnet, from your memory. Wait, what? What? Okay. Zidane. Because I was thinking as well, it's like, I was thinking one point, it's like, I can't be from Zidane's memory. Why would Zidane be there? But he was sent. He was sent. Oh my gosh, he was sent to Gaia at some point. That was from your memory, not Garnet's. What? I don't remember ever being at in a storm at the sea. You still don't understand. Was he the one? Oh my gosh, don't tell me he was the one that caused the storm and hurt everyone. I don't know. What did Garland do? You still don't understand. You will find out soon enough. What do you mean? Can other people's memories become a part of my own? Or maybe that? I hope so. I hope that's the alternative rather than him being there and being the cause of it. Once you accept everything, the answer will appear before you. A tremendous force was summoned to Gaia during the Age of War. However, the Gaians were not ready to harness so great a power. They were terrified and broke the jewel into 4 pieces, and they prayed never to see it again. And I feel like this is something similar of what we read earlier at the Eidolon Wall, of how they summoned something, and it was a mistake. They were terrified and broke the jewels into 4 pieces, and prayed they'd never see it again. Okay, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back and save because I'm scared. Good luck, Elena. Sorry for the wall. No. I appreciate it. No, that's very, very helpful. I will read it now as well. I think it depends how much preparations and helpers you get. 2 people are completely new with lots of studying. 6 helpers have cleared to the final phase on day 2. Oh gosh. But I know it's like, I know that like, I guess it's gonna be interesting like getting used to the pacing of it. Cause I know it'll be like upped in terms of like paying attention to things and like movement and like being on top of stuff. Okay, with enough helpers and then studying as well. Okay, studying. I'm okay with studying as long as I understand what material is best to look through. It's probably your favorite. So E8S is the toughest out of all of them, and then 4 is so fun. 3 is super fun. Same with 6 as well. Okay. I definitely am excited to start the Savages as well, because it'll be my first one. And I've heard a lot of people say 4. Like I have a couple friends who've done 4 as their first one, and it makes more sense after. It makes more sense after we like learn what the mechanics are. It's just like paying attention of like what pops up, and then honestly just like utilizing your short-term memory and being like locked in and focused. You've progged through until phase 3. Nice! That's so exciting though, because the schedule. Would you like to would you like to go back and finish it fully one day? Okay. We're gonna run back. This this game, I'm scared. Honestly, I don't know what to expect. And I'm nervous. All I know is Vivi is so powerful. So powerful. He can do anything he wants to. And he's probably gonna carry, to be honest. And I need better equipment for everyone else. And that's my own fault, because I'm poor. Alright, so up here. He's so strong, he's so great. He's doing so great. I'm so proud of you, Vivi. Okay, so over here as well. We can't see it, but that's another person or something. Is his memory. I have to go up to the eye now. Oh! A thing! We can pick up stuff. Okay, I just gotta lock in and pay attention. Are there other things that I missed? I want to pick up. I want more stuff. I know there's more things. I just don't want to miss them by accident. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. I'm sure there'll be more stuff. I've been trying to look out to see like little pockets here and there. I'm glad I looked there. Going up to the eye. Oh, we have to battle the eye? Oh dear, I'm glad I went to save. Okay, I'm so glad I saved. We have to battle the eye. No, we don't have to battle, not the eye. We have to defeat the chaos ones again? With Tiamat, there's only victory. So Tiamat again. Okay. Twister? Oh, no! The wind! Ah, this is gonna be painful. What if you just help us? What if you just wipe us right now? And then I go back and win stuff. What if? Oh, a blood sword? Nice! I think we've already gotten one of those though. Silent Claw? Oh, Silent Claw. I see, I see. Luckily, Zidane doesn't do any spells! Hello, Tiamat. Zidane walking to the Illuminati headquarters. Unending coils. Okay, thunder. Float? Oh, Zidane gets floated. Okay. Alright, couldn't steal anything. Absorb MP? Not Vivi's MP! That's kind of rude. I kind of want to bring in Freya. I feel like I utilize Freya better than I utilize Steiner in terms of my playstyle and how I play synergy-wise with everyone. Absorb magic. Jet fire. Okay, so we need to watch out for fire. Oh no. Absorb strength. How about we just, okay, what if we do flare? And also, what if we do remedy? How much would flare do? Are we gonna just need to do non-stop flare? Okay, 6k is pretty good. Silent Claw. Miss. Nice. What if we silence Tiamat? What if that was possible? Flare? Float? I feel like there's a float, like there's a combo that Tiamat is doing that like really, really hurts a lot. Shell and dagger. Absorb MP. Stop taking Vivi's MP! I really need a silence. Yeah, I really need to figure out how to silence. To silence Tiamat. Okay, back on the ground. Cool. Alright. Give Vivi ether! Can I scan? Or have I tried to scan yet? So greedy. Is it gonna miss? It's gonna miss, okay. So hi Ninja, how are you? How about... okay, 7K is good. Well, more people are alive for this one, which is great. And we're just using flares nonstop. Oh, the silent claw. Oh my gosh, 3K! So... that's... rude! Oh my gosh. Okay, Vivi. I guess we're kinda trying. So mean. 3K? That wasn't even a crit! Absorb magic. Okay, each head kind of does a different attack, it feels like. Absorb strength. Yeah, take Vivi's strength. Vivi just runs on magic though. I wonder if maybe putting like protect on Vivi might help. Just in case. And well, death isn't gonna work, but how many flares can we do? Float again? I was wondering if the animation kind of sped up. Okay, 9K. Nice, nice. Zidane's dead again. Zidane is so it's so bad for Zidane right now. Silent Claw? Missed! Good dodge. Let's do... You know what? I want her to do a protect on Vivi. Steiner, you give Vivi an ether, and Vivi will do the damage. And we'll be okay. I really wish we could silence. Or maybe I should try silencing next. Ether? I'm gonna wait. Thank you. This is basically Vivi and his supporters. Not max damage! How do you stop that? Oh my gosh. It's like random. Okay, yeah, it really is. It really is Vivi and Vivi and his supports. Great job, Vivi. He learned death and flare. He's so talented. Oh yeah. Vivi learned death and flare. GG. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're fine. I'm running back. We're running all the way back. Vivi carry, let's go. Running all the way back. Each focus seems to boost the flare significantly. Okay, all right. If it seems like it stacks, because I wasn't sure if boost or focus seems like is stackable or not, so that's why I was always like worried. But okay, so basically, just need to protect Vivi at all costs, and everything will be fine. How would I do that trying to keep up the other two? I really have no clue. It's so difficult. And this is why I was like, no, surely I shouldn't have Aiko and Zidane, right? Like Aiko, Zidane, and Dagger. I should have 2 healers, but like honestly, like maybe, depending on like what the use case is. I just hate that I have 3 million saves, but it's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Everything will be okay. I also kind of like, oh dang. I hate not like surviving a battle with your whole team, but sometimes a win is a win. Yeah, I'm gonna, okay, maybe first he's not KO'd, and then we take in Freya. Phoenix down. Let's do 10. Hi Mondu, how are you doing? Vivi and the Supports is a great band name. I know I know I'm doing this twice. It's because I know not everything will be topped up, so it's fine. Party select. Freya, come in. Save one more time. But how has your day been, Mandu? Hopefully did you have the day off today? I really hope so. I'm really hoping most of the people in North America have the day off. Day off? Nice. Did you eat some tasty foods? I'm working all July. I'm working all of July. Is it because you took 2 days off in June for Pride and now you're working all of July? Okay, abilities. 10 plus HP, accuracy. I need 8. Ooh, Dragon Killer. Yeah, heck yeah, Dragon Killer. Devil Killer too. Cover, level up. Restore HP? Oh, restores HP automatically when near death. I don't know how good that will be. Okay. Ability up, clear head. Insomniac. Okay. $3K. Ability up, jelly. Yeah, let's just have 3 bajillion HP. Looking good. Let's double check Freya's items. this should be okay. All this armor though. Okay, reduces fire, ice, thunder. That's not bad. Ice. Holy elemental. Okay. Save one more time. I have 2 weekends off for your birthday though. Oh, that's so fun. That's so fun. Looking forward to that. Okay. All right. Well, at least you have in the at least you have like some time off or some like something to look forward to. I feel like whenever, I don't know, there's long stints of like, you know, grinding and just like focusing on something for like long-term stuff. It's always nice to like be able to have like a point in time later on that you're like, yeah, this is what I'm working for. I hope you're gonna be true to yourself and also taking a lot of time off and chilling. Oh, wait, one moment. My alerts are muted, but let's see if this works. If not, I will replay it. So one moment. My alerts are also a little delayed, so give me a second.
That is so fetch.
Uh-huh.
Whoa, 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 W O O W O O W O O W O O W O O W O O W O O W O.
Uh-huh. Whoa. Ow. Wait. Did I go? Wait, huh? No. This is right. Okay, Mondu, thank you so much for singing the song of your people. I really appreciate it. I hope everyone also enjoyed as well. Thank you, by the way, for the tip. I appreciate it. Don't be frightened by this eye. I don't like this. I'm afraid. I'm so nervous. Yes, the song of your people. But this is this is what it was. Wait, what does everyone say? I like something about like how I like, and I nearly forgot like what this is all for. It's for playing that. Oh my gosh, thank goodness, there's a secret save here. I'm so glad I was like running into the walls. Gondu. Secret save. Where's the secret weapons though? Also, like, oh, this does honestly, it reminds me of like Lumblum and Alexandria, just like everything being in ruin. It's so eerie here too. I love the atmosphere. Another one. And I wonder why it is that we can't see them. Not yet, at least. The bells. Exactly like Alexandria. Oh, the staircase up? Okay, I'm definitely missing something. Okay, I may have looked earlier for some weapons. And I know that there are weapons or hidden weapons here, but I don't know exactly where, if I'm missing any of them. Oh wow, oh my gosh. It is so twisted. Is that the eye? What is that? It's the eye looking down. Wait, no, it's not the eye. It's 2 moons colliding? No, they look more like planets. So is that Terra and is that Gaia? Why does this look so familiar? This is a picture of Gaia being assimilated by Terra. 5,000 years ago, Terra, already an old planet, sought to assimilate Gaia. Terra needed to merge with a younger planet to survive. However, there was already life on Gaia. And so, the story began. Oh yeah, I saw this in Olivert. In the 2 moons, life on Terra was coming to an end. We had no choice but to proceed with the fusion, which tragically destroyed Terra's native civilization. Terra was too old to assimilate everything, Thus, I created the Eiffel tree to regulate the flow of souls back to Terra. It feels so weird being like so topsy-turvy and twisty like this. Oh, another one. This is so cool. Wow, we in ocean now. Fish everywhere. Yummy yum. Or yum yum. What are you doing? Well, yeah, why is Quina swimming? Swimming after fish. Zane, you can help catch fish too. I know these are just memories. Ugh. What this? Hard to breathe now. Ugh, can't breathe. Oh, Quina! That's because you think we're inside an ocean. I can breathe fine. Zidane really just saying, just breathe. Zidane is saying, Quinnet, just breathe. What, you like it's hard? We not in ocean? Oh. You're right. I breathe okay now. Remember, imagination. Fish all gone. I sad. Zane, some people have imagination. Zane doesn't get it. He has a lot to learn. Zane has a lot. Oh, what's back here? Mysterious voice? Who dare disturbs my sleep? Leave at once or you will die. That's why there was a save there. Did I save? Prepare to die? Oh, frick. I don't remember if I saved. Oh my gosh, what is this? What is this? Okay, alright. Mustard bomb. Okay, it's fine because yeah, you did. I did save, thank you. Well, new song, number 1. Hades? Wait, what? Did I read that right? Did I even read that right? Hades is Hades! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Soul reflectoring, okay. Judgment sword? Oh, Zidane. Okay. Okay. I wonder if this is the optional boss. Cleave! Ooh, Zidane is not okay. 6 dragons. Dragon quest? Oh, this is real. Yeah, this is gonna be rough. Okay, alright. I'm gone. We're done. Okay, so Hades is in this world, hiding behind some rocks. Cool. It's from the underworld region. It's not a sparkling zombie. I woke up and noticed it's still gaming. We are gaming, but that was a quick death. I'm assuming that's the hardest boss in game. Is this correct? Oh, okay, so thank goodness. So you just save right here. He's brooding. He is brooding. He's just brooding on his throne. Okay. It is not. It's not the hardest boss. Oh, this is just a boss you can fight. It's an optional boss. Ah, I see. I see. This fight is like is in a void at space. Does it ring a bell? Maybe just a little bit. A void in space. I wonder if that's a reference to something else. Okay, so the biggest thing, I would love to go back and fight Hades eventually. So we know that he is back there. I'm gonna talk to him again. Oh, right there. Mysterious voice. Who dare? It's really funny as well. He's sleeping here. Who dare disturbs my sleep? Leave it once or you will die. Could we just bother him a bunch? I do want to do this fight eventually. Okay. Oh, another one? A phoenix down. EV focus. Ice? Yeah. Let's do ice. Stop beating up girls! Stop! This is Iron Fist? Let's do a jump. His lair is underwater? His lair is underwater in some rooms? Helm dive? Ooh, okay, alright. Maybe let's do thunder, white mage. Much to think about. Seems a little familiar. And he's sitting on a well, the sitting on the chair thing is not really that much of a reference. Okay. Protect? Okay, it can't protect against our physical abilities though. Also refused to give up his seat. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, all I think about is like the throne room, the throne room scene with Emmett now too. Do you think you're committing a cardinal sin by boring him? That's why I was trying to bother him earlier. Honestly, I'm kind of curious if there's any like dialogue if you end up defeating him. So that's why I need to go back. Maybe we'll just have to do it in Discord where I just like grind and finally defeat him. Ooh. Gain more attack power. Okay. Let's just throw a flare on him. Only 1k. Because he has protect. That's so rude. I want to play Shadowbringers again. I want to play all the way back to Realm Reborn, but I definitely want to play Shadowbringers again. We have the mental illness that is Shadowbringers. No, I'm kidding. Not mental illness. We have a disease. It's not a mental illness. No, not to like diminish on actual like mental illnesses. We just have a full-on. We just have a problem. That's what it is. We have a hyper. At least for me. I'll just speak for myself. Let's do Reyes win again. Mate, why? Man, why is this thing so tanky? Didn't we just like fight this earlier? Oh, thank goodness. I was gonna say. We're going. Okay, Freya. You leveling up, Freya? She's doing it. Okay, she's doing it. It's happening. You now you know the big whenever we learned his true name. Oh, I can't believe it. That's so cool. It's so cool to see Hades in this game. That's so interesting as well that like they're even like other references now. That's so neat. I'm excited. I'm excited for us to like continue and like play more games, see more references, and see like the foundational blocks of 14, really. Cause I think I speak for a lot of us, but we really like 14. And then honestly, like seeing all the bits and pieces of where it came from just makes it even better. The mask scene earlier in the game too was losing my mind when I got there. The mask scene. So Gaia used to be just one big ocean. How do you know? This is from his memories. I don't know. For some reason, it's in my memory. I wasn't even born at the time. It doesn't make sense. I wonder if it was his soul. Was his soul in a different body before this one, before he was born? It was born on Terra, not Gaia. So how can it be in my memory? It's in my memory too. Gaia used to be covered with water. I'm getting a similar feeling as well. Okay, so it really feels like for a lot of them, maybe whenever Garland ended up making the Aoife tree to like siphon souls or to keep souls, right? Some of the souls, ended up from Terra, ended up going into Gaia, and that's why some of them maybe have memories of like this far back, of when Gaia was just ocean, or when Terra like collided or was trying to assimilate. So maybe that's why they're like seriously, this game 9 has so many parallels to Shadowbringers, and like I love that. I think that's so cool. And it's not like direct, like as in like, oh, it's the Crystal Tower, right? It's not like 100% direct, but like as far as I understand from as far as like the Final Fantasies I've played through, I feel like there's a lot of themes that are very similar, and maybe that is the case for prior Final Fantasies and future Final Fantasies as well. But just because I'm so like, we're so like in the trenches of 9 right now, I feel like it's so interesting to have like these themes, because now honestly it's kind of like it's giving Amarant, okay? It's like a little bit in terms of like feeling something familiar, but you're not quite sure why you're like drawn to it. It's like that imprint on your soul or whatever. It's so interesting. It's so neat. And I understand why 9 is so well loved. And like I wish I only had just played it more consecutively, so I didn't lose little bits and pieces of the story that like time just kind of like degrades unless you have a, you know, a photographic memory or whatever. The mask scene earlier in this game, I was losing my mind when I got there in Shadowbringers. Wait, the mask scene? I need to remember back. I need to remember back of like which one you're talking about as well. Okay. I'm getting a similar feeling as well. Maybe that means all existences can be traced back. Oh my gosh! Sorry. Maybe all existences can be traced back to a single source. Okay, we're fine. It's so normal. I mean, yeah, it's so fine. I don't understand. Oh my goodness. All right, let's continue. It's so pretty here too. Oh, another encounter. was in front of my face. I caught it. Reflexes. I wish this was wait. I caught a mosquito that crept into my apartment. Great reflexes. I'm actually like proud of myself, but that's also disgusting. 1 second. It's still going! This is what I get for living in the South the majority of my life. Having to deal with mosquitoes and having to, one moment, to be reactive to them as well. Oh no, Freya. Oh, the tentacles. This is gonna be annoying. Okay, so the tentacles are doing different things, is what I believe. I didn't see it because I was washing my hands, so. Vivi's got this. Vivi's got it. Okay, all right. 4K, pretty good. But I think there's like definitely a strategy to this. Ink? Okay, Zidane is blinded. Water? Zidane, can you survive this? They could not survive it. Oh no, I'm sorry. I might have to redo this one again. Freeze? Do we have body temp on both of them? I hope so. Garden, okay. Hmm. It's only 3K? I'm kind of surprised. Hopefully it does more than 3. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Oh, it healed itself up! Okay, Vivi is healed up from the water attacks, which is fine. So wanna play and got eaten alive by mosquitoes a few days ago? Oh no. That's really rough soup. I hate mosquitoes so much. They love my blood. I swear they love O-type blood. But the thing is, apparently somebody tested this out. Mosquitoes might leave you alone if you... like... Somebody tried to make a dragonfly, like, clip, and they, like, put it on their hat or whatever. Okay. They put on their hat, whatever, in order to see if that would help deter mosquitoes, and apparently it did. It helped at least them swarm. Not swarm as much around you, but they still are obnoxious, is what I've heard. Like, they still are around, but, like, it's significantly less. Okay, I really need to figure out, like, which arm is doing what and which one to kill first, because I think that's the priority. It would be helpful. Okay, it would be helpful if all of us were to be able to do that. But the thing is, he can heal up his arm. Or heal up himself. So that's the problem. It's like figuring out what to do. So there's a freeze. Let's do left tentacle. She's guarded from it. Good. She has body temp on, I'm pretty sure. It's wiggly. Oh, it died! Okay, maybe left first, then? Let's try left, then right. And hopefully it'll stop healing itself. Okay, and we have to make sure if I end up doing this again, make sure everyone has body temp. Okay, Freya, come on, let's go. We're just the death of you in between your— oh my gosh, that's terrible. The worst itching in your life and just ate you to death. But I've heard that because dragonflies are natural predators to mosquitoes, they will potentially look out. So hopefully that is the case. Hopefully it's not just like a myth or anything like that. But somebody did say that it worked, but I don't know. It's the internet, right? Is this the first time we can actually get everyone up? I hope so. Make some calamari. Yeah, I love calamari. Okay, we're gonna get Zidane up after this. We got this. $5K? Okay. Oh! It went limp. We're doing it! Okay. Ether? Oh! What is that? Bruh, leave her alone! Go, Dagger, go! Best anti-mosquito is repellent. How did I get a mosquito inside my house? You tell me that. I have no clue. Ooh, nice spear. Oh, good miss. Good miss. BB. Oh, BB's gonna be okay. Genji helmet? Okay. We're just gonna steal more stuff. Team is back up. We're recovered. BB holding the fort. I say that. I say that. No, I don't even open my windows. Don't touch my son. Oh, it's the water ability again. I don't— oh, maybe he's gonna be okay, right? Yeah, he got healed up. Fine. I used to get those light traps to fruit flies and mosquitoes. Do they work? Conceal anything? Do we have anything left? Misses. Okay, we're gonna do big heals after this. Ugh, this leg thing is so annoying. At least it's not doing other attacks. It's mostly because its tentacles are gone, but still. I really wish— like, no, I really need to look up later how much health each of these bosses have. No, Zidane! leave us alone! Okay, everyone's gonna recover. He's being... Stop saying... No, he's not floating! It really works well on fruit flies. Yes, I definitely have used those before, but I've never, I don't know, like, what to attract mosquitoes and to kill them with. Okay. 5K? Is it gonna die, or are we gonna get a chance to res the Dane? We get a chance to res the Dane. It was crit! Oh, no, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Okay. You know what, Vivi, you focus on killing it, because you're gonna get a heal here, actually. No, Freya! No, not Freya. I didn't think it would hurt her so badly. This might be, I don't know if this is gonna be last hit or not. Stop bullying Vivi! Okay. Okay, we missed. I missed it. Oh no. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't do anything! Okay, this is really hard because, like, Dagger doesn't have a huge heal. It's so hard keeping up 3 people. When Dagger and Vivi were just doing... when Dagger and Vivi were doing, it was so much easier just to keep up Vivi. Okay, I'm gonna get Vivi to focus. I'm gonna get... Okay. Zidane, give Dagger Ether. I'm gonna res Freya. And we're gonna heal. And we got this. Vivi's focused. Oh, Vivi didn't even need that. Vivi's focused right now, so he'll be okay. It's 900, okay. And I can do life on Freya. Heal up Dagger. We're trying to lock in. If there's 2 Dragoons in the party, keep aggro. Our boy Vivi is free to DPS. It's true. But they keep dying back and forth. When is it gonna die? She keeps dying. It's so painful. Zidane, I need you to give Vivi an ether. Oh no, we already— oh no, I don't need to do the life. No! Okay, Vivi, can you— if Vivi is able to hopefully get this one, I'm gonna get Freya to go jump. What did I do? I did something wrong. I messed this up. My rotation is all borked. Freya, jump. Get out of here, Freya. Please. Hi, Latin. How are you? We are, so tomorrow we're doing the third set. So we're doing— oh, frick. Sorry. We are— okay. It's fine. We are actually going to be doing 9 through 12. This one takes so long. That's mostly because I'm like, I'm taking forever to recover people. Because I kept on thinking, oh, surely it should be close to dying now. We're not doing 9999 damage though, unfortunately. Oh, nice. Wait, where's Freya? She has not come back yet. Freya's still jumping. No! Stop bullying Freya! Leave her alone. Leave Freya alone, please. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's fine. It's okay. We're gonna— after this Thundra, we're gonna get Freya up again. And it's gonna be the last hit. No, that was it. I think that was it. That was the last hit. No, every time. I don't think we're gonna get XP, but Freya misses out on AP though. Reflect 2 times. I guess we're doing better. Says very pained. I don't know if that was better. It was something. I wish I could give her a Kirga or something, but I don't think she learns that. Kira. Yeah, I don't think she learns that. I think that's only for no reflect. Oof, we're gonna learn that next. I think that's only for Aiko. Boost. I really want to see what boost is. Is that a regen? I really want boost. Maiden's Prayer. Battle boots. Maybe my team comp is really just 2 healers, 2 DPSs. Maybe that is just actually what I need to do. But Aiko's gonna— it's gonna be a little— is gonna be a rough for Aiko if I swap her in now. I'm going back. Okay, Aiko! Tag team in! 2 smalls, 2 talls. It's just my play style. It takes longer to play, but it's apparently what's most comfortable to us. Aiko is so low right now, though. Okay, so... Great. Let's work on Aiko's. Yeah, she has Cure. It's so good. Flash. Ooh, her magic goes like this. Holy hat. Shadow reduce. Spirit. Strength. I did give her a white robe. Medine. Okay. I need, honestly, if she's good with that, I need to double check her. What is equipped for her? Guardian Monk, ability up. Honestly, I probably should give her a level up too. Auto potion? Does she have auto regen on? She does not have auto regen on. She's lower levels, so I need to give her level up. She needs level up now. Clear-headed. Prevents confusion. Are we loudmouth? It's fine. Hi, Loco. How are you? Welcome back. Was watching the streamer go through Astronomeer. Good. I'm struggling. But we're gonna persist. We got this. You know what? Let me also turn off and turn on encounters again. So as we go up this area, which is beautiful, maybe we'll encounter something. Oh, this broken clock as well. Man, it's this 9 is really cool. That is really, I'm good. It was really fun to watch. I'm glad. I've been geeking out about 9 because there's a lot of like similarities to what I'm playing in 14. And it makes me nervous but very excited. No, you're good. Don't worry about it. We're here. We're just chilling. Behemoth? Ooh, no, rude. I think I'm actually gonna do a... Oh, why would you do that? To dagger! Steal? $71, 20k. It's a beast against ice. Medine. On the dagger. This is a flare attack. These things are so beefy. Oh, stop being mean to Evie. I'm gonna focus again. I'm gonna see if I do another focus, if we can max out damage on Vivi on flare. My home server behemoth. Is your favorite game, really? What's it about, by the way? I don't think I've ever heard of it. If it's very story rich, it's probably up my alley for sure. Sun, reflect, earth. let's do this. Maybe let's do flare again. Maybe needs all the MP. Anything Vivi wants, he'll get. Honestly, maybe we should do some protects. Let's do a protect for Vivi, and then we'll do a protect on Aiko because they are lower in terms of HP overall. So if they get hit, it's just gonna hurt. Okay, higher. Oh, nice! We did it! We did it! Good job, Vivi. Okay, she's leveling up. She leveled up twice. Nice. Oh, the ticking. So we can't see who whatever is over here. I know. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna save again. Yes. I also need to swap out my earbuds because it's yelling at me. Recharge your headset. Okay, 1 second. Look at that! We're sub double digits again. We're doing great. So it's a sandbox adventure game set in a colorful, low-poly universe developed by System Era. It's exploration, base building, craft. Oh, is it multiplayer as well? Sorry, I'm swapping my headset. Also, I might end up playing. I might actually do an ad really quickly, just to get a chance to go to the bathroom. And also plug in this headset. So I, very luckily, very gratefully, because of stream and community, now I have 2 headsets, or like I have 2. So I have these like wireless headsets that like I can change the earbud pieces in between, and they also can like plug into a wireless cable as well. And I guess like being modular is not always the best because I guess like over time wear and tear, like with pieces, you know, they can fail. But it is very nice for what I do, and then also like for stream, like yeah, it's for streaming and stuff like that. It's nice to have like a wireless headset so I can hear things when I'm moving around. It is? Oh, that's cool. Have you finished it? Or is there endgame in it as well? Because I know like in Minecraft, you can technically play it limitlessly, right? But there is like kind of an endgame. So thank you for the support so I can hear things. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and play a quick ad. And play Tin. Sounds interesting. Been fixated on oxygen not included lately. And then, is it new? No, it shouldn't be new. I feel like I haven't heard anything like announcements of any like new games like that as of recently. Looks cool too. Okay, I'll be right back. Go to the bathroom, get up, come around. And also, reminder, take your meds if you need a reminder. Ooh. Oh, and my beloved. You play a little bit in bed every night. That's really nice. My first Pokemon was Ruby and Sapphire and Emerald as well. Those are my first. So I also have a special place in my heart for them. I love how like prior handheld generations of Nintendo always like has one generation backwards compatible, right? I mean, they still kind of do this now too, right? But I love how like the original DS had like backwards compatibility for the Game Boy Advance. And then also for, honestly, I think you could play some Game Boy games too, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe you weren't. No, never mind. I think that was actually the Game Boy Advance, and the SP could play Game Boy. But the DS was only Advance. And then, I don't know, DS, 3DS. Heart Gold and Silver was fun too. I've always wanted to play them. I never actually ended up playing like the new ones or the remakes of it. Were those any good? Okay, so. Ugh, Behemoth again. Pain. Rude. Was ice its weakness? I actually forgot. I don't know what its weakness is. Maybe it was ice. Okay, EV focus. BB's locking in. Goodness. 3K? Behemoth Latin phrase. I'd recommend the 3DS Pokemon. They're all good. I've heard there's issues with the Sapphire one though, or the Sapphire or Ruby one. Something about the battery where it's like glitched or whatever. I'm not sure how true that is, but it sounds rough. Okay. Let's do this. Steal that. I don't know if that's true. The Switch one's not so much, but still fine. Okay, but the 3DS one's for sure. Give them a try. Oh, look at her! Oh, look at her little float! Aiko is so cute. Did you see her little float? She like ducked, or she tucked in, and her little wings are like floating. That's so cute. You've never had issues? Okay, that's good to hear, Aliken. I was a little worried and concerned that there were issues, but I don't have any of them. But I feel like they're expensive at this point if I end up trying to get any. Oh, I mean, I gotta lock in. Man, their evades are so good. wait, does he have a different, like, stance if he's low MP? Meteor counter? Bruh. Not meteor. Stop. No. He countered with meteor? Go away. What do you mean you're countering with meteor? Go away, Behemoth. Leave my team alone. So upset. No! Dagger! No, heal yourself. Her little staff flute is so cute. But she's not... The mouthpiece is at the end. It's fine. Bullying children! It is what's happening right now with Behemoth. Behemoth bullies children. You heard it here first, everyone. Go home. No way. Or is he hiding that rock? I don't know. Oh, that zoomed up for no reason. That was weird. Literally just knocked her down. 100%. Just shoulder checked her. She's a child, excuse you. Okay, I need Vivi dead. Once again, look at that. Bullying Vivi. Vivi, I want you to focus. And once you focus, you're gonna lock in. And then you're gonna do a nice ice attack. Nice. Good job, team. We were there. It says meteor, but he's hiding it in the sky. I don't know what he's doing. He's just bullying children. That's all I know. Yay! Okay, we're gonna go do a 10. Behemoth, no bully. Please. Okay, everyone looks good? Yeah. Looks good. We look stable. Before we do that, actually, let me look at... Ooh, bug killer. Gamble defense. Ability up, locomotion, mug, auto potion. Do we need auto potion right now? I do. If I unequip auto potion, we could do. Ooh, well, we have 2 girls, so maybe protect girls might be good right now. Okay, Zidane, protect girls, please. And then you can have gamble defense. Healer. Maybe auto potion for dagger. Level up. I only have 3. So if I get rid of chemist, that's 7. If I get rid of insomniac, I could get more MP. Maybe that'd be worth it. Alright, abilities for Vivi. We can do add status. Nullifies magic element. That is wild. Auto potion? Yeah, we can give Vivi an auto potion. If we do that, well, no, let's just stat. Reflect 2 times. Doubles the strength of spells using reflect. That's, that, I feel like that's gonna be really interesting later on if I end up doing that. We're gonna do add status for now, but we can go back. So, Aiko has 3 that we can use. She doesn't have a lot at the moment, so we're working on that. Auto regen, high tide. Guardian Mog. Mog protects with unseen forces. Okay, let's check on everyone's abilities. Still the best for you? Eye for eye. Shadow element. Long reach. Power wrist. Holy. Running shoes. Okay, alright. Zidane's gonna risk it for a little bit. Black. Magic defense is a lot lower. This is reduces earth attacks. Reduces thunder by 100. Holy? Reduces holy by 100. This one is shadow by 15. Garnet almost has Bahamut. Okay, so the gold choker is good. Auto float. Absorbs ice. That actually might be nice. Does he already have absorbs by 50%? Does he already have one that's ice? Water. Absorbs water wind. Reduces damage. Reduces 50%. Okay, so maybe the ice one might be good. Absorbs thunder. Absorbs earth. Absorbs holy. I don't want to use the bonus piece yet. Ice. Medane's ring. Dragon Wrist? Is that the best one for her? Shadow by 50%. Okay. Water? Oh, her evade goes down a lot. We'll get there. We'll get there in time. We'll get there in time to adjust their items and what stats are best for them. Right now, I'm just working on leveling up Aiko. And if Zidane dies, so be it. It's okay. Ooh. Jeez. That's one big fireball. Could it be a moon? It almost looks like as if like Gaia or Terra was just on fire. This is the birth of Gaia. That's Gaia? Over 5,000 years ago. What's above that ladder? See for yourself. Terra reached the peak of its prosperity at this time. The people believed that their future was secure. Ultimately, the very hubris led to Terra's demise. Thus, I was created to deal with our plights. Another one. We can't see it. This game. This game. Alright, let's continue. I love the backgrounds. It looks so good. Oh, this reminds me of in Kuja's ship, right? That's a lot more plush. Oh. Oh my gosh. Okay, alright. What are we fighting? What are we fighting? Another chaos? A wind one? Is this wind? Earth! Oh, frick. But your life ends now. Vivi will be fine. Death? Can Aiko be one hit KO? She can! No! Aiko. Earthquake? Well, I'm gonna try to steal from the Lich. We're gonna do double flare. And then we're gonna do big cure for everyone. We stole some Genji gloves. Venom powder, and then we're gonna make sure... Oh, he can't get poisoned. Oh, that freezes him as well? Okay, both of them have trance. Doom? Shh. Doom is so dumb. Doom is so annoying. Okay, I'm just thinking. Remedy. Death number 5? Death number 5? Really? I think they're all good in terms of multiples of 5. But Dagger's about to die. Okay, 6k is good. Is he protected against it? He is, okay. How much does Flare do? So to watch out for Earth things, multiples of 5, Doom, which honestly, I'm not really sure how you combat against Doom. It was only 5k though. Yeah, Dagger, no. VV definitely, I need VV to focus, so hopefully the Flare is actually more effective. Stop? Okay, we also need to have locomotion on here too. Locomotion. It's fine, luckily he's guarded against it, but everyone needs locomotion, and everyone needs poison protections. What just killed Dagger? Doom killed Dagger. Yeah, I don't really, like, I am willing for, I am open for advice, but I don't really know the best, oh wait, well we can't use, I don't know the best thing to do against Doom. I know ribbons protect against, okay, okay, thank you. Let me go back and check my items, because okay, that's a good reminder. Check my items. Because Aiko definitely needs a ribbon, and Dagger needs a ribbon. My healer girlies need a ribbon. Death Cutter? Rude. Stop! No, my gosh. How do I get multiple ribbons? Oh my gosh. This is true black mage experience. Just stand there, cast spells, hopefully party does not die. No, BB. Okay, like. I need VV back up. Zidane is just getting healed passively in the corner. Aiko is still napping. Earthshake? Okay, luckily VV will absorb this. He'll be fine. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I thought he... Okay, he does not have his Earth Absorb one. Never mind. Who has Doom now? Echo, you want a res? What, missed? Nice. I need you to wake up. Wake up, Echo. Not death again. No. Okay, VV, get up. If you're wondering, 5. Look, someone's supposed to 5. Yeah. This one is similar, like the level 5 one is similar to the ones. I think it's in Final Fantasy 6. I know it's Final Fantasy 6, but I'm trying to remember if it was in Final Fantasy 4 as well. But I do remember he might die here. 700 health? He is clinging onto his trance. It's interesting though that you can like we're so desperately trying to get BB back. And it's really, really painful right now. Maybe. Death number 5 doesn't work on any, or level 5 doesn't work on any of us, luckily. Or it shouldn't. Okay, focus, Vivi. Oh, is Aiko? Aiko has that. Yeah, Aiko has locomotion. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. This black mage needs benediction. I'm trying. I have 2 healers on the team. Death cut. Oh my gosh. Go away. Stop bullying him. Okay. Dagger. Res your man again. Flare. Nice. Okay, 12k is pretty good. I'm gonna get Zidane to do a remedy on Aiko. And get Dagger to do a heal on all of us. I'm gonna get Vivi to continue. Stop dooming us! Go away! Aiko, do you have a ribbon? I don't think Aiko has a ribbon. I wish I could auto life her. Cast life on him? I don't think that works. I mean, I'll try. Oh no! It's fine! Vivi did it! Vivi clutched before Aiko died again. It's okay. Vivi saved the day. My MVVP did it. Okay, we are so good. We did it. Medine and Bahamut. MVVP. Okay. They're fine. They're just fine. So we needed a ribbon. Aiko has a ribbon. This isn't... Okay, this ribbon does not, I don't think, absorbs doom. Never mind. Item that always keeps Mog beside you. Ribbon. Okay, let me look to see what other items might prevent one-hit KOs. Anklet, mysterious powers, protective. What is mysterious powers? Shoes packed with magic. Maybe. I'm trying to think which one. Put it together with the other pieces. Pumice piece. Scarf that raises strength. Hair or magic choker. Hair ornament. Beret. A nice fragrance. Ornament. Okay, alright. I guess we... Oh, nope. You're getting the ribbon. Most valuable VV. MVV. MVV. That's cute too. Trying to remember if the undead can take damage by cure. I don't... Is it undead? Maybe it was undead. Maybe undead should be able to take... Oh my gosh. It was undead? If it was undead, I could have used holy. I could have used holy. I didn't have time. Why can... I literally have holy. Aiko has holy. I want to redo it. I want to save and then redo it really quickly. So, one moment. I'll do it later. It's fine. It's fine. We have holy. I literally have holy. I just thought it was an earth one because it did earth damage, but it did more death doom stuff than anything else. I am silly. Do not mind me. I really want to do this one. Pearl Rouge. So what was the other one? Auto float. Oh yes, and the pumice piece. What's boost? Actually, let me look really quickly. So ability. Berserk. Oh no, these are... Let me go to equip. Boost! Oh! Raise strength of Eidolons. Equip. Dagger has pumice stone on now, but I want the rouge thing. Pearl Rouge. Oh. Abilities will be mastered upon obtaining gear. Continue? No. Let's go back and save. It's hit or miss if undead can be cheesed by the whole Phoenix Down strat. Yeah. And I know things that... There was one monster where we could use a soft, and it like... It said it was like... It lost the will to live, essentially. So, I really should have tried using Holy on that one. I'll make another save file, as if I don't have 3 million save files now, which is fine. They're all equally important. Oh, wait. Oh. I'm mostly using a tent right now in order to get MP for the team. Oh, no, not that. I was trying to hit F4. F4 stops encounters. We're going. We're doing our best. We're trying so hard. Okay, Vivi's doing great though. Vivi and our healers, maybe my strat, unfortunately, I am doing the struggle strat. I am definitely doing the struggle strat because like if I had lost it, I would have just... Where am I walking off to? If I had lost it, I would have just like redone the whole thing. Whoa. There's nothing. Is this it? Is there nothing else? This is space. Space? Your journey is not over. Do not fear. Step forward and you will be closer to the truth. Go Zidane. That's easy for you to say. Oh. What's he gonna find out? What are we gonna learn? I feel like he's like very much like, well, I have no other choice, so let's do this. Where are we going? Where's our journey gonna take us? We're just going. It almost seems like he's on like a, I guess a globe or a circle. If you're looking at his movements, it's like it's a circle. But everything else is moving at the same time though. You focus on one thing, it's not as freaky. Wait. Oh, I have to move myself. That's so... you have to move yourself. I was just waiting for something to happen. It is my journey. I have to take the journey into my hands and go forth. Okay, so let's do... Focus. Earth. No. This flute is so wonky. Shiva? I'm gonna do ice. Meteor counter! Go away! It just has a chance to do meteor counter! And wipe out my smalls! No, my smalls. They didn't have a chance. They don't have enough health. Okay, Dagger, I need you to... Again, okay, so what if I do not do... What if I... Because of me, I was gonna say, I don't think I'm gonna do physical abilities. Because I wonder if that's what triggers meteor counter specifically. Melee is bad. Yeah, it seems like melee is bad. So next time I will not be doing melee, but I had already filed that in, so we should be good. Again, this time I can actually move forward. And there's this. I'm not standing in one spot. You've entered a new realm. There are no more worlds. There's no more space. Follow your memory. Your original memory in March 4th. Garland, what exactly is our memory? Why can I remember other people's experiences and events that happened before my time? Garland, please tell me. Do not limit memory. No, do not limit memory to just one individual's experience from birth. This is only the surface. Every life born into this world, whether natural or artificial, requires a parent. And that parent also requires a parent. Life is connected, one to another. If you trace the roots of all life, there exists one source. The same can be said for memory. All life constitutes an intelligent that holds memory beyond experience. Memory is not isolated within individuals. It is an accumulation of generations of memories that continues to evolve. You can say that memory and evolution go hand in hand, but most life forms do not understand the true nature of memories, which explains why most memories never cross paths. So what am I gonna find by tracing back our roots? A presence that presides all life and memories. The crystal. The crystal? The mother crystal? You are on your own now. Zidane, take care of Kuja and protect the crystal. Farewell. It feels so eerie being so quiet. Garland, wait! Garland! Oh my gosh. Even if I were created to serve one purpose alone, I do not regret being born to this world. Is this the crystal that Garland was talking about? It's time for us to find out the truth. It's so shiny and so nerve-wracking. Are there gonna be encounters here too? Yeah, there are encounters. Okay, he's gonna find the root of the problem. Oh my gosh, what is this? Jetfire? It's a crystallized version of enemies we fought before! Sorry. Aiko! Absorb magic. Zidane died! Oh no, Zidane, please. Okay, alright. 0 MP absorb. Perfect. Life. So we can do fire. Let's try ice against it. He looks so peaceful sleeping. They all look very peaceful sleeping. Ooh, a twister? I don't like that. Oh no. Yeah, those two don't have wind abilities. Or wind absorption. This one kind of has a little bit of everything, like fire, ice, wind, all of it, which is gonna be obnoxious. Okay. Our smalls against the world. Twister kind of just kills it. Like, kills everything. What if I use a comment on it? What if I just death it? What if that works? Rude. Oh no, it doesn't even work! It's so dumb! Ugh, the fire jet thing again. It's gonna kill Aiko. Aiko's gonna die. Can I do a remedy on Aiko? No, she immediately dies! Okay, it's fine. No, it's not fine. No, this is fine. No. No. So if you use a potion, it goes to the next person, but if you do a heal, it still targets them, which feels silly. Okay, so I'm just gonna test it out. Comet, water, break, petrify. I think flare is like the strongest we have at the moment. I know I'm brute forcing it. It's not cute. Definitely wind, and then definitely some kind of fire prevention. That's only 3k. That's not the best. MP absorption. need Ico up again, though. Okay, so after this, we need to figure out the fire thing. And put wind protection on everyone. Wind protection and fire. Oh, he's gonna get healed up at least. I wish Ico was here so she could get healed up. What if water? Oh, this is Tiamat! Wait a second. This is a full boss? Is that what's happening? I'm fighting Tiamat again? A crystal Tiamat? No wonder everything hurts. I'm like, what's going on? Why does this hurt so much? This is a normal enemy. I'm fighting Tiamat again. It's fine. Flare. A crystallized. Yeah, a crystal mat. Yeah, a crystallized Tiamat. I did not realize, and I forgot. It's fine. Are we gonna fight them in order again? Vivi! Vivi! Uh-oh, I think this is it. Okay. So we need... fire... wind... fire... No, fire is fine. Wind is the biggest one. We need protection against Twister, because that's gonna KO everyone. Twister, fire... Twister, fire, and then... Okay, alright, we got this. We got this. We're gonna lock in. We have to lock in. I think we're doing the... I think we're potentially redoing the fights with the crystallized versions. So that will be interesting. Is this the crystal that Grillin was talking about? Okay, it's time to find the truth. Okay, so equip... What will give you wind protection? Rise Earth. Reduce Holy by 100. Shadow damage. Ninja Gear. Thunder by 50. Ice. Water. Actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken, there are shoes that we can wear. Thunder. Earth. Earth. Raises Earth. Reduces Earth. So that's desert boots. I think there's a float ability, though. Wait, there's wind! No, we need to absorb wind, not Earth! Right? Yeah, let me check. Let me check Vivi and... Absorbs wind. Yeah, absorbs wind. Okay, alright. We're gonna try again. Wind or absorb or 50%. Thunder, wind, rises when elements, absorbs holy, 50%. Oh, this is the golden choker. I need something for dagger as well. Holy. Earth. Raises wind. Okay. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh, Rouge. Raises water attacks. Okay. Raises wind attacks. Ice. Holy. Reduces wind. Okay, the tiara should be good. So what's this fire thing? Vivi, what abilities do you have? Status. Oh, that's magic. No. Loudmouth. Body temp. Oh, prevents heat and fire. It's heat. It's heat. Do you have body temp? She does have body temp. Okay. All right. Cool. So locomotion. Okay, so we need to get body temp on the two of them. So let's take off accuracy and let's take off. Well, it's a dragon, so we don't need either of these. So I'm actually going to do body temp. Is it undead? No, it's not undead. Devil killer? I don't think it's a devil. We have 2. Accuracy plus then. She does have body temp. Loudmouth auto potion. Maybe you put auto potion on. Body temp, ability up, locomotion. Clear head. We're customizing this battle, right? I don't think we'll need loudmouth. Or locomotion. So I think auto regen will be great. Oh, null! Wait. Reflect null? Nullifies, reflect, and attacks. Well, no, we don't need this. Not for this battle. We can do auto potion too. 3? I mean, ability up, loudmouth, auto potion. If we take away this one, no, regen would need us to get rid of something that's 3. We kinda, yeah, we kinda need everything. Ability up would be the only thing, or level up. Level up we kinda want. Ability up for auto potion maybe. Okay. Let's see how this works. I'm looking at everyone's abilities. Okay. Again. Wait. Wait, Tiamat! Wait, we didn't face Tiamat! I have a tip, do you want to hear it? Yes, go ahead and give me the hint. Well, I didn't face Tiamat. Tiamat was just a random encounter, a whole boss fight. Oh my gosh. Sorry, this is a lot going on here. Wait a second. Where? In the crystal world. Okay. So I definitely missed a lot of stuff back there. We will continue for now. Oh my gosh. Also hearing this song as well as we continue. Ah, a save area. Teleport? Oh, we can teleport to the entrance. Oh, that's so nice that you can teleport to the entrance. Okay, alright. I don't know what I'm doing. I fear that I'm gonna have to redo all the abilities I had just done. The crystal. Is it Kuja? Is Kuja up here? Kuja! Nice of you to come. I'm surprised you beat the 4 chaoses that I created from the crystal's memory. The crystal's memory? But you're too late. Take a good look. Isn't it beautiful? It's the original crystal. This is where it all began. The birthplace of all things. Once I destroy it, everything will be gone. Gaia, Terra, the universe, everything. Your lives and memories too, of course. Ha 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 ha. Shut up! The only thing that's gonna be gone is you. I'll take you out right now. You honestly think you can beat me? Even if you do, Gaia's already doomed. Its assimilation by Terra has begun, and the Aoife tree will incite a cataclysmic destruction of Gaia. It's all over for you and your friends. I see. No, see? I win either way. It doesn't matter. Even if Gaia's assimilated, the planet will remain. We'll start over to make a new home. Kuja, you're nothing but a coward. If you're gonna die, leave us out of it. Sorry, I'm laughing because it really sounds like if you're gonna go die, just go, like, just, yeah, literally what he said, leave us out of it, just go away. Why would the world exist without me? That wouldn't be fair. He's very wrapped up, but that's kind of how he grew up though, which is like, it's kind of tragic. It kind of is like, it's a little sad to say, but it's a little similar to Vothri in terms of like how both of them were like raised like for one purpose really, and like fed into that idea, and like when they realized that they couldn't do it all, or like that was not, or like they essentially both were pawns, and like the crash out over it pretty much. If I die, we all die. Zidane, you'll be my first sacrifice. Oh my gosh. I'm nervous. It's fine. We're fine. I'm gonna have to redo this battle. I know I am. And this is gonna take a long time. Oh my gosh. What is this? What's going on? Are we gonna have to do trial after trial? Meteor? Death guys. Okay. Seriously? No. Okay, we're recovering. We're recovering. It's fine. Demon's Claw. Oh, Zidane died! He protect girls! No! Oh, it missed. Good job. You did so good, Aiko. Oh my gosh, okay. Zane, come back. You need to protect girls. He did it. He protected girls. He did so good. It missed. That missed. Okay, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Very good. Ooh, that was a good crit. Okay, we need to do protect on everyone. Spin. Ooh, I can't see anything. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're gonna get Vivi up. We're gonna put protect on everyone. And everything won't hurt anymore. Vivi, I want you to focus. And then I wish I could do a protect on everyone. Okay, I want to put one on Vivi. I want to put one on... Okay, that was a good miss. One on Vivi, one on Zidane. Protect on Zidane. Normal attack. Black Mage. Oh, I don't like the spin. Okay, we're trying to lock in. I know he's tanking. Kuja's a kite. That's what I thought too. I was like, what happened to Kuja? $4K is not bad. How is this looking? 4K, okay. Can I scan it? I don't think I can scan Death Gaze or guys. Alright. Normal attack. BB. I want you to focus again, and we're gonna actually do a flare after this. Go, Aiko, go! Yeah, I'm gonna need to put another protect on Meebe. I wonder who's keeping his pet. I don't know. Maybe like a Pokemon he just kind of summoned. Oh my gosh. Zidane, have this protect. Everyone is okay. Let's do a flare. And let's do a big heal. Okay, this is purely on just on Zidane, just in case there's another attack coming after this. Okay, how well is Flare going to hit, I wonder? Let's do Flare again. And then for Aiko, I want her to do a Holy after this. Because I know she has a big cure lined up right now. Oh, I didn't realize it was going to be back to back. What a shame. It's okay. Aiko, let's try to do... Oh yeah, she can do Might. Okay, yeah, that's for Zidane. Okay. I need to remember what might exist. Ooh, she's in trance. Okay, let's do a Akira. Let's get some defensive and buffs in here as well. It's gonna need a Tylenol. Tylenol. Everyone getting hit. Also high blues. Very daunting rendition of Crystal Theme. Pretty sure it really is. I really like. It's really cool. It's really cool sounding, but like going through it, it's like it definitely makes you nervous. Flare, 8K, good, nice. Okay, 5K. How do they beat Death Guys? Wait, is it supposed to be like Death Gaze? Do you really? Oh wait, what did he say? Did you really think that you could beat me? Oh my gosh, we're gonna have to back-to-back fight Kuja now. Oh no, the music hasn't, wait, okay, I was gonna say the music hasn't stopped. I was concerned. We get nothing. Oh, we get an elixir and a wing edge at least. And money. Oh, I can go back. Okay, be right back. BRB. Kuja, BRB real quick. They really just let me walk out. He's honestly, Kuja was just stunned. that we defeated death guys. Okay, tent. Surely 14 tents will be enough to defeat Kuja. Kuja's just watching them leave. 100%, that's Kuja. All right, we're looking good. Looking good, looking good. Let's go back. Hi Kuja, what's up? What's up, big bro? I can't believe you beat death guys. Well, my time is almost up. Time to die, everyone. It doesn't have to be like this, Kuja! It doesn't have to be like this! I know he's in trance, but he's like using all his energy just for this. Oh, the music again. It's his music. It's his theme. It doesn't have to be like this. As annoying as you are sometimes. Flare? Okay. On Aiko. Okay, so what I'm learning is we need to reflect. We need to have a full team reflect. Because you flared my my Aiko. Oh, the music. It's remixing. Holy? Yeah, we need to reflect. Immediate reflect. We have some items that are holy items that can absorb holy abilities. Trance Kuja. Summon Carbuncle? Oh, his music, his theme is so good though. Yeah, I know I'm gonna need to redo this battle. I don't know if I'll be able to recover properly. 6K? Okay. Yeah, Aiko was the call to bring in. It's only 1K back? It's only 1K back to him? Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm so stupid. I just cured Kuja. I forgot. No! Kuja just got healed. Oh, frick. Kuja just got healed for 6K! Oh no. I forgot. Big heal. No. Dagger, come back, please. Okay, it basically... Flare Star? We don't have Reflect right now. Okay. This is going to hurt. Okay, cool. We don't have Reflect anymore, so we're fine. Can we recover? It's non-elemental damage. I'm realizing, I'm thinking. Okay, alright, we're thinking. We're thinking. Okay, come on. We're gonna recover. We gotta recover. Big heal. He has to run out of MP eventually. He has to hopefully eventually also get out of trance, perhaps? Okay, EV focus. Oh, he's gonna reflect? You're gonna reflect on you? Okay, that's fine. We saw physical. Okay, we're gonna be okay. I'm gonna reflect this on Aiko. And then I'm also going to... Oh my gosh, who are you gonna put Flare on this time? Zidane? Okay. Actually, I want you to might Zidane. Zidane will be okay. I know he will be. We're gonna play the Reflect game, okay? I learned from Final Fantasy VI, Kuja. Two can play at this Reflect game, alright? Vivi's just gonna attack Aiko and it's just gonna go off of Aiko and go onto you. Oh no, not Flare Star. No, not Flare Star. Wait, will Flare Star go? This is an AoE though. Flare Star is AoE. Okay, alright. That's fine. Okay, you wanna do... Let's do Flare. We're gonna attack Aiko. I'm sorry, Aiko. Don't be scared. Here on... Ugh, stop doing Flare Star! Learn something new! Oh, Vivi. I think Vivi's gonna get hit. I don't think Vivi's gonna survive this. I think it was like 1k last time. Yeah, it was 1k last time. Holy. So I need to make sure we absorb holy damage, and the other one is unspecified elemental. Okay, so this is what I need to do for us. He has to run out of MP, right? Oh, Aiko. She's alone. Aiko's alone. Everyone's taking a nap. Okay, we can do this though. Slow might jewel. Extracts or cast holy. Will holy do anything? Let's see. He is demonish. A big salad? And then big hot and sour soup? That sounds really good actually. I would love some like soup. Oh my gosh, holy does a lot of damage. Okay, Aiko is our little. He does have a cure. Is he reflecting on himself again? I'm putting this on Aiko to protect her as we try to. I don't know if we can recover, but we can try. Imagine if Aiko... Imagine if I could get Aiko up. Aiko does not have a lot of health, sadly, right now. Okay, I need Dagger to immediately reflect herself. Ugh, not Flare Star! I don't think she's gonna make it. No, she's not. Flare Star doesn't reflect? Oh, that's kind of BS, though. Okay. That's a little BS. Okay, so if we're playing Reflect Wars, I gotta heal him to heal us. We can do it. But if we don't, also the biggest thing is absorbing holy. So we have some abilities for that. Okay. All right. Again. That's why he gave us a chance for us to go and make sure that we have the correct. Oh no. Oh no. Oh frick. Okay. I might actually need to start from the save. Am I gonna have to die again? Okay, we'll try again, but I think... I know, what a weird autosave, exactly. He's gonna reflect. Okay, BB focus. Attack, summon Carbuncle. And then we're also going to do... Let's see. I don't think we can silence him. Nice. Focus again, maybe. Oh, we can also do a Earth Holy. Ooh. Ooh, wait. Yeah. Okay. She is doing holy ability. Put it on yourself. This is Flare Star. I'm pretty sure. Right? Wait, what is this? Huh? This is Flare Star, right? Yeah, everyone gets hit. Oh, it was a holy. It did. Oh, he did holy against us, and then holy went back to him. Nice. Oh, now's the Flare Star. Can we do the flare on him? Does he still have reflect at the moment? He does. He does have reflect. Okay, so that means maybe you charge up again. We are going to do big heal on team. Oh, frick. No, I should have gotten Dagger to do big heal. That kind of messes up the rotation a little bit, but we should be able to recover fine. Okay, he does not have reflect on him now. Maybe we can start doing other things. We can do flare. She'll be able to survive that. Where is this one? Okay, so I'm going to get... Okay, no. We need to... Ugh, no. We need to summon Carbuncle now. She was not able to recover from that. I thought she had enough HP. It just hit a little too hard. 9k is really good, BB. Flare Star. Yes, we did Ruby Light. I hope it doesn't do. I hope he doesn't do Flare Star again because we need to recover. But what we can do is I'm waiting for him to reflect so I can just heal the team. Essentially. You know what I'm gonna do though? I'm actually gonna life Dagger. He's gonna kill our team if he does Flare Star again. Flare Star again. I should have put a reflect on him. So he just heals us. Okay, we don't have reflect on. We just need a... Well, no, we still have reflect. He's doing Flare Star! Okay, ugh. VB's not gonna recover from this. He's not gonna break it. Yeah, it's too much. Now he does reflect. Okay. Holy. He still has reflect on. Yeah, he does. Honestly, Vivi needs a regen. Almost everyone has regen. Vivi's gonna die! He's too low health right now. He just got up. Right now, only Zidane is doing damage. Trance? Who has trance? Aiko has trance. Okay. Oh, she has double white mage. She has double white mage. It's time. She's fed up with it. She is fed up with him. Flare Star. I hate you, Kuja. Go away. Leave Vivi alone. Leave Vivi alone. He's gonna die again. Okay, I need you to give Aiko MP. Kuja is bullying Bibi. Kuja is bullying Bibi because he knew that Bibi was hard carrying earlier. Okay, Aiko saving of the day. The small saving of the day. And then we're gonna do a big cure. Everyone should be stabilized. Vivi, focus. And he put a reflect on Vivi, honestly. Great job, Aiko. We're fine. Everything will be fine. I believe in us. Okay. All right. No, because we're about to do a reflect. We're about to do a reflect. So I need... Moo, maybe? She's done so good. He does not have reflect on him. Okay. Flare Star. Kuja, let's do that. White Mage ability. I'm actually gonna put a reflect on Kuja, because we need to heal. Oh, he put a reflect on himself. Perfect. Time to heal him to heal us. Flames of hell. Please don't do another flare star. If he does another flare star, I'm gonna lose it. That was a weird angle. Music reminds me of Black Sabbath. Ooh, who has trance? Oh, Zidane has trance! Okay, let's go Zidane. No! Oh no. I'm sorry, Zidane. You'd be so strong. No! Phoebe! Oh no! Honest mistake. No! Oh no, we healed him. This is going to be rough. Okay, let's focus real quick. So let's do this. Dagger, how do you still have reflect on? Because I reflected the other reflect, and that's why you have it extra long. No. No, you'd be too strong. You'd be too strong. We're just healing Kuja now. Kuja, heal us. Okay, you know what? Get Zidane up. Okay, we're not reflecting this Kier. Good. It misses her anyway. It's fine. Oh no, because it cured him! Alright, it's fine. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. Zidane still has all of his trance. He needs to do so much. Get BB up, please. Nice, 6K. Flare Star, that means we're just gonna need to do a big cure after this, and we should be okay to do so. Let's do free energy again. I can't even tell how much damage it really does to us most of the time. Okay, right there. Echo's low. She does have a regen on her. I have a question. Okay, I have a question. Does focus retain after, like, dying and then being rezzed again? Because I'm assuming not. Oh, Aiko, you're doing so great. You're doing so great, Aiko. Look at you. You're staying up. She's staying up. She's staying up. Yes, it does? Okay, thank goodness. Ugh, I'm gonna die anyway. I don't have to be afraid anymore. Oh my gosh, we're doing it. But I'm not gonna die alone. Oh, he's gonna... You're all coming with me. Ultima? What do you mean he's doing Ultima? What's happening? Oh no! He just did Ultima at her team? Okay, what's happening? Ugh. Okay, they're still alive. Oh man, like, you can hear all like the pain and the screaming in the back. He Ultima the entire planet? What happened to the crystal? Oh no, we were told to protect Kuja and the crystal. Where is it? Where is this? You stand before the final dimension, and I am the darkness of eternity. Who are you? All life bears death from birth. Oh my gosh. Life fears death, but only lives. Sorry, life fears death, but lives only to die. Sorry, life fears death, but lives only to die. It starts with anxiety. Anxiety becomes fear. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. The only cure for this fear is total destruction. Kuja was a victim of his own fear. He concluded he could only save himself by destroying the origins of all things, the crystal. What the heck are you talking about? Why are you telling me all this? Now, the theory is undeniable. Kuja's actions prove it. All things live to perish. At last, life has uncovered this truth. Now, it is time to end this world. What do you mean by that? I exist for only one purpose. To return everything back to the zero world. Where there is no life, no crystal to give life. In a world of nothing, fear does not exist. This is the world that all life desires. Oh gosh. Who the hell do you think you are? You're not ending anything. Never. Not as long as we have the will to live. Foolish creature. Your fears have already deluded you. One day, you will choose destruction over existence, as Kuja did. When he sought to destroy the crystal, the purpose of life ended. Now come, enter the zero world that you desire. No! We'll destroy you and prove you wrong. And through our memories, future generations will see that we can overcome any fear. Oh, Zidane. We can't give up now. We have to fight together. Even if we lose, it doesn't matter. Our memories will live on inside others. So even if we are born to die, I'm not afraid. Oh. I'm gonna live. Oh my gosh, they're all at 1 health. Okay. I want this. You can actually move Zidane out of the party? Whoa. Everyone's at 1 health. Everyone is at 1 health. This is, wow, I've never seen Zidane out of the party. I leave everything in your hands. Freya? Don't tell me Freya's gone. Wait, what? No! Wait, I'm sacrificing my friends. No, say no! Don't screw up. I don't like this. Oh my gosh. Though I am unworthy, accept my powers. Oh my gosh, no! We're gonna bring them back though, right? We're gonna bring them back after this. Come back after you killed that guy. I prepare a big meal for everyone. No. Okay, we will. We gotta go kill the bad guy. Because Kuna's gonna make us a good meal. Oh, Quina. We'll be back. It's okay. We'll come back soon. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hill of Despair. Okay, alright. Sorry. I gotta lock in. I gotta double check our skills. Hill of Despair. What am I even gonna fight for? That's great motivation. It's true. Okay, we gotta fight, and then we'll come back to a great big meal cooked by our personal chef. Oh my gosh, I don't know if I could handle it. I don't know if I could handle it if I saw Vivi giving his last little words to everyone. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll try again, or I'll like look to see what the dialogue is in the opposite later. But okay. Okay. All right. I'm thinking. They're leveled up. They're gonna be okay. I might change some abilities for Vivi. Add status. Ability up. Maybe. Ability up is not gonna matter now. Ability up literally does not matter at the moment. Okay, so Insomniac, Loudmouth. I don't think Insomniac might happen. Reflect 2 times. Maybe reflect? If we do reflect 2 times, then I would have to take away locomotion, clear ahead. I could either do auto life. Cast auto life in battle. Vivi does not die. Okay, I have a question. If it is max damage, if it's 9999, if you reflect 2 times, is it still 9999 though? Like, it wouldn't be more than that, right? Oh, the screaming in the back is horrifying. Okay, alright. He doesn't have auto heal. I want to say it is each hit 2 times. It's each hit 2 times. Okay. We're gonna try something. Oh, we're gonna try something reckless. Oh, you can't have those 3. I was gonna so the best 3 are the magical element nullified, right? The auto life, probably, and then reflect times 2, but you can't have reflect times 2 and auto life. That's so interesting. Okay, we'll do potions. And status? We don't need level up. Jelly, clear head. High tide. Oh, you know what? High tide might actually be nice. Body temp. Sure, I'll throw that on there. Auto regen, accuracy. Devil killer. I don't think it's a devil. I actually can take that off. Protect girls. I actually might be making mistakes of like what this is, but I don't really know what we're getting into, right? So I have like no clue what to expect. I mean, we'll find out once we do it 1 time. High tide. I might do high tide. 20%? Auto life. Auto haste. Then maybe HP. Wooden sword, your head. Nullifies reflect, and attacks. Once again, I might be making mistakes, but it's okay. We're gonna try our best and see how this goes. Just checked, it does not go over 9. The cap. Okay, thank you, thank you. What are we fighting? We've come too far to lose now. Let's just wrap this up and go home. All of us. Okay, we're fine. We're gonna do this. Is this Ultima? Not Ultima. I don't think it's Ultima, but I don't know what this is. We're gonna see in a second. What is this? The music is so different. Blue shockwave. Oh, here goes the music. Here it goes. I go! Necron? Okay, Thunder. We're gonna be able to do this. Okay, so Thunder attacks for Necron. Okay, Focus. Let Vivi obliterate the enemy. Yeah, that's my goal. That's our goal today. The music's really cool though. Hi Annie. Welcome back. I hope work was good. I hope work was pretty chill today for you. Shell? Interesting. Okay. If it does shell, maybe we should reflect. Grand Cross? Oh my gosh, Grand Cross. I know that ability. Oh no, I'm scared. What is Grand Cross? Okay, it's fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Everything is totally chill. Grand Cross. Okay. No! I know now. We have to have all our abilities on. It's all of our abilities for this one. Everyone is distraught. Oh man. It was gonna either be all of our abilities or none of them for this one. Is it doing protect on itself? It is. Oh no, Dagger died. No! Okay, alright. Neutron ring. We're gonna go as far as like we can to see the abilities. She has a Suna ring. Yeah, she has a Suna. I don't think I can reflect Grand Cross. Alright, we're gonna do this again and have all my abilities up. Oh, Vivi. How is Zidane still up? Zidane, how are you still alive? It's okay. So there's Shockwave, which gets you down to 1 HP. Grand Cross is all the status effects. And then the other one so Blue Shockwave is down to 1 HP. And then I'm trying to think what other things we've learned. Hey Vivi, here's a remedy. Take this. Vivi, eat this. Do 1 flare. Then we can go take a nap real quick. One of the scariest attacks in the franchise. It is rough. Blue shockwave again, which is down back down to 1 HP. Necron, oh my gosh. Living in the future. Yoshi P, I know somebody who knows Yoshi P, that's it. Don't steal anything from Necron. Don't even want to try. 5k. We were only able to do 5k with that. We really need to, like, oh, Grand Cross again? So that's gonna be the biggest thing. We want to have all our statuses. And then we want to maybe, honestly, maybe even have a regen on most people. Vivi doesn't have a regen, but he'll have auto potion. So that should be Your uncle works for Yoshi P? Do you say? Yeah. You wouldn't know my uncle. Don't worry about it though. So it's really interesting. It doesn't do that many attacks where... Oh, Neutron Ring. I think this is the one that's actually an AoE, like, actual attack that hurts everyone. Let's see. How much damage does it do? Yeah, it did a lot. 2k? Oh my gosh. If that's magical, then that means we need to do... Yeah, I'm trying to think. We need to do a shell to protect everyone from that one. Because I don't know if everyone has enough health at this point. My uncle lives in a different castle. Exactly. Does he go to a different school? He does. He works in a different place than Yoshi P though, so we didn't know it. Zidane doing his best with his auto potions. I'm just gonna make him attack himself. Man, you're so strong, Zidane. Okay, I gotta redo it because like Grand Cross is terrifying, so we need to redo this. Now I know you're lying. No one can afford a castle. Yeah, you're right. Hi, Hilloa. How are you? Hi, Kevlar. Welcome back. I have to see this again? Oh, I have to see this again. Who says he owns it? He just lives in it. Yeah. His friend actually owns it, and then he just lives there. I have to see this again. No. No, I don't want. Oh no, are you okay? Was it worth it though? Was the food good? Man, I want like a, I don't know, I want a barbecue. It's okay, what have I eaten today? I've eaten meatballs. Veggie meatballs. I'm trying to think what else. I do have some short ribs in the freezer, but I have to marinate them, so it wouldn't be worth eating today. Maybe tomorrow. Did you have a lot of veggies too? Hopefully? Some salad? Ugh. When Freya said that, it like... I was afraid that like she was sacrificing herself. Don't screw it up. I'm really curious to see what the other voices, or like what the other dialogue is on the opposite end. This one! Come back after you kill bad guy and prepare a big meal for everyone. Cool enough. Okay. We're gonna start all over. Locomotion? Petrify? I don't think it had... Not Insomniac. But definitely... Stop. And I think Confusion. So we need Clear Head. We need Clear Head, Locomotion, and then there was Berserk, I think, was the other thing. So... I don't know if we can stop against that. But it was like randomized. So I don't think there was Darkness. Maybe there was Petrify? Okay, let me... Maybe there was I think there was also Body Temp. Yeah, we needed Body Temp. Okay. Alright, no need for ability up. Potion is fine. Let me clear everything. And have everyone have a clean slate of abilities. Okay, so Clear Head, Locomotion, Jelly. We're going to do Body Temp as well. I think that was all, unless there's something else. Grilled salad? No, well, grilled Caesar salad is a thing. But also just like salad as well on the side of your grilled things. For balance. Do it for Quina. For Mog, do it for Mog. MP. I really want to have regen, but like I think we'll be working on healing everyone through the abilities, so we might not need it. Ability up. I'm gonna go ahead and just throw down an antibody. Maybe a loudmouth just in case. Right. So we have Locomotion. I need you to do Body Temp, Protect Girls. Go ahead and have 20% HP, a regen, and I guess you do accuracy up. Cast Life in Battle. I don't think I need to do that. Okay. Locomotion. Body Temp. Jelly, Locomotion, Clear Head. Clear Head was big. Let's do Auto Potion. Odin's Sword. Was Sleep in there? MP. Auto Regen. No Auto Regen for her. 20% MP. Attack with Eidolon. Eidolon Odin. Clear Head, Locomotion. Jelly, Auto Potion. Body Temp. I don't remember if he needed that one. I really want to do this one. Do I have enough though? That'd be 13. Body Temp? I don't think Loudmouth was needed. I want to have Petrification just in case. And that's still not enough. Okay, so maybe High Tide. Do we have everything? Bug Killer, Accuracy. I guess we can do Gamba Defense. Oh, we don't have Auto Potion on him. Protect Girls. If I take Accuracy off, then I think we can do Auto Potion. Okay. Again. I mean, since it's an autosave, be a chance of sacrifice dialogue without having to fight Kuja again. Yeah, it's true. I would just have to die in this one, or everyone would have to die really quickly. I would say. But I can do it since we have a save beforehand. I'm pretty sure, right? Wasn't there a save right after? Oh wait a second. I think you're right. Maybe I should have just done everyone's dialogue again. I was not thinking what I was not thinking. If I die here again, then we'll redo dialogue. You won't die, yeah, just one time. 0 deaths, uh-huh. We should be fine. Flare? What the heck? Come on. Okay, Vivi, I need you to focus. We're gonna lock in Vivi. Oh, here goes the music. Ooh, shockwave. No! Aiko. I don't think Aiko's gonna make it. Oh no, she made it. Aiko's like magic defense is really high. Auto potion. Let's go team. Gearing up the whole party before we end up doing a reflect. Carbuncle reflect. Actually, I'm gonna do a reflect on Necron as well, so we can heal ourselves. Grand Cross, here it comes! Here it comes! Okay, let's see if I did this right. This thing is wild. Okay, alright. You can't even skip this animation. You just have to watch it fully as it decimates your team. Potentially. Mini? And sleep? Oh, come on. Mini and sleep. Alright, alright. And also this thunder attack doesn't even do the right thing. Mini and sleep. Oh, we didn't even get a chance. Oh, now here's the reflect. Does it have reflect on it? It does. Okay, alright. It has reflect on it. Mini Aiko. She's so small. Meteor! Go away. Don't Meteor Aiko. Is Meteor on everyone? Meteor's on everyone. Okay. Alright. I can see how having Quina here would be very helpful. essentially Quinna could use Remedy on everyone. One person and it's on everyone, but it's assuming Quinna didn't die. What? The ring? What is going on? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not focusing. Yeah. This is gonna, we're gonna have to go again. We have to go again. Okay, alright. Hi, Wimpy. Is it really your birthday? Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I hope you have the day off. I hope you get to chill and relax a little bit. I am figuring this out. T-E-P baby. I didn't realize you could go mini. Is she min height now? She's for sure min height. She's so small. Blue Shockwood will get us down to 1 HP. Hidden powers. Let's do... Okay, let's do Lucky 7. And maybe we'll be lucky. I went to cards for about for hours in the mid-90s. Are you okay? Was it at least like cooling driving around? Or is it still hot on the tarmac? I don't know if I was lucky. I probably did 1 damage. Can I steal from... Can I steal anything from Necron? Sacrifice yourself to restore HP and MP to the other enemies. Party members. For this one, though, this doesn't work if they're KO, I'm assuming. Do you have anything? Detect. Why would you steal anything at the last boss? What's there to steal? No, Elixir. I was like, Excalibur? No, Elixir? That's it? You just get an Elixir. So Zidane is really able to tank it out because of the heals, I feel like. The regen and the heals. And also he has the most HP. I wonder if that's the strat. But we need to just be able to tough it out. Because I don't think you can Asuna multiple. So let me see. It's the last boss, right? Aiko. Oh, she's still so small. She's still small. No try. Oh, I think we're gonna die here. I think she's gonna die. She has no health. Auto regen, putting in auto regen is what's keeping Zidane. Oh, Zidane has Doom? Doom is one of the Grand Cross abilities. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So basically, you need to really account for which ones you have to wait for. It's RNG, and also you have to account for ones that affect you the most. Which ones are the worst ones to deal with on your team? I see. Okay. Alright, cool. Okay, this might take a little bit. I think last boss might take more than 1 day. Thank you so much for the 4 bits. Happy birthday again, Wimpy. I appreciate you stopping by. But did you make sure to have cake? And did you make sure to have tasty foods, hopefully? We gotta go again. Wait, where's my birthday? There we go. Okay. I'm trying to think. It's 12:30. Okay, cool. It's 12:30 right now. I'm really trying to think. Can I do this? Or do I need to maybe just do this tomorrow? Oh, wait, which hasn't been cut into. I was busy today. That sounds really nice to eat though. Like for later on or maybe tomorrow. Carrot cake sounds wonderful. Okay, am I gonna do this tonight? Or should I save it for the next stream? And I also have to figure out if I need to analyze my plan. A convention tomorrow? Oh my gosh. Well, the only convention I know what's going on tomorrow is Anime Expo, and I'm jealous because there's a lot of panels going on. There's a lot of panels of a lot of like really big brands. I'm very, very jelly. How badly do you want to cry is the better question. It's 12:30. Oh, you're in Chicago? Oh, I hope it's fun. Whatever, yeah, whatever like con you're going to. I know the big one right now that's happening on West Coast. I think I'm pretty sure it's Anime Expo. I saw somebody post about it. Okay. I'm just trying to think. Oh, I do this again. I do this again. Let's just do the opposite team. Do you have the energy for endgame cutscenes? I don't think so. I think we're gonna do the opposite team really quickly, and then maybe we have to figure out. Like, I don't even know if I can finish this. I feel like this battle is gonna be several more hours before I figure out a good strategy to keep everyone alive. With the cutscenes and all, it's like 30 minutes of cutscenes to beat him. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna do the opposite team just to see what what it would show. But then I am really. We probably need to wind down. I tried my best. We did really offer something about Meteor. Yes, Wimpy, you can. You can offer me a little tidbit of knowledge. Oh my gosh, Grand Cross is dark magic. Oh, thank you so much. I'm writing that down. Okay. Meteor? How do you know? Meteor equals dark magic. Thank you so much. That's gonna be so helpful. I'm circling that in red. Fantastic. What side stuff did you do today? We did, okay, so let me look at my list. I did the Mundane Suri with Garnet and Aiko, and then we met, we ended up meeting, what's her name? I don't know. Oh, the other mercenary lady, right? And then we ended up going to the Eidolon Wall and learning about, like, all the things about, like, we learned about all the things on the Eidolon Wall, the messages to Aiko. We, there was also learning something about, oh, Sarah and Jane. Oh my gosh, Sarah and Jane? We found Daguro. We went to Vivi's place with Quina. Vivi and Quina and Grandpa. I skipped the Stella Zeos. I skipped the Maw quest, and I skipped the frogs with Quina. I didn't do the hardest boss. I found, oh my gosh. Annie, now that you've beaten it, I found Hades. I found Hades. I found Hades. I did not beat him. I would love to go back and beat him later on. Did not do the hippo lady thing. Did the quest, and now we're here. Cool fact, there's a quest with Nero Brothers that requires you to leave multiple times from Memoria that wasn't discovered. Really? 2001? That's really cool, actually. That's really, really neat. There's so much like side quest stuff that I still need to like learn and do one day. But okay. We're gonna, oh my gosh. There's no healers. No healer run. Well, Quina's a healer. Wait, Freya's a healer. We're fine. Wait. This will be interesting. Okay, I just wanted to see the dialogue. Oh my gosh. Please accept my powers. It goes to Quina. Promise me you'll win. Aiko! Promise me you'll win. We have to keep our promise to Aiko. I'm sorry I couldn't do anything. Good luck. Vivi, you've done so much. You literally carried this team all the way up this mountain. Zidane. We've come too far to lose. If we put our powers together, I know we can win. Always optimistic to the last moment. Ending it all, I know. Promise me you'll win. I'm sorry I couldn't do more, Vivi. You've done so much. Okay, okay, okay. Restore HP. Oh. Locomotion, jelly, bright eyes. Oh, let's do insomniac, actually. Jelly, locomotion, clear head. Oh, auto regen might be tempting. We only have 4? Okay, we're gonna just have more HP, that's fine. MP attack. Oh my gosh, that dog is having a bad time. Counter? Alert? That's not gonna be needed. Okay. Insomniac, bright eyes, locomotion, clear head. Take off counter. Because it's not doing physical attacks, it's doing more, it's doing more spells. Killer. Bright eyes, ability up, level up. Okay, Quina. Ability up? No, we don't want that. We don't want millionaire. Also, hi Civvy, how are you? Do not mind me. I am just at endgame for this for this game at the moment. MP, auto regen, loudmouth. We might need body temp. I'm gonna do this. And then as for MP, is everyone's a piece good. Okay. I'll try one more time. With our combined powers, nothing can stop us. Onwards to victory. Oh. Hi Kaiser, how are you? Wouldn't it be wild? Honestly, that would be wild. B-team, if B-team rolls in and like, yeah, one-shots or kills Necron. Oh, I forgot to add dark absorbent stuff. Dang it. Dark absorbent. I mean, Steiner knows charge. He does know charge, but I forgot how to do this. But it was changed very late in development. Really? Oh my gosh. I know, right, Annie? Hades! We're so normal. Civvy, I hope your day has been going well. I hope your day has been... I hope you had a day off, too. He does have charge. I mean, we'll see about the near-death part. Reyes win. Ugh. We're gonna throw everything. Anything that we have, we're throwing it. Holy flip. Oh yeah, Angel Snack. Which one is... Oh, it's Magic Guard. That's the one that has Protect and Shell. Ugh. It's tempting, honestly. Freya! Freya! I don't know if we're gonna be able to survive Grand Cross very well, to be honest. $3K is not bad. Oh, here's Grand Cross. Here it comes. Charge only works with those in yellow. Okay. Well, does it work on the ones in red too? Well, not... Well, Freya was at 1 HP. So does that work? mean, she's dead. I know, but like, would it work if she was 1 HP? No! Immediate death with those. Oh no! Okay, she's in yellow, I see. Freya, you're gonna charge, okay? Oh no, I don't think she's gonna charge. I don't think it's happening. I wish I could get her to jump so she's not here to deal with this. Well, that hurt. It's fine. Now we know. We're doing great. It's good to know. That was rude and hurtful. It was very rude and hurtful. Okay, that's it. We did it. We actually got really far today. I mean, I actually ended up streaming and I opened some magic cards earlier, but during opening the magic cards, during the magic cards, that lasted a couple hours. So I've been streaming Final Fantasy 9 for like 6. Pretty good. Just simple battle. Get rest up XP. Yeah, getting rested XP. True, exactly. We're just getting rested XP and we're waiting to make sure to put dark items on, because that will help us after Grand Cross, honestly, because I think it's like constantly it's gonna be bombarding us for a little bit. I missed the card opening. Did you get Vivi? I got the fire magic. I didn't get Vivi, but like, okay, maybe I should open one more though. Do y'all want to open up one more for the evening before we end stream? I'm trying to make sure I have 3 in each. Because I have 9? I think I have 10 at the moment. Yeah, that's 3. That's 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait, no. Wait, how many do I have? Let me count this. I would say yes, but that's just me. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. I see. What time is it? It's 12:42. Okay, no, I don't need to do it right now. How about tomorrow, at the beginning of tomorrow's stream, we open up one more because we're fine and normal, and I'll make you all choose. We'll do which row to choose, and then how deep down to go in the pack. All right, we'll do that. I think that will be fun. But I think tonight we've done so much. I did great. Thank you for helping me. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much, by the way, for like helping me and like giving me like asking me if I want tips and then like letting me decide like if I want it or not. And I most of the time I did. But thank you for like allowing me to like have it in like allowing me to choose if I want tips. And I really appreciate the ones that did. Keeping it sealed. I did get the last purchase of collectors. Oh, oh yeah, I forgot there's a collector's one. Also, thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in. I'm so sorry this is the end of the stream, but we're so close. It's one boss. It's one boss left. It's the last one, and then the cutscenes will be fantastic and amazing and great, right? This is gonna be so great. We got this. We absolutely got this. I'm unsure if we're gonna be able to. Do we finish this before Final Fantasy 14 tomorrow? Am I gonna be able to handle it? Let's decide that in the morning. Let's decide it in the morning. If they hadn't, I would have whacked them. Thank you, Jenna. I appreciate you. I'm so proud of chat. Chat's been great tonight. I appreciate you all. But yeah, we leave you with 9 unopened before beating 9. Okay. But like, okay, maybe we could also just like, if tomorrow I make you all choose 1, so we only have 9 left, and therefore we beat 9, and that's how it works. Yeah, right? Once more, but it's already 12:42. It's 12:40. That's the only reason why I'm like apprehensive. That is a tomorrow. Exactly, it's a tomorrow notices problem of whether we beat this tomorrow or not, because on the list, we are also doing Eden raids tomorrow. We are doing Eden raids number 9 through 12. So the 3rd set. We're finishing them tomorrow, right? So that I will be yapping a lot for that. I'm just realizing. Okay, cool. maybe if I can't do it tomorrow, honestly, that's gonna be a 6-hour stream already. I'm just realizing. If I don't do that tomorrow, maybe we'll end up doing 9 on Sunday. We'll figure it out. Yeah, we're doing eating rooms tomorrow. So if anybody wants to join, I'm gonna make sure everyone hopefully gets in at least once. We'll just like rotate people of who's available. For the, I'm assuming the last one, I'm assuming 12. We're gonna do a random roll, but the first 3, whoever's available, hop in and out, right? Because I'm assuming 12 is coveted for, I'm assuming for reasons. Usually that's how it works, I feel like. But 12 will be a random roll. All the other ones, everyone's welcome in and out, okay? And we'll do mine. My brain is so smushy. It's fine. We're doing great. This is an 11-hour stream. Look at that. We are only 6 hours left. Isn't that so great? We're doing so good. Only 6 hours left for Timer Chan. She is retiring tomorrow. It's happening. We streamed almost 11 hours tonight. I keep looking at the magic cards. I gotta put these away. I'm tempted. I'm so tempted to look at them, and I don't need it. For reasons. Just a tiny stream. Timer Chan got a workout. She did. She was about to retire, and then she had to do overtime today, but tomorrow she's retiring. Somebody gave her overtime, and therefore delayed her retirement party. That's just a regular notice. Like, honestly, as of the last few weeks, Nina, 10 hours is my regular stream time, which is very bad. Yes. It's over for me. I must sleep. Please get some sleep. It is, we need to catch up on sleep because tomorrow we're gonna do eating raids, all right? Thank you for being here, everyone. I don't think we're gonna last till 11 hours tonight, but that's fine. It's okay. But please, okay, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for helping and assisting and just like cheering me on as we go through. There was so much to do today, and there's certain things we definitely had to skip just because it was a lot. But I'm really happy that we got through it. Oh my goodness. Okay. Thank you. I was gonna say sure. Sure. Thank you so much, Super, for making Timer Chan do overtime again. We're gonna finish that
Super, you gave Timer
It's gonna
Chan
happen.
$104.20.
It's gonna happen.
Ooh.
I am gonna make Timer Chan retire tomorrow. She's retiring this weekend, okay? This weekend is the max, but she's retiring tomorrow. It's happening. Okay. Everyone, please have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your night. Sleep well. Take care. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the hype train earlier as well. I thank you for all the silliness and the resubs and the raids. We had so many kind raids today. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everyone new who came in, anybody who's lurking, everyone who's chatted or been silly. Thank you so much. I will be back tomorrow, I promise. I'll probably be a little late, but I plan to try to start around 12 p.m. EST-ish, right? So around 12 p.m. I might be a little late, but I'm gonna try to be on time. It's also, we're streaming on Sunday as well, once again at the same time. But yeah, we have a lot to do. I'm really excited, and I am already working on next week's schedule. I can't believe we're on the last boss. Wow, if we're on the last boss today, that means we're gonna start Expedition 33 next week. Again, we're gonna restart it. Wow, okay, cool. It's fine. It's so normal about it. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. I can only make Timer Chan last so long. Super, I think you're on the wrong side. A lot of people want Timer Chan to rest. She's been working so hard. She deserves retirement. And you are prolonging her retirement. Parry train. Yeah, we 100% need a parry train. So I might end up actually redoing part of Expedition 33 in Discord, at least the beginning parts, to kind of like get used to it. So if anybody wants to watch that, and then we'll probably just pick up in the story again. A lot of people. It's a lot of people. It's several people. Have a grand one. Okay, good night. Thank you so much for being here. Everyone, sleep well. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Let me say good night to everyone, and also let me find somebody to raid tonight. Also, thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, also, good night, Turtle. Good night, Super. Good night, Kay. Good night, Nina. Good night, Astra. Thank you for being here. Good night, Yuri. Good night, Elle. Good night, Allie. Thank you. I appreciate you all being here. Good night, Wimpy. Happy birthday again, by the way. Good night, Kaiser. Good night, Civi. Good night, Annie. Good night, Cyber. Okay, who is online? Who can we say hi to? Let me also stop raids for an hour too, because it is almost 1 a.m. currently. Oh my gosh! Sorry, I have a mutual who is. I have a mutual who just got to credits. Okay, how about got to credits Shadowbringers, and I can't actually look because I'm not there yet. Does anybody want to go watch? Does anybody want to go watch this person go through credits? I can't watch it, but maybe you can. I'm pro retirement for Timer Chan. I appreciate you. Because I have a lot of catch up to do in terms of all the things that I owe you all. Also, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. Sorry, I see somebody is going through credits right now. It's happening. Shall we maybe swing by and raid and say hi? And well, I cannot watch the credits, but we can at least say hi. All right. Okay, so here are the raid messages. Don't use the third one. Third one is only for tier 3s. We are gonna go say hi to Grandma, who just finished 5.5. So credits are rolled. I didn't see anything spoilery. I just saw a faded out black and white image of a character I'm aware of, and I see credits, and yeah, let's go say hi to her. I actually knew about her from Overwatch. I actually watched her from Overwatch, and then she started playing Final Fantasy, and it's really cool, and I'm really glad that she's enjoying herself. I think she's like very much invested, and yeah, she plays in Ura as well. But another friend in the Final Fantasy community, I don't think she's raiding right now. I think she is like winding down. So yeah, we can go say hi. Okay, everyone. Thank you for being here. Good night. Take care. Sleep well. I'll see you soon. Go say hi to Grandma for me. Her name literally is Grandma. So go say hi. All right. It'll be great. And then everyone, yeah, I hope she has a fantastic time in Endwalker. Man, it's so nerve-wracking. She also actually ended up, so one thing that she did before she like got into patches, I think she actually ended up watching like all the cutscenes from like the beginning up to current where she was currently. But yeah, I think that's really cool. And it actually really tempted me too. Okay, everyone, good night, sleep well, take care, and copy a raid message. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's go say hi to Grandma again. Okay, night everyone. Bye. Once again, I will not spoil myself, so I will only listen. Okay. Night. Bye, everyone. Thank you again. Timer Chan will retire tomorrow. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You can't stop it. You can't stop the inevitable.